Monument season is here. You've all been waiting, we've been waiting, and it's arrived. Of course, it is the 117th edition of Milano-San Remo. My name's Jez Cox. I'm going to be joined during the course of this very long broadcast by a very elite commentary team. Carlton Kirby, Brian Smith and Magnus Backstedt will be alongside me throughout this long day, this nearly 300 kilometres of racing, to find out who's going to be the 117th victor. Well, there's the last 10, going all the way back to Arnaud Démar's slightly surprised French win in 2016 when it was a sprint, of course. Michał Kwiatkowski after him, the pole. Vincenzo Nibali with that daredevil descent in 2018. Julian Alaphilippe in 2019. Wout van Aert beating Julian Alaphilippe in 2020, of course. Jasper Stuyven, another late attacker, the last of the late attackers if you weren't to include Matej Mohoric's descent. Matej Mohoric, by the way, of course, the last Slovenian winner. We have a rather special Slovenian who's trying to do exactly that again today. Calm scenes from Pavia. The weather forecast is good. The wind is debatable, and there's talk of it being a headwind, which should play in the favour of some of the fast men as well. We'll come back to that in a little bit as we get a chance to divulge what people down in Pavia have been making of the weather. But before we do, let's have a little overview of where things stand this morning in Pavia.
Almost 300 kilometers, the longest and maybe the most exciting day of the season is about to start from Pavia. I said the most exciting because you remember what happened 1 year ago with Tadej Pogačar, Filippo Ganna, Mathieu van der Poel putting on an incredible show on the Cipressa climb and on the Poggio in one of the most beautiful finals we had witnessed in the previous season. Actually, it's not about just these guys. For example, will Tom Picot be able to join the party on the Cipressa? And what about Romain Grégoire, the French youngster who last year was the one to surrender to the three tenors of the race? And is Jasper Philipsen just a plan B for Alpecin de Koning? Many questions, and actually I have to say the weather is nice today. No rain expected. Last year was a quite wet Milan-San Remo actually, but today just some cloud expected at the finish. Now the sun is shining here in Pavia. The big questions of the day remains, will Tadej Pogačar be able to drop everyone, including Mathieu van der Poel, on the Cipressa or on the Poggio? Our experts have something to say about it.
Steve Chanel kicking things off, saying that the Cipressa is a harder way than the Poggio, and last year's tactics were almost perfect. Pogačar came to the line for the win with only a few riders. Now we know that if he waits and stays in classical San Remo configuration, the Poggio is too late and too little. Well, next up we heard from Alberto Contador. I think the tactics will have to be fairly similar to last year's. Try and ride the Cipressa as fast as possible, but try and execute it better. Next up, Jens Vogt. The Cipressa will be decisive. If Tadej Pogačar wants to win, he has to enter the Cipressa with 4 of his teammates in front of him. For UAE riders and Tadej as the number 5, if they go full gas as long as they can, and Tadej will then get alone over the top of the Cipressa. It'll be fundamental for all of them to be together from the bottom, almost like stairs. He needs the Cipressa to be started in a better way. We saw last year that he was in over about 30th position on the right-hand corner, and his teammates were looking for each other, looking over the shoulder, left side, right side, and in the end it was still a rough draft. The execution has to be close to perfect, as he's riding against superstars that are in super form. The only chance for Pogačar to win is for UAE to approach the Cipressa with 5 riders in front, Tadej being the 5th. Overall, here is one man that will be key in this race, and it's Isaac Del Toro. It needs to be him that launches Tadej Pogačar's attack. I think UAE has to keep Del Toro as long as possible. It's only with numerical superiority that they can drop either Van der Poel or Ganna. The question we ask, if Del Toro attacks, will Van der Poel be able to go with him? And I'm not sure about that, so maybe they should keep the Del Toro card. Of course, it won't be easy. We know that Van der Poel is in tremendous shape. We know his objective will be to withstand Pogačar, and his chances of victory all depend on him being able to follow the Slovenian's wheel. If it doesn't work to perfection, because he only has one teammate in front of him, or two, if he's badly positioned, it will be too late, because he's riding against super champions like Filippo Ganna and Mathieu van der Poel. What a finale last year. And there is the rear end of Filippo Ganna's bike, ready to go. Twice second, Filippo Ganna. Can he convert that into a win, and a home win for the Italians, of course? What a popular winner he would be on the Via Roma. Well, we had a little bit of an insight into the weather. It is nice to see sunny, glistening orange Pinarellos down there in Pavia, in Lombardia. And these are slightly earlier shots, looking around the paddock, if you like, before the riders got themselves ready to go. Let's take a comparison, shall we, of the UAE Team Emirates XRG team between last year and this year. No Vegard Stackellangen today for the long pacing all day long. Jonathan Narvaez, of course, crashed out at Tour Down Under. Niels Pollitt not here. Tim Wellens also crashing out injured. So they are replaced by Vermeersch, Jan Christen, Grosschartner and Brandon McNulty, the American, as well. So interesting comparisons. Brandon McNulty probably quite capable of doing the Vegard Stackellangen thing. The one thing we're going to be watching extremely closely, of course, into the Cipressa is the order in which they are in front of Tadej Pogačar. That's if they are in front of Tadej Pogačar. Primož Roglič and Tom Pidcock rolling past us right there. Two riders who have probably avoided the hype a little bit over the past week. And there is Romain Grégoire, the final man who could hang on to that hallowed three who went clear on the Cipressa last year. What confidence will that have given him, I wonder? Talking of confident riders, we are now going to hear from the two-time victor, defending champion, of course, Mathieu van der Poel, and see how he was feeling in Pavia before the start of this 117th edition.
But yeah, I think last year's win was probably the most spectacular of your wins. Do you agree?
Yeah, for sure. One of the most spectacular. I mean, yeah, going away in Cipressa is not something that happens very often. So, yeah, it was very cool to be part of this leading group with three of us.
So it's just a matter of repeating what you did last year. The plan must be the same, and it's going to be easy.
I wish it was easy, but no, I think, like I said, last year the conditions were perfect as well with the tailwind. It's not going to be like this every year, of course, so we will see what happens tomorrow.
I read an interview, I don't know if the translation was appropriate, so can you explain a little bit? That you said that the day will come when Tadej will drop me on the Cipressa. It was so close last year. So can you explain a little bit this?
Oh, I said the day will come, he will win the race. I think it's a matter of time before he wins. I don't think he needs to do it on Cipressa. Also on Poggio or even in the sprint he can win after a very hard race. But yeah, I think everybody knows how strong and how good of a rider he is. So yeah, I would find it yeah, a bit not strange, but I think he will win the race. Yeah, 1 year.
You think he's stronger this year?
He looks really strong, but he also looked really strong last year. So he's just it's like I said, we know how strong he is, and it's up to us to try and follow.
And you?
Yeah, I feel really good. I had a good preparation with Tirreno again, so I feel ready.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yes, Mathieu van der Poel exciting lots of people at Tirreno. Well, look, there is another of those former winners, Julian Alaphilippe, signing interviews, signing autographs. 8 former winners in the field, of course, but this man isn't one of them. He is, of course, in the World Champions jersey. But there are 2 monuments he hasn't yet won. And if Tadej Pogačar is set to complete cycling, he'll need to do both of them. These were the images from the team presentation yesterday, by the way. Isaac Del Toro, all eyes on him. What role will he play? Mats Pedersen is here, by the way. There he is. I wasn't expecting that, but he is back from that horror crash he had earlier in the season. Nice to see Mats Pedersen back. How much will we see of him in this race for Lidl Trek? Now, we heard from Danny Rowe and Manon Lloyd on the Poggio as well. So we're going to see that now and see what their take was on that hallowed climb.
We've made it to the Poggio not only for the men's race, but the second edition of the women's race that will be live from 12:15. And Danny, if last year's race was anything to go by, it's going to be a thrilling one this year too.
Oh, it's going to be so thrilling. Last year we saw the race won by Lorena Vives with a tactical masterclass from SD Worx. I think she is the favourite for today. However, if we look at the racing so far in this 2026 season, it has been so aggressive and so open, and I expect more of that today.
It is going to be such a good one. Make sure to tune in live from 12:15.
Yes, I'll reiterate that as well. But catching up with both races today will be crucial as we watch the modern era history of the women's race unfolding too. There's Julian Alaphilippe enjoying scenes at the start in Pavia this morning, Tudor Pro Cycling. Mark Cavendish down there too, rubbing shoulders with the stars, maybe pointing on handing over a few tips about how to win. What if he's got a tip for Tom Pidcock? And how does he win Milan-San Remo? Wout van Aert, and there are those former winners, of course, the 2020 champion. Let's have a look at where they go. Now, the first thing I can tell you is the 298-kilometre course is unchanged from last year, save for a little westerly sweep to the western side. There it is, of Pavia as they ride out of Lombardia. They are riding southward, of course, through Lombardia into Piedmont, and they're headed towards what was always the critical point of this race before we had the induction of the Cipressa and the Poggio, and that is this mountain, the Passo del Torcino. They descend it, really fast descent, down onto the Ligurian coastline, and then they have 130 kilometres riding westward along the Italian Riviera, through Savona, and then over the Tre Cappe. There are the 3 Cappes, the 3 little hills that lead to the Cipressa, then the Poggio, and the descent onto the Via Roma. They are following along that coastline, the Via Aurelia. If by chance you've never watched Milan-San Remo before, welcome to what will be one of the most fascinating days you'll ever see of sport on television. Trust me, it is literally 6 hours of beautiful build-up to the most nervous and arguably the most important 30 minutes in world cycling. All about the finale. But crucially, it's all about, for you lot who are watching live, it's all about appreciating the build-up and the necessity of the build-up too. Bikes for the Swiss team, Q36.5, locked and loaded, ready to go. Lots of talk, as I say, about Tom Pidcock. He made his debut at Milano-Torino in the week on Wednesday, and won on debut in the 150th edition of that, one of the oldest, if not the oldest, of the big classic races on Wednesday. So an interesting pointer to form. We know that Tom Pidcock's going very well. And of course, many of you will remember his late attack a couple of years ago, coming off the bottom of the Poggio too. Can he repeat that kind of feat and get it right again? What kind of situation will we have, though, this year, coming off the bottom of the descent? That is the big question. The riders are ready to go. Former winners, of course, on the front row. Jasper Philipsen to the left. The last sprint winner, of course. Talking to the man who's already nearly won almost everything in cycling, but not this one. Tadej Pogačar's record, 5th, 4th, 3rd and 3rd so far. By the way, that's a swapped out kit today for Polti Visit Malta, going way back to their mid-90s Polti kit. It is loud. I have to say, I absolutely love it. Mathieu van der Poel sitting on 3 Ronde van Vlaanderen, 3 Paris-Roubaix, 2 Milan-San Remo, and looking to see if he can go 2 in a row after last year, of course. It hasn't happened, by the way, 2 in a row in the last, 17, 18 years. So he'll be setting himself something of a streak. Jasper Philipsen showing, by the way, in the week that he is in good form, certainly good sprinting form, winning Nogara Cursa also on Wednesday ahead of Jordi Meus and Juan Sebastian Molano. By the way, if I'm referencing races that you've not seen and think you'd like to go back and have a look, you can, of course, do exactly that by going to Discovery Plus and watching back what's already been happening so far this season. Some consider Omloop Nieuwsblad as the start of the classic season, but some consider the first monument as the start of the season proper. Either way, you're set for a fantastic day of racing. I'm not going to be by myself the whole time, don't worry about that. I'm going to be handing over to Carlton Kirby, Brian Smith and Magnus Backstedt, and we'll rotate a little bit during the course of the day too. If you want to send us some predictions, by the way, and how you think today's 117th edition of Milano Sanremo will be won, feel free to ping it to any of the 4 of us on social media. I am at Jez Cox, Jezcox. You'll find me here, there and everywhere. And yeah, send me your thoughts. How's this race going to be won? By who? And if you've got an interesting outsider, please let us know. We're always keen to know if there's names that maybe we haven't mentioned so far. We've already seen the replays, haven't we, of last year's incredible finale. Who wants to infiltrate that top 3? We watched the point a little moment ago of Romain Gregoire hanging on to the back of Ganna, Pogacar and Van der Poel, going in the over the top of the Cipressa and into the valley. How much confidence will that have given the young Frenchman? He's had a fantastic start to the season too. This is going to be the countdown for the neutralised rollout in the Lombard capital of Pavia, on the river Ticino, and now riding southward. They will roll out neutralised, as I say, and then the flag will drop in to give us what we call kilometre 0. This is the back of the field. 175 riders starting this, the 117th edition of Milano Sanremo. 25 teams. All of the 18 world teams are here, and then 6 pro teams join them. And they include Pinarello Q36.5, Novo Nordisk, Polti Visit Malta in that new kit, Tudor Pro Cycling, and Unibet Rose Rockets, as well as Cofidis and Bardiani CSF7 Sabre as well. Ooh, penny for the conversation, Tadej Pogacar and Mathieu van der Poel on the front row. And right at the back, we see the last of the Visma Lease a Bike riders. There's a little bit of news that some of you might not have caught up on. One of them is a bit of a sad one for British fans. Matthew Brennan for Visma Lease a Bike out of the race with illness. He's not the only one, by the way. Lidl Trek fans may or may not have heard that Jonathan Milan is out. So if it was to be a big group sprint finish, which lots are saying is unlikely, then there won't be a Jonathan Milan there. That was the weather, as you can see. And what will be interesting is to watch the course of the wind across the morning. I will certainly be getting the thoughts of Brian Smith and Magnus Backstedt on what they think the wind will do to the race itself and how it might favour the tactics of Tadej Pogacar or any of those who fancy this coming down to some kind of sprint. We shall see. We've had a little bit of a pointer to form, as I say. Tom Pidcock and Jasper Philipsen winning this week in the run-up to Milano Sanremo. It is so often touted, this race, as the monument which is the easiest to finish but the hardest to win, because it's not just the physical elements, of course, it is all of the tactical ramifications of when and where you apply yourself, if you are one of those who has the physical capacity to win in the first place. Lots of the Bardiani CSF7 Sabre riders up at the front, because they will be very keen between them and Polti Visit Malta to have riders in the breakaway. Last year we had an 8-rider breakaway, that gained a massive lead, as you might expect in a race of this distance. And the final survivor from that breakaway made it right the way on to the Cipressa as well. It was the brilliant Martin Marcialusi from what was then VF Group, I think it was Bardiani's CSF they were called back then. They're back in the race again this time, and he was that lone survivor. Marcialusi back in the race, by the way, the 25-year-old Italian riding for Bardiani still. And of course, no sooner had he attacked than the UAE train was getting going behind. Crucially, as you've heard there from our experts, by the way, it's not to be said that UAE Team Emirates got everything right in launching Tadej Pogačar on the Cipressa last year. They weren't in perfect order, and we heard how important that would be. In fact, particularly the likes of Jens Vogt there in our expert preview, saying they've got to get it spot on, otherwise they don't have... Basically, Tadej Pogačar doesn't have a chance of beating Mathieu van der Poel. What do you lot think? That will be an interesting one, won't it? Danny van Poppel of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, one of 12 national road race champions in this field. And Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe have really multiple options in this race. So much of the talk coming into it is about Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogačar, obviously. When you look at Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, Finn Fisher-Black making his debut, Giulio Pellizzari, of course, home favourite, in incredibly good form, and reminding people this season as well, showing people just how quick he is from reduced group sprint finishes as well. And then if we are to talk about sprint finishes, we've just seen in the Dutch road race champion, Danny van Poppel. Throw Lawrence Pithy into that, and Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe have a very, very handy team for today's race. Looking through the back of the field, some more of those national champions, as I say, sticking out. Lukáš Kubíš, the Slovak road race champion for Unibet Rose Rockets. And a little conversation there going on between Victor Campenaerts and Danny van Poppel too. This is the man I was talking about, Martin Marcialusi, the final surviving rider from last year's 8-man breakaway. Bardiani had 2 riders. I think initially they had 3, then 2 in that surviving break that got in excess of 5.5 minutes. And looking at these shots from where they're being taken, I can guarantee you Marcialusi will want to be in there today. That's what he'll be trying to do. And a conversation between Wout van Aert and Mike Teunissen, by the looks of it. And welcome back those of you who've been away on a short break. My name is Jez Cox. I'm shortly going to hand over to Carlton Kirby, Brian Smith and Magnus Backstedt in combination as we talk you through the whole 298 kilometres. I mean, we're between friends here, we can probably call it 300, but it is technically 298 kilometres. 2,027 metres of total elevation, of course, across that time. And that elevation really coming in the shape of the high point, the Passo del Turcino, right in the middle of the race, and then those hills towards the end. The 3 Capi, the Cipressa, and the Poggio di San Remo itself that leads us down. The final 3-kilometre downhill and into San Remo to crown this year's winner. Weather conditions do look particularly good. And while we wait for the flag to be drawn in, it gives me an opportunity actually to bring in a couple of my colleagues, if I can. And I'm going to I'm going to put the question out there to them. What do we think the wind might do today, and what the effect might be as well? I think, Brian, do you want to tell us what you think the wind is doing today and how it might affect things? Good morning, mate, by the way.
Yeah, good morning, Jez. Well, the wind is not favourable for attacking on the Poggio and Cipressa. It's a bit more of a kind of head cross wind, and then anybody that rides a bike knows that means it's a little bit easier to get that little bit more shelter. So I think it's going to be very similar to last year, but the wind is blowing, which is not going to help the big acceleration. It's going to make it easier to sit on the wheel of Pogačar if he is planning to do something very, very similar. I've got a sneaky suspicion that we actually might see, and this good weather today as well. I don't know if you've noticed that a lot of riders are starting here with you know, maybe a long jersey on, long sleeves, but Pogačar is already, you know, suited and booted for racing. You can always tell that the riders that are really interested in getting themselves in the breakaway, because they are already in the racing kits, you know, short sleeves, ready to go. But Pogačar is ready to go in this one. What would not surprise me is to see UAE Team Emirates actually light it up in the Ticino, because they have to think of something, Jez, a little bit different, because this wind is not favourable for the big explosive attacks that we're expecting to see from Pogačar later.
That is interesting, Brian. I hadn't anticipated that. So possibly having to get things started even earlier. Would be nice, as we said, it would be nice to see the Passo del Ticino having a more prominent part in this race, bearing in mind the race's history, where in the days of Fausto Coppi winning, that was often the decisive point before we got down to the coastline, of course, and the run to the final. I think most people would agree that after the Cipressa came in 82 and the Poggio in Sanremo, of course, came in 61 in that order, so I've done it in reverse order. It has enlivened this finale, but yeah, it would be nice to see some big favourites action on the Passo del Ticino today. Let's see. Right, well, we're about to see the formation, I suspect, of today's breakaway. It is Team Novo Nordisk who go for it first, and that signals for me to hand over to my good friend and colleague, Carlton Kirby.
Thank you, Jez. We'll be welcoming Magnus a little bit later on. Right now, we are, of course, off and underway in this magnificent race. Always a bit cagey if a breakaway goes off early, and there looks like a little bit of lockdown right now. Movistar seem to be the hungriest of just about everybody for the time being. Already got a man posted up top. Bartiani with 3 up there as well. Novo Nordisk, who are hugging the rear bumper of the Commissaire's car, also wanted to get involved, but there's an awful long way to go, and you can see an attempted lockdown just behind these guys. Occasionally we get a long bit of rock and roll before we get to the point where our breakaway has actually established itself, but it looks like this one's going to be reasonably quick, I have to say. Interested to see who's packing it in up there. Has John Degenkolb made the bridge here? 296.8 kilometres, an awful long way to go. It might well be pacey, at least at the very beginning, but we've got a Po plane to deal with. That's an awful long cruise before, indeed, the action begins good and proper with our climbing today. Actually wondering just what sort of pace we're going to take all the way up to the Ticino. The reason we asked that is that one of the strategies of a very strong team, which UAE Team Emirates naturally send, is basically to start destroying the race even in the very early stages. Brian, you've already mentioned that Tadej Pogačar is ripped and ready. It looks like he's stripped off for a boxing match. Hasn't exactly had his fists bound just for the time being. That looks like the wrong way. Oops. That looks like the wrong way. Let us wait and see. Misguided. That's the end of our breakaway. They've been taken down a wrong road by a security bike, and that's the second time we've seen that in Italy this year.
Yeah, and also the car there. There's a little bit of indecision there. I thought that was the breakaway. You could see that a couple of the Polte Visit Malta riders were not happy that teammates were chasing behind. And in fact, just pointing out that Polte Visit Malta are using a retro kit from Gianni Bugno days back in 1994.
Yeah, back in the day when, at this time, we wouldn't have seen too much because we never got to see the start.
That's the race director and all.
Race director's got it wrong.
Everybody has got it wrong. So they follow. That's what you do. You follow the race director, the motorbikes, everything. Everybody went the wrong way there.
Well, this will be interesting. I've got to tell you that there are now 2 race directors for as far as cycling, and there were arguments as to who would have numbers 1 and 2 on their cars. Now it's a question of the race director asking if it's safe to come through because he's not at the front. Luckily there are 2 race directors. Shall we start again? Metaphorically, you understand. My goodness, what a start to this race, and it is cast it all asunder. Those who were chasing and kept it sensible may well have a bit of an advantage here. It's Manilo Moro who is part of this group, 2 from Movistar. I'm actually just wondering whether the peloton is going to say, all right fellas, come by, you're in the break, off you get up the road. But it's not an ideal start for the battle plan of those who wanted to make us talk about them. We're talking about them, but not in the way that perhaps they would have liked. Dario Igor Baletta there from Polti Visit Malta in their new mustardy kit. From distance, it doesn't look that different from Team Visma Lease bike. But anyway, they're re-establishing themselves. And to be honest, it looks pretty much like even those who got it wrong are now being allowed to get it right.
Well, normally, Carlton, in this race, if you want to get yourself in a breakaway, you get yourself in a breakaway.
Yeah.
Because over the history of this race, it seldomly or pretty much almost doesn't make it.
Yeah.
It has in the past, many moons ago, but it doesn't now. But Bardiani almost had 4 riders before they went off course there. 4 riders, that's a team in the kind of Aqua.
Yeah.
They had almost 4 riders in that breakaway, and now they've got 2. The 2 World Tour teams, of course, are Picnic Post NL and Movistar as well.
Here goes Manenti. He was supposed to be up there, and finally he's worked his way back through. He probably managed to go and get a cup of coffee from the XDS Astana team bus, which was just at the side of the road. Manenti then sets off in the company of somebody from Polti Visit Malta. We'll get that in a few moments' time. Noah Rodisk as well wanted to be in the break. I don't think anyone's really minded to stop them because this helps everyone settle down once we've got actually some rock and roll up the road. So here we are, 293.2. It's a very busy weekend, by the way. We will be very busy throughout the entire flight, I think you might say, of Milano-San Remo. You could take an internal flight. But don't forget, it's the Alpine Skiing World Cup. We're at Lillehammer, the men's and women's downhill, and that is on today from bottom of the hour, so only in about 13 minutes time that coverage will begin for you, so go and enjoy that. This has been endured by quite a few. A little bit of chit-chat going on at the front, and opportunities as well to not exactly swap recipes, but certainly chat about what we've seen so far, Brian.
No, it was funny here. Look at UE Team Emirates and Novak. They're saying, why? You know, you've got 3 riders in front. You know, how many riders do you want? And he's having a go at them. Now you can see Alpecin pretty much spread across the road. They want to make their life a little bit easier. They've probably decided now this is a big enough group, but just showing that there's a few teams there trying to get multiple riders in this breakaway, and some of them have. I think I said just a moment ago that Bardiani in the first attempt had almost 4 riders in there. So Novak had just said, look, how many riders do you want? And then we can see the race director's cars trying to get past the peloton to do their job.
Yeah, I wonder if they're asking each other for permission to go through, as there is dual race directors for this. For this, we do. Have we got I'm looking at the front of the race. Can I see a red car up there?
No, both of them are just below our screen at the moment. But when you've got this blocking tactic at the front, there's no room to get past.
Well, I've got to say that's blushes. I mean, I think it was a security bike, wasn't it, that in the women's Strada Bianchi that went the wrong way. It was the lead police bike.
They went straight on, yes.
Yeah, essentially, I understand the security guy had been told, watch out because we've got some Strada Bianchi coming up, and he took it literally and took the first Strada path that he came across, but it wasn't part of the course. He was basically being warned that to get away from the riders, because of the dust that the motorcycle picks up, they just like to give themselves a little bit of distance. Tadej Pogačar here, ripped and ready. As you can see, the leg warmers are indeed graced by quite a few, I've got to say. First chance to score his 110th pro win. Last rider to reach this goal was Peter Sagan on the 3rd stage of the Tour Down Under back in 2019. Fabulous race. I'm hoping to go there next year. 290.9 kilometres then, that's an awful long way to go. And the peloton, quite frankly, know that the real drama comes at the business end of the day. There's a lot of chance over the Po Plain for us to hear Brian's very famous paella recipe. There is a red car up there, but I think it's security. Soon we'll have the race director where they need to be while we've got ourselves a breakaway. 4 off and up the road, and indeed an impeccable piece of asphalt, I've got to say. It looks like it's been freshly laid and freshly reformed. Our breakaway. Well, finally getting there, and a bit of chit-chat back in the pack as to how, why, where, when and if. This is Pelletti, one of those that didn't make the trip. He's back in the peloton. I think they'd all been told that it's free house, basically. Anyone who gets in the break, maybe they get an extra little Bobby bonus, and so they were so keen to get up there. Here's the race director making his way through with the security crew as well, with their little tin boxes. In those, they've got flags, whistles, an inflatable, apparently.
No maps.
But no maps. Brian, you're as cruel as you like. 47 seconds, we've got ourselves a breakaway, finally, but 2 bites at it.
Yeah, we have. No, it was an exciting start.
There's the race director's car.
I thought it was quite funny that the Polte Visit Malta and Bardiani were trying to get so many riders. In fact, I think Polte had 3 at the time, and Bardiani had almost 4 riders in the breakaway. And you know, that's why Domin Novak was having a go at them there. How many riders do you want? It was looking almost like a team time trial. But we do have, you know, our breakaway now. Novo Nordisk, Polte, Bardiani. No real surprise there. But to have 2 riders in here for Movistar, one from Picnic Post NL, you can see in that blue and the orange, but 2 in here for Movistar is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, Andrea Perron, actually, is a pretty handy sprinter. He's a principal for his team. For Novo Nordisk, he's joined by David Lozano. Mirko Maestri rhymes with pastry. He's made the trip. Good for him, with Dario Belletta, his teammate. Alexis Faré is also there, giving a French influence to the break today. 5, 6, 7 Italians, and for many years, of course, Italy dominated, not at the very beginning, I've got to say, of the Milano-San Remo, but we're now in the 117th incarnation of the great race. And to be honest, the template of it has changed very slightly over the years. I know we didn't actually start in Milan, but we're on the outskirts today. And so Milano-San Remo, it has the weight of history falling upon it. And what is great for us is it also has an element of surprise within it. Yes, I know that Mathieu van der Poel is looking for a hat-trick, but as a repeat winner in the last 14 years, he's pretty unique. I think it was Oscar Freire back in the day. So yeah, it's hard to win twice. It's hard to win once, just ask Tadej Pogačar. But we get some surprises as well. We'll dwell on that, of course, a little bit more depth the deeper we get into today. But surprises can come, so if you've got a long shot bet, don't worry too much. Minute and 10, that's what we're dealing with, and the first shoots of indeed the winter wheat that's been laid up and is now just suggesting itself. The Primavera, the early greens is what we're dealing with. At the moment, bit of green map reading for our commissaires. They indeed got it a little bit wrong. Actually, they've got it very wrong. They have now, for those of you who've been away, have just managed to get themselves to the front of the pack, very gingerly making their way past the great and the good, and some very great riders, very good riders as well. Kwiatkowski, when he won, that was probably not too much of a surprise, but when Stuyven won, that was down to tactics. Churlek, Gerrans, bit of luck rolled in there. Brian would argue about Churlek. He would say it was down to a battle plan instigated by a certain Mr. Brian Smith, but anyway. Goss, Damar, they were definitely not favourites when they won. Damar, of course, thriving because of a big crash. He skipped his way through and raised his arms in a big happy smile. And quite a few people that had backed him at 66-1 probably that day also had a big smile on their face. I think you've worked it out. There is Del Toro. It's going to be a linchpin of the strategy for UE Team Emirates today. If anyone is going to be lent on, Brian, it is he. He's going to be. He's in fantastic form. He could probably pick up and carry Tadej Pogačar on his back and still win.
Yeah, it's the sort of course, and everybody says this is the easiest of the monuments, but the hardest to win. I know in the past some riders like Philippe Gilbert desperately tried to win this one, and then all of a sudden you look at when Nibali won this race, and you know that was a bit of a surprise move. And you said
he was more surprised than anyone.
Yeah, of course he was, and you know it didn't really kind of suit his credentials. It doesn't, you know, obviously a good rider, but it doesn't have that kind of big punch. And I think this is the race that really kind of suits Mathieu van der Poel, and he's duly obliged over the last couple of years.
Let's hear from Mads Pedersen on his way back from injury, but again, you never know how box fresh he is.
What a pleasure to see you here at the start of this race. When was the decision taken, Maiden?
Yeah, what was it? Wednesday evening, late Wednesday evening.
And how do you feel?
I'm happy. It's nice to be able to race already. We didn't expect that. You know, we had the plan of being back for something like Flanders, and now we are 2 weeks earlier. So that's of course super nice, and nice to be able to pin the numbers again.
We know you are a winner, but what is realistically? What we can realistically expect? What do you expect from yourself?
I would love to give you a clear answer, but it's like 6 months for not really any racing, you know. I had, let's say, half a race day, and it doesn't really count, so I have to get back into the rhythm and find myself in the racing rhythm again. So again, I would love to give you a clear answer on what to expect, but I hope to be up there, and I hope I'm able to race the final.
How much would you be surprised if you win?
Well, that would be a big surprise.
Is this also like the most important thing is to have you back and to, as you said, the pace in the legs, because Flanders is coming and the other big race are coming?
Yeah, I have to start somewhere also, and now this was fitting super well. So again, it was just a surprise to be here and be able to take the start. You guys know me well also now that I'm racing to win, but you know, also you have to adjust your expectations sometimes, and maybe this is one of the times where I have to adjust it a bit. But you know, I'm not going to bed this night without the belief that I can make a good result tomorrow. So we are here to race and to make a good result tomorrow.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That is lovely to see. First, that a great man like Mads Pedersen is actually part of proceedings, but also a little bit of humility and humanism dialed into his mood, I think it's fair to say. Mads Pedersen, unless he's speaking to Anders Milker, is kind of renowned really as being quite a feisty foil for anybody who's interviewing him. But you only wish the best for Mads Pedersen, and it's quite lovely to hear him in dialing in a little bit of humbleness there. He knows what a long road it's been to get him to this position, and I think he's appreciative of the goodwill that's rained down upon him, of which we offer our own, because nobody likes to see a great rider like Mads Pedersen hobbled, and he has been by injury.
No, when you look, he crashed in the Etoile du Bessèges, the first stage, and
not nice.
You know, it's significant injuries.
Yeah.
So to see him actually back this quick is nice, but I think there's no pressure on him. Like he just said in his interview, it's all about just getting back racing again, and you know that's what he's happy with. Just looking here at Sylvain Dillier, well, he did this job last year. He was riding at the front, and we were there in the Via Roma last year. And I can remember watching. He came in about 15-20 minutes after Mathieu van der Poel had won, and he just rode through the finish, went into the podium zone, and congratulated his teammate for winning. But this is kind of paving the way. This is what Sylvain Dillier, the former Swiss champion, does. He just rides at the front. We've seen him in the UAE Tour where he was up the road. He was training for this.
Yeah.
And this is what he does. So he'll be riding for the next 200 odd kilometres. But the problem he's got at the moment is nobody wanted to sit on his wheel apart from Axel Laurens, who he's talking with at the moment. But they just, you know, he needs to do his job, and he wants to crack on with it. The gap is 2 3/4 minutes, and all he wants to do is, you know, get his job done, and his job is to ride at the front pretty much all the way to the Cappies.
A lot of smiling going on here, as you can see. I don't think that's a particularly fed up Dillier. He's still having a chat with them, mind you. I'm saying that, and now maybe I don't agree. And it looks like they're going to pull to the side of the road, buy themselves a minty Magnum, and get on with it. There's a proper negotiation going on right now, and the other two are just giggling because it's not their job to make his life easier.
No, his job is to pull the peloton, but the peloton don't want pulled at the moment.
No.
You know, it's a funny situation because he went to the front, and normally the peloton just sit behind you and follow you, but nobody wanted to follow him yet.
Not yet, thank you very much. A lot of national jerseys on display, by the way, most notable, at least perhaps, on your screen right now. Jörg Zimmermann for Lotto Intermarché. They have Hoop Arts as a great time trialist today. He would be their long shot hope, I think. Who else for national jerseys? Vacek, of course, of the Czech Republic. Søren Kragh, Danish champion, is here. Love the Danish flag, I must admit, when it's used properly on a national kit, unlike the Mexican flag, which is kind of hidden, really, almost only suggested by UAE Team Emirates. There should be some kind of protocol, I think, that national jerseys have to be displayed to the liking of the National Federation. They are. Little rule, the Kirby rule that I've thrown out there. Arthur Kluckers, the Luxembourg champion. Fedorov, the Kazakhstan champion, with Guillermo Silva, the Uruguayan champion, both of him for XCS Astana. Kluckers riding for Tudor Pro Cycling, who'll be hoping that Rick Plumers can kick on just a little bit, and maybe Alaphilippe dial the clock back. He has won here before. Mats Mikkelsen of Estonia is EF Education. Zimmermann we've mentioned. Danny Van Poppel. What about Danny Van Poppel today? If the wind is favourable, can a big man like him be part of proceedings at the end of the day?
I think when we're talking about the wind, yeah, it does help the riders that are following in the wheels.
Yeah.
So it would be, you know, looking at the wind direction, it could be not just 3 riders sprinting it out this year, it could be a kind of larger group. So. Yeah. A lot of these riders will know this, and if they can go with the accelerations, I still think that Pogačar, I think he can still win this today.
Oh yeah, me too.
And
I think last year's podium might be this year's podium.
Potentially, we might have a couple other riders in the mix, but I think Pogačar, if you follow him on social media, you've seen what he's been doing. That his total focus at the start of the season was this race. I don't know how many times he's been up in Cipressa on the Poggio in training behind motorbikes. He's doing absolutely everything, as well as going up to the Hell of the North and doing a few of the cobbles. So he is almost desperate to win this today, and I think he can win it.
I think he can as well. Mathieu van der Poel will be out to stop him, who himself went on a bit of a training ride, I've got to say, on the final stage of Tirreno Adriatico. Mathieu van der Poel was not hanging around at Tirreno. He just decided to stretch his legs almost constantly, and it looked like he was almost negating team orders. But you know what? They still came in, and Jesper Philipsen and a few other quick men enjoyed the fun of it. Movistar, Venezuela is their national champion. Venezuelan champion Aulas Aular, who again is somebody who can really empty it out of the box on occasion. He's got a couple of teammates up the road as well as Aulas. He climbs extremely well, as you saw in the Vuelta a couple of years ago, and was very much the big pick, I think, at that time, the youngster. But he's in the mix. Likewise, who else? Mauro Schmidt, Swiss champion, and Lukas Kubis, the Slovak champion. There's a lot of champions here, Brian. You were one twice. What's your advice to everybody today?
Well, stay safe and make sure that you've got good position going into the Cipressa. That seems to be, you know, what everybody has been told. But of course, you've got riders like this young lady here that just wants to relax on a Saturday morning and enjoy a nice ride. So for a lot of these riders, they've got jobs to do. And Sylvain Daly is doing the job that he did last year, and he's back doing it again with the peloton on tow this time. So there's a lot of, I say this a lot, there are probably in this race maybe 10 to 12 potential winners of this race. Well, they perceive that they can win this race, but the majority of the riders in this race are there to help those riders that are capable of winning. So they'll ride at the front, they'll ride in the wings, they'll stop when they have a natural break and bring the riders back. So there's a lot of work done by the teammates of some of the main contenders for this race, and you know, it's down to them come the final. So there's a little bit of pressure on a lot of these riders. You mentioned Kwiatkowski. Kwiatkowski came to the finish with Alaphilippe and was it Sagan?
Yeah.
And that wasn't easy, that one.
Our
friend
Adam Probosz couldn't speak for an hour.
That was incredible. When you think of Alaphilippe, Kwiatkowski and Sagan coming to the finish together, and Kwiatkowski in most people's book would be third.
Yeah.
And you know, he won that, and you know, they were very close together. But it just goes to show you, after that distance, things can change a little bit.
Was that the first year back on the Via Roma? I think it might have been.
I think it was, yes.
After a few years of shilly-shally down by the railway station.
Yeah. So this race in the past, as you alluded to, with Gerard Ciolek, when he was at MTN Quebec, won this race, but that was the snow day where they had to jump in the buses.
That's right. And
go over the Ticino onto the Riviera and race the last bit. You still have to be in it to win it, of course, and he did. But the thing is,
I remember the following year, I just had my window open. I think you were actually commentating in San Remo, and I actually heard you shout, "Ciolek!" when he hit the deck, bless him.
I can remember
Didn't
also
get the double.
doing the commentary with you when Mark Cavendish won it, and
gosh,
you know, that was a days where it was a bit of a, you know, bunch sprints.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember days in the past where Mario Cipollini was almost kind of desperate to win it, and so sprinters can do it, but now that we've got the likes of Pogacar and of course Van der Poel can win it in a reduced sprint, but you don't want to leave it to chance. And yeah, it's all about the final kind of 30 kilometres of this race, and it's being patient until then, making sure that you save as much energy as possible.
Well, clearly Mathieu van der Poel, maybe Jasper Philipsen as well, feel that this day needs a bit of pace. One way of approaching it is, of course, to grind everyone down to dust. Just how on it is Mathieu van der Poel at the moment? Well, they wouldn't be doing this unless it was at his behest, so he's quite comfortable with this. You'll also notice that Jasper Philipsen is actually not part of this phalanx, so he's hiding in the pack, which suggests to me that Jasper Philipsen has got his own free hand to play. Everyone else is working for Van der Poel.
I think the fact that Philipsen here, if it does come to a sprint, he showed in Knockrakers that he's back on form.
Yep.
It's his first win of the year.
In adversity as well, he had to battle back to get that.
It was a hard finish. It was a really hard finish. So I think he's more of a backup in case the win does have that effect, that the splits don't happen, that Philipsen is there to deliver that punch come the end. But I don't think that'll be the case. I think it'll be split up, and like you said earlier on, it could possibly be the same trio coming to the finish again this year.
Yep, kind of feels that way. But the man who is the impresario at the moment, the ringmaster, is Mathieu van der Poel. He's been given to going on training rides, even in other races, just to make sure that he's got the strength to deal with today. He's been making life as hard as he possibly can for himself. Here's the ancient Basilica of Pavia. That's right, it's where the paving stone was invented. Possibly not. Dating back to the 6th century, historical gem of Romanesque architecture. In fact, the paving stone was Romans, wasn't it? Yeah. So park that one up. Glorious day. It's kind of high cloud, but chance of rain 0, and say that advisedly. But chance of wind today, but depending on who indeed you ask, it's either going to blow a hoolie of 20 k's an hour or nothing at all. Italy honouring this race absolutely brilliantly, and there's nothing happening here in terms of the drama of the day. That's still a long way to come, but they want to bid them the very best on this circular route around our starting town of Pavia. Some would say it's a city, but of course it nudges Milan. So we're doing a little loop before we ultimately head down with the Pope Lane and of course the Passo de Turchino very much in our minds. And they're doing the best to show you everywhere. You could go and bend a knee, dip the tips of your fingers in some holy water, Brian, and put yourself on the straight and narrow.
Look, it's a big day for, you know, all the fans of cycling, and you know, when it passes through your town, your village, especially when we get down to the Italian Riviera, they'll all be sitting there with their cappuccinos and, you know, watching it on TV, and then all of a sudden,
yeah, just about cappuccino without embarrassment.
It's morning. It's morning. And then they watch it, and you know, a bit of chit chat, and you know, catch up with their friends and things like that. And then all of a sudden they'll come out onto the course and see them whiz past, and then they'll go back in and watch the finish. So everybody will come out to play, and sometimes, I don't know if we've got any this year, sometimes some of the, you know, the local towns might put a special preem first across there, or, you know, you get a little bit of money. It used to happen in the past. They'll just, right, we're putting on, you know, €100 for the first person past this cafe or whatever it is in the town. But yeah, it's such a. I first came to the Italian Riviera when I spent my 16th birthday here. So I've got very fond memories. We stayed near
at that age,
Alassio.
Even a Chupa Chup is exciting.
Yeah, it was, and I remember it was July. My birthday's July. I was watching the Tour de France, and a certain Robert Miller won the stage, and I learned Scotia was Scottish, so I was shouting this in the bar. You know, that rider's in Scotia, I'm in Scotia, and yeah, it was you know, a wonderful memory. Seems only a few years ago.
By the way, do you know why they put roofs on bridges in this part of the world? It's because the tax system, there was no tax on anything that wasn't on land. And so if you're on a bridge, and which is why you get certain bridges, Ponte Vecchio is one of them, I think, isn't it? Where they actually had buildings because you didn't pay any land tax. And if you had a market on a bridge, you didn't have to pay for your pitch. So there you are. So they put a roof on there to keep the traders dry, so nothing affected their marshmallows. Got ourselves a breakaway here. Bought myself a very large chunk of nugget once up by a basilica, and I mean, it was really big. It was, but it was in an odd shape. It was about 6 centimetres square in a block, and I thought that looks appealing. And I took one bite out of it and lost my front tooth. Yeah, it was a very expensive piece of nugget in every way. Four minutes is the gap. 272 or so kilometres of the day remaining, and pace isn't too bad. I'm not sure what the wind is doing, if indeed it's doing much at all. It looks like a vertical feather day to me. If you were to drop one, it'd just hit your feet. Yeah, 47.8 kilometres an hour average, so they're kind of on training run mode, aren't they, at the moment? It'll get a bit more desirous and feisty by the time we get out and clear of the buildings here. According to legend, widespread in the Middle Ages, St. Martin of Tours, a bishop, a Roman soldier of Pannonia origin, modern-day Hungary, did something.
And so did you. You're a very good reader.
What did he do? Yeah, except I've missed the last line. Didn't work well for me. Faster readers at home, if you could dial in and tell me what on earth he did. We know about his heritage. I mean, who knows? What's going on at the moment is that Alpecin Premier Tech are in charge of the pacing of the day, and they're keeping it reasonably high. To whom is the advantage if it is very, very tough throughout the entire reach today?
I think the harder the better for world champion Tadej Pogacar. But you know, you mentioned that just before there that Mathieu van der Poel, with you being out in Tirreno, was doing some training. Well, they've done that for many, many years. Yeah. It's the same with Cancellara when he was winning this race. He would finish the stage in Tirreno and then do another kind of 50-60 kilometres afterwards. So yeah, the focus is in this, and it was always, you know, what is the best training for this? Would it be the best preparation? Would it be Paris-Nice or Tirreno? Now they're on at the same time. We get different winners coming from the different races, but for Pogačar, he wants it as hard as possible. That's why I said at the top of the day that it wouldn't surprise me if UAE Team Emirates came up in their Ticino and started to push on a little bit even there.
Well, we spoke to UAE Team Emirates at the top of the day. Let's hear from them.
From your past experience, what you need to do today?
Just to have a good legs on Poggio. I mean, all the time, I survive on the good way to Cipressa, and then I just miss like 5-10 seconds, and then I always end up on Poggio in the second group or third group, and then it's pretty hard to come back and to do the sprint, and yeah, that's the only thing I miss, and hopefully today I can have those 5-10 seconds.
And you think the headwind can help you also, because it can neutralize a bit the attacks?
Yeah, hopefully. The last 3 years I did was always tailwind, so it's a bit different. So let's hope this year gonna be different. And yeah, but in the end of the day, I think Poggi is super strong, and I think doesn't matter the wind, he will go anyway full. But yeah, I think we will see. We have a strong team, and we have also Coben here. He's also climbed super fast, and yeah, we try to do our best for the team result.
Thank you, William. All the best. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Well, my apologies for that. I thought we were going to hear from UAE Team Emirates. Bilim Girmay, always great to see him here in their groovy kit, NSN cycling team, designed on a Quattro Stagioni pizza. Bit of everything on there. Yeah, Corbin Strong is there, man. Louis Askey on board as well. Dion Smith and Nick Schultz will be helping out Chris Nyland likewise. Helping out us, well, if you want a big man, look no further than Big Mackie. Yeah, he's recumbent on his Z bed at the moment, but don't worry, that's the way he sits anyway. He's making up for all those times they had to lean forward and bend his neck. Maggie, odd start today, but we've settled in.
It was a bit of an odd start, wasn't it?
Race director then had to give himself permission to move through the peloton.
Yeah, exactly. I would have liked to have heard that conversation.
Yeah, me too. Pacey though, Magnus, and this is at the behest of this man, Mathieu van der Poel, who's got to be amongst the absolute favourites for this race. Can he make it again?
I do believe so, yeah. I mean, when you're looking at how he was riding in Tirreno Adriatico, there's no question that the form is good, and this is a big target of the early parts of the season, and obviously we're not too far away from the Belgian monuments either, so I expect him to be 100% ready for the race today, as will be pretty much the rest of the peloton. So for sure it's not going to be an easy one, and if any of the previous years is to go by, yeah, we're going to expect battle by the time we get to the bottom of the Cipressa.
It was interesting, before we came to it, Maggie, you and I were talking about the wind, and it looks like nobody can decide how it's going to blow. I'm looking at the cordons on the screen at the moment, just being picked up as the wind breeze gullies between the bramble here. But if it does pick up, and they're talking a possibility of 20 k's an hour, but you've heard otherwise, just to let the audience know that Maggie has an insight into some kind of military-grade weather forecasting system. I don't know whether that's real or whether he just licks his fingers and holds it out in the wind.
Well,
what is it?
I usually do that in the car, just to see where the wind is coming from. But no, obviously we got some special wind apps and weather forecast apps that we work with in the team cars as well, and they're usually pretty accurate. And from what I can see today, there's very little wind about. We're looking at 5 to 7 kilometers an hour from what I can see, and with that. Yeah, it's not really strong enough to really notice. Of course, with the speeds that these guys are riding at, you're gonna feel it anyway. And actually, it's one of the things that tends to take a lot out of you is when the speed is really high, and we're looking at 48 kilometers an hour so far on this opening part of the race. You're turning big gears all the time, and it tends to take a lot out of you. So that can be hard in its own right, not just the fact that you're battling wind or crosswinds or headwinds or whatever. So
it's a wear down, isn't it? It can be.
Yeah.
Our breakaway finally established itself. It feels like sacrificial lambs, to be fair, especially with the sort of power that this race brings. Brian, when you're looking at the roster of greats that we have here, we talked about the surprises that we've had in this race in the past. I'm still not certain how it's going to pan out, save for the fact that Tadej Pogačar and Mathieu van der Poel are likely to be there. Pippo Ganna's not had the most ideal. He does not look like he's had the best run into this one. But people can turn it round on a day like today, and others have done in the past. I think Wout van Aert, etc., had decent results after coming back. It's been a long road for some. Certainly will be, of course, for Mads Pedersen. But from what quarter do you see any kind of surprise today?
I'm struggling with that myself. I really do think that, the bookies' favourite is Mathieu van der Poel with second Pogačar, and I don't think they're going to make any mistakes at all. Maybe one dark horse would be Wout van Aert, and he would be hoping for a little bit more of a kind of headwinds in the final here. But like Maggie says, it's not blowing a lot. Even looking at Velovir, it's up about 9 kilometres an hour. So at the speeds that they're going at, it can make a little bit of a difference. It can hamper that. It's a little bit easier to stay on the wheel of Pogačar. It's going to be very difficult anyway with 0 wins to get rid of Mathieu van der Poel and these climbs. They're just not steep enough. So I think what Maggie's just alluded to, when you're riding at 47 kilometres an hour and, in this sort of race, you're reminding them to try and save as much as you can, be patient. But the riders do ride bigger gears, and I think they'll be, the Torchino, the Cappies, they'll be, I think, even faster this year.
Max, how do you maintain concentration on days like today? To be fair, I know you're a DS yourself. How do you how do you entertain people apart from saying, "Well, you tune in and listen to Eurosport"?
Well, yeah, you can do that obviously, but no, it is actually quite a difficult thing, especially early parts in the race here, and that's why over the years we've always seen crashes happening in the first part of the race where the riders are switching off, and I remember I had an Italian sport director who told me at the start of this race, just eat and sleep. That's all you do in the first 100 kilometers of this bike race, and it's kind of what you almost need to do is try and switch off as much as you can while still staying somewhat concentrated. You don't want to spend any unnecessary energy at all at any point. And actually one of the things that I picked up on just now is that looking at where Mathieu van der Poel is sitting in the peloton, he's right up there at the very, very pointy end on the wheel of his teammates. Yes, it's by far the safest place, but when you start looking at the aerodynamics of a peloton, in terms of saving energy, he'd be better off sitting 25th, 30th, 40th wheel, because that's where you get more shelter.
Do you know who's there, Maggie? Do you know who's doing exactly that from his team? Jasper Philipsen. Yeah, so he is, I think, got the free hand today. If Mathieu van der Poel wants to make this tough because he thinks that's how he's going to grind it down for everybody else, he could be, as you say, Magnus, grinding himself down. But Jasper Philipsen is not part of that phalanx. He's busy doing exactly what you said. Drinking, sleeping.
And eating.
Eating, napping. Yeah, I mean, it's wise words, isn't it? We're going to hear from Romain Gregoire shortly, but Brian, on that point, when the day is quite benign weather-wise like this is the day where you get your feed and you drink wrong. If it's very hot, you've got to chuck it down you.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where if you are a sports director, I know it's kind of hard, but you have to remind the riders. We say it in just normal stage races, make sure you're eating and drinking. And of course the riders know they have to eat and drink, but it's a constant reminder. And as Maggie's saying, as a sports director, it's the simple things you've got to remind everybody. I can remember riding, some of the major classics, World World Championships are over, you know, 6.5 hours, is telling myself, keep the gears down, you know, pedal, that sort of thing. So it's you're constantly kind of chatting to yourself as well as, you know, your sports director's chatting to you, but it's just remaining patient. It's what you're trying to do is kind of float along at this moment, save absolutely everything. And I think, you know, the one person that wants to make it a little bit harder is, you know, Pogačar, who's sitting in about, you know, 50th place at the moment. Of course, there's no kind of bubble. The best place to sit is to sit in a bubble, but you can see it's clearly, it's kind of almost in one line. So everybody's getting the same kind of shelter as everybody in front. It's normally when you sit in that bubble you get the most.
It's from Gregoire. Well, last year you were the last one to resist the three great champions. This year, do you think you can stay longer, maybe battle in the Cipressa? Well, that's the goal. I know how to do it now. I must have the same position on the Cipressa and a little bit more legs perhaps to follow them until the top. Well, do you think that this race suits you more than perhaps Strade Bianche? I don't know, to be honest. He says they're totally different, but it's less difficult than Strade. We saw in the past few years it's the only race Pogačar hasn't managed to win because it's more open, and maybe there's a little bit more tactics to be had. If you can pass the Cipressa, of course, it's the race that could suit me well. He wants to take advantage of it. He says, well, the programme to get Milano Sanremo in a different year, no Algarve, no Tirreno. You didn't race after Strade. Why? And do you think it's better? I don't know. He says, I think that Sanremo, it won't make much difference. Maybe not doing Tirreno was a good move. A lot of riders arrive here with quite a bit of fatigue, and it's crucial for them to recover for tomorrow. And when I know that I did a great recovery after the first races of the season, and he also said that even able to get some good work out there. Question, Cipressa. How are you compared to last year? I've been going well at training, a lot of watts, but after 6 hours of racing, it's a different story. The truth only gets told at the end of this race. Whether you have good fortune, whether you get a good tactical break, however it comes your way, Magnus, the winner is always very deserved after what is a very tough day, an enormous distance.
Yeah, I would say so. You know, this race with the distance that we're traveling, almost 300 kilometers, it's a very honest race in that way. Yes, it's quite often an explosive final, and as Romain was saying there now, it's a very different race to Strade and some of the other monuments that we have on the calendar, in that it's not the most challenging course itself in terms of elevation, but all the elevation comes in the final effectively, and it's very quite often that we see riders looking very good going over Capo Mele and then get to Capo Berta, and all of a sudden the legs are gone, and you forgot to eat at some point in the early parts of the race, and that's where, you know, the difference is made. So it's such a race where you have to look into all the marginal little gains that you can make, and looking after yourself in that best possible way. And the less efforts you can make along this opening part and over the Passo del Turchino, and as we get onto the coastline, that all equates to you having more legs when you get to the final, and ultimately that's why we make the difference every year.
There you go. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a winner of the Milano Sanremo where people said, "Ah, well, somebody else deserved it more." Yeah, exactly.
No,
never happened, did it, Brian?
No, I can remember when I was growing up, which is a long time ago. I think it was Mark Gomez, riding for Walber, from a original breakaway, managed to win that one. But yeah, normally we get a very good winner. Of course, we've seen. I would say that Ciolek is still a bit of a surprise, winning that one. This, you know, Demar winning the sprints. You know, there's a lot. There's a few surprises when it came down to a sprint come the end, but I think you look down the kind of palmares of this race, and it's always a very good winner. I think a lot of riders kind of try too hard to win it sometimes, and that's the little bit that worries me about Pogačar. He's almost kind of desperate, and he'll try and do anything that he can.
Yeah, I mean, there's an old expression, old Yorkshire expression about squeezing a handful of sand. The harder you squeeze, the easier it passes through you, between your fingers. It's like he mustn't try and grasp the nettle too much, but basically do his own kind of race.
I think.
And what is his own kind of race today, Max?
Well, I think what you're saying there is true. It does look desperate in the way that he's racing, but that's the only way he can race this win to actually win it, is to go all in on the Cipressa and go all in on the Poggio and try and drop everyone. That's okay. He's not slow in the sprint, but when you're pulling a Mathieu van der Poel with you, you know, what are the odds of Pogačar winning that sprint? They're not the best. So
Maggie, touching on the sprint there, looking back at last year, I thought he made a terrible mistake last year.
Yeah, I agree.
He sat off the wheel, and it was a tailwind sprint, and Van der Poel played that perfectly, took it on from the front early in a tailwind sprint like that. So I think he made a massive mistake. But yeah, I really do think that, you know, it's the way he races, and we love to see him race like this. But what else can you do? I cannot think of any other tactics.
No, and everyone knows it now, so everyone is prepared for it, which makes it look, I guess, even more desperate. But it's the only tactic that I think he's got to play.
Hiding in full view, that is going to be Tadej Pogačar. Your eyes are drawn to him wherever he indeed mounts a bike, and I think the respect and the fear which is shown is possibly an equal measure.
Yeah, you know what the tactic is going to be, you know what he's going to do, you know where he's going to go, and of course, in some races in the past, you know, talking about Strade Bianche, you know, he has gone from over 80 kilometres, but this year you knew, you know, what he was going to do, what the plan was in this section of Sterate. So it's always a case of, you know what's coming, but it's having the legs to kind of go with them. And if it's 5 kilometres an hour, 9 kilometres an hour winds, you know, it's not easier to go into these last couple of climbs, because the pace they're going up at is absolutely incredible. So I think Pogačar has have to look at this and go, right, everybody knows what I'm going to do, very similar to last year, so what can I do differently? How can I surprise? How can I make it harder? And I think his team, okay, he's without 2 kind of key members because of crashes earlier on in Narvaez and Wellens, but he's still got Del Toro, who's on great form at the moment, so can he use him a little bit? But I think Van der Poel just looks so good at the moment, and I would say over the Cipressa and the Poggio that Van der Poel would be stronger than Pogačar. So he's getting into the final here, thinking, how can I beat Mathieu van der Poel? And that's going to be a very difficult one today.
Maggie, have you seen the quality of the riders who are absolutely up towards the front, just in case? Alaphilippe there, Roglic there as well. They know that Mathieu van der Poel is there. I don't know what they're gaining from each other, being in that proximity, but certainly keeping eyes together at the moment. That might be a band of brothers. Do you see, Magnus, any kind of alliances, the Stop Pogačar alliance forming out there across teams?
I struggle to see how you're going to do that, because
that was going to be my next question.
Because the harder they make to try to make the bike race, the more it suits Pogačar.
Yeah.
So what can we effectively do to challenge him? And I don't think that anyone has really come up with the answer just yet in terms of how to beat him. And especially if the course is hard enough, the pace is high enough, then it just plays more and more into Pogačar's camp, let's say, with, You know, we're talking to Brian was mentioning Del Toro. I think this year it looks like he's taking a step up again. He looks more explosive than he has been in the past, and for me, he's going to be the key for Pogačar on the Cipressa this year. They ride in a very, very similar style as well, so I think it's going to suit perfect.
Well, oh gosh, that was a dramatic take. I always think as well, you get a real sense of the pace that the peloton is actually travelling at when they make these takes here, slamming into hands. But yeah, that was quite lucky that we got away with the swing there. Meanwhile, swinging everyone else in the wake of Mr. Rock and Roll here. There we are. Podium finishes by Tadej Pogačar since the start of 2024. 46 wins, 12 places, 6 third places, 2 of which were in Milano-San Remo. He doesn't like bronze.
No, he's a winner, and that's why he's a world champion. And but it's picking the lock off Mathieu van der Poel today. We keep on harping on about it. How can he do it? What's he going to do tactically wise? Anything going to change a little bit? And I touched on it a little bit earlier that I really do think that they want to make it as hard as possible, and because this is one of these races where you save as much as you can the whole way through for the final 30 kilometres, and again it comes down to positioning there, and the Torcino could be an interesting one, the Cappies, but definitely he's going to use his team. But for the moment, he's just saving his team at the moment and allowing Alpecin to do all the work today, and one man doing it all was Sylvain Delia. He did it last year and he's doing it again before. But you can also see that Uno X are up there towards the front as well. And, you know, we're talking about, you know, riders that, you know, we think that, you know, may surprise. I mentioned Wout van Aert might be quite good today. He might be a little bit of a dark horse. Uno X, Jonas Abrahamsen is always there. He's such a strong rider, and you know it's whether you can go with, you know, we really felt for Filippo Ganna last year because it was like such a yo-yo effort he had to make, and he just got on them as we went left and right onto the Via Roma. But there's a few riders. Can you go? Gregoire, we've already listened to. Strangely enough, you know, he's come in here not having ridden Tirreno, and he thinks that a few people will be fatigued. I think Tirreno's probably helped a few riders in my book. But, you know, can you go with the accelerations? Who's got the big power? We know that Pedersen is here just to get through it. But there's a few riders in this race who'll be thinking, right, I have to save as much as I can to go with Pogačar when he goes, and not many people have been able to do that.
No, they haven't. And if it does ultimately, Magnus, come down to a sprint, that's another element that we've got to ponder.
That is another big element to go through. But I just wanted to touch on Mads Pedersen. Do you think he would be on the start line if he wasn't prepared well enough to actually be challenging in this race? Is it just a question of getting some very good race kilometers, and it's a great opportunity to get a lot of them in this particular race, or do you actually think, like my personal opinion would be that if he's on the start line, he's going well enough to play a serious part in this race? Whether he's good enough to follow the favourites on the on the Poggio, let's say the final climb, that remains to be seen. But I have a sneaky suspicion that he's going quite good.
Wasn't Maggie, well, when Van Aert won it in 2020? Gosh, it's a long time ago now, isn't it? I believe he was late to the party as well, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, did you? I don't know if you caught the interview that we had with Mads at the beginning of the show. He seemed very humble, I must admit, more than I've ever heard him. Knowing, I think possibly humbled by people's goodwill that's rained down upon him. Everyone is delighted to see him here. But he was very much, I think, speaking honestly about his his possibilities today. But then again, he is, as you say, you can even ride yourself in on a day, Magnus. He could absolutely thrive here. You just never know.
You never know. You never know. But I think if he's on the start line, he's here with good solid base condition. Yes, does he lack race kilometers? For sure. But the question is also, he's coming in 100% fresh to this. He's trained well and prepared as much as he possibly can. Like I said, I wouldn't completely discount him from this equation.
Well, we're just... Let's hear from Jasper Stuyvens, shall we? Who will be filling us with the wisdom of what he's going to offer us today.
How a rider with your skills and qualities, and already a winner of this race, will approach tomorrow's race, and how can you play your card? And if there's a way, which way is it?
If there is a way, and I would know it, that yeah, I mean, that would be the key. But I think just be open-minded and be focused from the start, and try to race my best race possible, and use the team as best as possible. And we need to race as a team and believe in the chances we have. If we don't believe in even trying to follow or making that the race will develop in a way that we can win it, then yeah, I think that would be a very demotivating way, and I think we are motivated to still try.
You have a win, 3 top 10 results, 7 participations so far. So you know this race probably better than anyone else. May you tell us what makes so difficult to win this race?
No, because you need to ask Tadej. He tries to win already longer than me, so, and I've won it. So for me, it's not the difficult one because I have it already.
It's a good point. But okay, what makes it special at least?
No, of course. I think it's a race where. Yeah, it's a lot about patience and mental strength, but also the position is just key. It's a combination of the legs and the positioning, where there's other big classics where positioning is always important, but maybe not a key factor, where here I think it's maybe a bigger role. And then yeah, a bit of a lottery where nowadays Flanders, Roubaix, it's you create more situations man to man, and the parcours is just made that hard that there is enough points to make it selective or to make up for mistakes. Where on Sanremo there's actually only 2 points where you need to make it right.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Super work. So where do the battle plans lay for Soudal Quickstep? Paul Magnier?
Yes.
Well, Max Schachmann from distance. And what about, Maggie? Come on. Lawrence Rex, what's he going to do for me today?
That is a good question. That is a very good question. It all depends on how the tactics are set up for the team. But yeah, he's definitely someone who can potentially be in the mix depending on what the race situation looks like. But listening to Stuyven there, very interesting in him talking about the positioning for in this particular race, the fact that there are 2 key points of where you need to be well positioned, and the fact that there is no real margin for any kind of error, and that is the bottom of the Cipressa and it's the bottom of the Poggio.
What time? Sorry.
Cipressa is a little bit different because obviously it's a longer climb, so you can make up for some positions if you are an exceptionally good climber. On the Poggio, if you're further back than 5th wheel, it starts to become very, very hard very, very quickly.
Well, what I need to do now is go and buy some more grapes, because I arrived with a full punnet of Sweet Globo, and Brian Smith's eaten the lot. So it's time for me to take a bow and welcome to the comms Jez Cox, who's going to be with you for the next, well, multiple kilometres. Here he is.
Thank you, Carlton. Hello, everybody. We are looking at one of the 8 former winners right now, of course, in shot. Jasper Philipsen. I was about to call him Jasper Stuyven. We've already just heard from Jasper Stuyven, of course. Philipsen, the last winner when it came down to a proper sprint of sorts. Some of you will remember it, of course, as the sprint where Michael Matthews' glasses fell off. Oh, the super slow-mos of the glasses tumbling across the road. And, of course, that's a good opportunity for me to send a get well message to Michael Matthews, recovering from, unbelievably, 2 broken wrists. wish it on anyone. It would have been great to see him here today, but he is not. The peloton is crossing the mighty River Po. You can see the details down there. I won't do a Kirby and read it all out, because I believe you can all read for yourselves and have a little look at it as well. It is a massive, massive tidal river, of course, because you can see where it's kind of dried out around the edges too. Now I'm telling you what you can see as well. Maggie, it's relief for me, at least, to see the breakaway form so neatly. As if to give us a complete contrast, by the way, Maggie. I'm not dragging this completely away from Milan-San Remo, but go with me. I've been covering the Tour de Taiwan all week, where honestly, the effort to get a breakaway going in that race, a little group goes, come back, another group goes, come back, constant shifting and changing. And yet today we saw this neat little group of 9 go, all the right combination of all those Italians in there. The Italian team's happy with it. Sylvain Dillier wanting to get going, fire up the engine and start chasing, but it neatly detached itself, didn't it? Quite unlike what I've had with Taiwan this week, covering it there.
This race, yeah, everyone wants the morning break up the road quite quickly. You don't want more than, let's say, 10 riders in there. That's the upper limit, I would say. It makes it relatively, I wouldn't say easy to manage, obviously, when you're looking at the intensity that Sylvain Dillier is riding with at the moment on the front there, but it's manageable, and you know, the distance itself is what takes its toll on the riders in the breakaway, even if they are 10 riders swapping off. You know, compared to a different bike race with a course that's completely different, kilometers are less, yeah, it's far more hard fought to get into the breakaway, because ultimately the chance of success for a breakaway in this race is, unless we go going up towards 15-20 riders, let's face it, it's going to be difficult. It's not unheard of, but at the same time it comes down to what do the teams behind want to do, and we know that no one is going to throw Milan-San Remo away to chance. The teams are going to get together and they are going to work to bring it back to, so that we have status quo at the bottom of the Cipressa.
So, Maggie, while we look at him, what chance of Pipo Ganna win? And also, my question to you, bearing in mind that he's now been twice second in this race, how does he do it? If he were to win today, how would Pipo Ganna win?
I think people would need to be able to follow the front group over the top of the Poggio, and not end up in that sort of yo-yoing that he had to do last year to kind of get back onto the front. Yeah, well, Tadej and Mathieu again. And with that, have a little bit left in the legs, because those efforts to come back again, they cost an awful lot, because you have to ride faster for longer, and when you do that in the final, it's energy that you just don't have, and when you come into a sprint, then it becomes incredibly difficult. So for me, Ganna, ideal case scenario is he goes over the top with the front riders, and then catches a surprise attack on the way into let's call it in the last 2 kilometers.
I guess the other thing that comes into play is just how good Pipo Ganna's sprint is as well. It didn't quite bring him the win last year behind Mathieu van der Poel, but it was close. And actually, I mean, traditionally, I think we've been looking at the front-on shots of that. That's what we had in our little highlights package earlier, didn't it? But it was still quite close. And it will be interesting to see where he is, I guess. Where he is specifically going into the Cipressa as well. And Magnus, I don't know if you get this sense, I think you probably do, I certainly have, that this year has been, maybe back end of last year and the start of this year, a bit of a turning point for Ineos Grenadiers. They've just found they're going to have a new sponsor coming in too, so more money, possibly bumping themselves up into the echelons of being one of the maybe sort of top 3 super teams, if we call it that. And they seem I don't know whether it's coming into the, using the orange kit this year or what. They seem to also be racing in a much more positive way, and there's a good feel about the team. Have you picked up on that?
Well, I felt they did that already at the beginning of last year. They started to make that change and be more aggressive with their racing, and I've certainly enjoyed seeing them racing that way. It's a breath of fresh air, really. But it's also like, I think when you're looking at the riders that they have, they're using them in the best way that they possibly can, and of course every team has got its peaks and troughs, and with that some years are more difficult than others, but it's interesting to see how they are racing. Look at this little group drifting.
I think it's Sylvain Dillier at the front again, Maggie. So assuming it's definitely an Alpecin Premier Tech rider. I think it is Dillier. I mean, last year, I think Dillier did, almost entirely by himself, about 250k on the front, with very few other riders. Occasionally, I think Mike Hutchinson and I were pointing this out. There would be other riders who came up, but they were really just riding up alongside it to see if he was still there, checking he was still there, and then dropping back. But is Dillier just riding to a set wattage then, and others aren't holding the wheel? What's going on?
I think that's pretty much it. There were a few nature breaks being taken, and riders sitting up a little bit and letting the wheels go, and with that, these gaps open up. So I don't think it's him trying to ride harder, because the gap that they got to the breakaway is, I would classify as perfect. If anything, possibly a little bit on the low side. So yeah, I don't think he's trying to split the peloton. But it definitely has been a decent little split here.
Yeah, and it's interesting still to see Doman Novak following him as well for UAE Team Emirates. There's I sense more nervousness about this than last year, Maggie. The breakaways had a maximum of 4 minutes. They've only got 3:20 now. By this point last year, they were nudging 5.5 minutes. So
yeah.
I mean, what's contributed to that this year? There is a sense, there's Pogacar right in the middle of, if you like, that second big group. But is it the weather conditions, or is it how close things ended up being last year? What's made it so nervous?
Well, the wind can play a factor into that, and the lack of it. And when there's less wind, it becomes easier for the breakaway to ride. Their energy will go further, but at the same time, there's so many different factors. It's a slight different change in tactics from Alpecin Premier Tech. Have they thought of something that maybe this could be a way to somehow just change the outcome of the bike race in one way or another? And is it worth a try? And let's have a go at it. There are so many things that comes into mind, and other teams, what they're thinking, riders trying to save energy, and it's such a big algorithm that goes on constantly within the peloton.
Yeah, even the breakaway there, using the opportunity with their 3-minute 12-second lead to have a little bit of a break as well, drop back through the cars, pick up what they need. And in a race of this length, Magnus, as you'll know only too well, even in the breakaway, they're having a little bit of banter and chat and smiling and laughing as well, while that gap is swinging where it is. Magnus, can I ask you, tell us about your experience of Milano Sanremo as well, and maybe give us a bit of an insight, if you can, into how you manage yourself across that day. We're seeing riders swinging over to the side of the road having a nature break. We're seeing loads of food going in all the time, constantly eating and drinking. Tell us about your experience and how you managed yourself and learned to.
Well, I think the opening part of the Milan Sanremo is just a constant trip between the team car and the peloton, and getting rid of clothing, picking up more food, picking up more drinks, both for yourself and your teammates. Obviously, I never raced it to win it. I was always racing in service of other riders, and with that, it's making sure that you're sitting in a good enough position, but not too close to the front, making sure there are no splits opening up like this one, and trying to save as much energy as you can. And ultimately, my finish line was the right hand turn into the bottom of the Cipressa, and me winning was by being first in there with my leader on the wheel. So how you manage this particular part is also going to have a massive effect on how effectively, at my point, I could do my job to arrive at the bottom of the Cipressa in the best possible way. So it's all about just eat and drink and save energy until you hit Capo Mille, Capo Berta, and then it is on for 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, really, where it's full gas to try and position yourself in the best possible way.
What would have been the last year you rode it, Maggie? Sorry, I'm testing your memory here on Saturday. And who was your leader? Who were you riding for?
You would have been probably maybe it was 2008, and I think we rode for Julian Dean at that point, if I remember right. Someone will message in and tell us.
Just, oh, yeah, absolutely, they will. Just spotted down there, Jan Christen out, according to the graphic on our screen. And that's illness. He was on debut anyway, the 21-year-old. Never ridden this race before, Jan Christen. An awful lot of talk about how he might ride today. So that is one teammate down for Tadej Pogačar. Well worth noticing that. It was also notification there that Venezuelan road race champion Luis Aular is out for Movistar too. So it came up on our screen, so I must report it as fact. But Jan Christen out. Whether there will be, Magnus, you know there will be some people, some fans out there who love to jump on the Jan Christen bandwagon and say, well, that simplifies things for Pogačar now. You know, it'll be much more straightforward. But he is in incredible form, Jan Christen, and I did think, personally, I was thinking he could maybe have done that Jonathan Narvaez job on or into or halfway up, for instance, the Cipressa. So that's a strong rider gone.
Yeah, it is a strong rider gone, but it seems like there's a bit of illness travelling around the peloton, and we've seen quite a few riders, both in the men's and the women's peloton, that's been having to effectively either not take the start or abandon the race.
Yeah, in this race in particular, as I mentioned briefly at the start, but I'll remind people again, no Matthew Brennan for Visma Lease Bike, the British rider who I think a lot of British fans were really excited to see here at Milano Sanremo. No Matthew Brennan, and also, as I did mention, no Jonathan Milan either for Lidl Trek, Italian star, of course. Maggie, Tom Pidcock, we know he's in great form from his ride in Milano-Torino middle of the week. I think a lot of people actually, until I have to remind myself, think about his attack, what was it, 2 years ago, coming onto the Via Roma, where he was dangling out there and had to be closed down by Mathieu van der Poel, who was leading out his teammate, Jasper Philipsen, who won, of course. But that is the kind of move, actually on another day, maybe if Van der Poel hadn't done that, maybe we would be talking about Tom Pidcock as one of those, what would be 9 former winners in this race too. And it has got his name all over it, this race, when you bear in mind how great a descender he is, how punchy he is, and all those characteristics. He's a box-fresh, ready-made MSR winner, isn't he? Surely.
I do think he's got the capabilities to do it, yes. But like we've heard already, it's probably the easiest monument to ride and one of the hardest to win, because nothing can go wrong from the start to the finish, and yeah, all the pieces of the puzzle has to fit in perfectly to have a shot at it. And obviously, the better you are, the easier it is to fit those pieces together. Let's see. It does take a few attempts, let's say, to win this bike race, to figure out exactly what you need to do at what point and how you can effectively win the bike race.
Well, what I haven't done yet is made sure we pay full due respect to these 9 riders who are in the breakaway. All but one of these teams has 2 riders here. It is perfectly formed. The The odd one out is Alexis Fourpost, the Frenchman at the back here, riding for Picnic Pustanel, the Frenchman, with the 174 on his back, in the colours of the Dutch team, Picnic Pustanel. But as I say, all the other teams in here have got 2 riders. I'll talk everyone through them as they come to us. This is Menalo Moro at the back here. The only other... sorry, he's one of the Italians, of course, riding for the Spanish team, Movistar. So Movistar placing 2 riders in here today. The other one being Lorenzo Milesi, who, I'm going to say it now, I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of the final survivors. That's my prediction for this breakaway, Maggie. It would definitely be Martin Marcellucci doing what he did last year and being the last one out there. That's if the breakaway's caught. Sorry, let me just say that now. The breakaway might not get caught. These guys might contest the win. However, I know there's an awful lot of people, and Maggie, I can almost hear you shaking your head. But, no, I'm serious. I always promise myself, we must talk about breakaways, even in the likes of Milan-San Remo, that have the possibility of surviving. Otherwise, I'm always conscious that someone who's very new to watching our sport might be thinking, what are you talking about? They're leading. Surely they're going to be the winners. But... I thought Marcellucci did a great ride last year. It's very much his thing, being the survivor from a breakaway. I've seen it so many times, particularly on the Pro Series races as well. And he has Emanuele Tarossi with him in order to do a little bit more work along the way as well. So, 2 Bardiani CSF 7 Sabre riders, the Italian Pro team. 2 Movistar. 2 from Team Novo Nordisk, the American team, which I'll remind people, and anyone maybe who's watching for the first time and doesn't know this, is a team made up entirely of Type 1 diabetics, that team too. They are one of our 2nd Division Pro teams in the race, placing 2 riders in there. One of their most experienced and longest serving riders of all time, Andrea Peron, the Italian, along with David Lozano, the sole Spaniard in that breakaway too. And we are just picking up the back of the field here and looking at the shoulders of Felix Großschartner for UAE Team Emirates too. Maggie, I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to ask you for your stylistic take on today's Milan-San Remo special kit for Polti Visit Malta. Throwback all the way back to 1994, something like that, the Polti of the 90s. What do you think of it?
I love it. I love it. I loved when X did the 711 kit. I love this kit as well. Yeah, for me that's right up there.
I completely agree. That's the correct answer. It's loud. you can't miss it. But no, really nice to see. I really like that kind of thing. Swapping out their kit for something, not just something different, but something as you say, and as we say, mentioning references the history of the sport as well, and the history of that sponsor as well. There we go. We are just in Voghera, which means we're continuing southward, of course. We are about a third of the way down towards the Ticino. It is often forgotten by people that actually part of the reason this race is so long is you have longer to ride to get to the coast than we actually have riding along the Italian Riviera. They are still in Lombardia at the moment. It's not far, in fact we're very, very close to the border when they cross into Piedmont and continue riding south, but it then gets a little bit more hilly. There's a couple of rolling foothills that take us into the base of the very long drag to the Passo del Ticino as well. And Magnus, it's been hinted at already, we've talked about it a little bit, this idea, in fact Brian Smith has said it, so I'm going to keep hammering that point to see if he's right, that potentially on a day like this when it needs to be made as hard as possible, Tadej Pogacar's UAE Team Emirates team might want to use the Ticino to filter everything down and really hit that hard. Could that be a risk? And bearing in mind they've lost one rider already, they've burned some matches there. What's your take? And do you think that's going to happen?
I think it's still too far to go to the finish. And if they do that, they would have to take it on from there on. By the time we get even to the bottom of the descent of Ticino, we still have 140 kilometers to go. So to me, it doesn't really make sense. If anything, put more pressure on Capomeli, Capobarta and really go super hard on those two climbs, because they're far closer to the Cipressa, and it carries more fatigue. So I would save the energy for that part of the race.
Have you been tempted to predict a winner yet, Magnus? Well, that's very naughty of me. Maybe give us a little handful. You know, we should be sticking our necks out a little bit early on. Maybe don't have to put them in order, but maybe like who are your top 3 or 4 riders? What?
Well, I think the two obvious ones that we've been talking on since we basically took off this morning is Van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar, the two key riders, I think, and then it comes down a lot to this man in the picture there, Filippo Ganna. Has he got the legs? He's looked good in Tirreno, I think. It seems to be going really well so far. Throw Tom Pidcock in there, depending on how it's raced. Girmay, you know, there's Jasper Philipsen has also looked pretty sharp in the last couple of races that he's done. So there are quite a number, but it all comes down to how is this bike race done? How are they going to ride it? What's the tactics from the favourites and their teams? And that's where I think we're going to have to make the wait and see effectively how they decide to ride it.
Well, there's the man himself, the defending champion, 3-time Ronde van Vlaanderen winner, 3-time Paris-Roubaix winner, something that Tadej Pogacar has not done yet, double Milan-San Remo winner. Any chance ever, Maggie, of this man, Mathieu van der Poel, winning Lombardia, Liège-Bastogne-Liège, in this era?
Ooh. Lombardia, I think, is possibly too hard, but we are talking about Van der Poel, so if he puts his mind to it, I'm sure he can possibly get to that point as well. Liège, I think, is more within his reach for some reason. I don't know why I'm saying that, but I just have this feeling that's a possibility.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Certainly for a race like this, it is fantastic to have this particular duel, this particular rivalry, which second year in a row now is looking exceedingly prominent in this race between Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar. Hats off, by the way, and a big thank you to Killian Kelly for the stats that he has provided for our commentary teams covering both the men's and women's races this weekend, because there's some fascinating stuff in there. I'll roll with some of his stats here as we watch our breakaway. Lorenzo Milesi rolling through. Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar have won, and this is just a little reminder, 13 of the last 15 Monument Classics between them over the last 3 years. The only exceptions were Jasper Philipsen at Milan-San Remo 2024 and Remco Evenepoel at the aforementioned Liège-Bastogne-Liège back in 2023. And before 2023, no two riders had ever won 2 Monument Classics, so monuments, each in the same year. Van der Poel and Pogacar have now done it in each of the past 3 years. This rivalry is fantastic. Maybe I don't know what, 5 or 6 years ago, people would have been saying, well, yes, but what about Wout van Aert? Why aren't you including Wout van Aert in that? History's rolled on a little bit as well. He is, of course, one of the 8 previous winners of this race that's in the field, that is, Wout van Aert. But what are your thoughts on Wout van Aert coming into today? Now they've got this, dare I say it, slightly simplified process of not having Matty Brennan in the Visma Lease bike make-up. With the start of season they've had, Maggie, wouldn't it be an incredible thing for them if they were to win Milan-San Remo today? But what's your take on Van Aert?
Of course, it would be phenomenal for them to pick up that win, but I don't know if actually it makes it simpler for them when Brennan is not there, or if it makes it more difficult, because they could focus on Brennan for a potential sprint if if that was to happen, and let Wout van Aert have all the fun that he wants without actually having to think about maybe doing a result in some sort of a sprint later on, should that happen. And that in my mind makes it easier for Van Aert to race with complete freedom and an open mind. So does it make it easy for him? You know, that's my opinion anyway. I think he's good enough to play a major part in the final today.
Just see hills in the distance just beyond them as well as they continue riding southward. Pretty much one long line now as well. And the gap has come under 3 minutes too as well. The biggest gap they did have was just a smidge over 4 minutes for the 9 riders out front. Oliver Naassen riding for Decathlon CMA CGM in a team, well, today, where they would love it to come down to something of a large group sprint finish, not least with Tobias Lund Andersen on 3 wins already this year, and very much one of the up-and-coming sprinters this season, having moved to the Decathlon team. I can't see it happening though, Maggie. What with everything we're talking about, you know, talking about the concept of it coming down to a large group sprint finish, and the likes of Tobias Lund and Jasper Philipsen and others having a chance to actually sprint this out. And would it be any different if Tadej Pogačar were not here? Would that make a sprint more likely? I mean, we've got Isaac Del Toro, of course, and others.
I think every year, for as long as I can remember, we've had riders who don't want it to come down to a sprint, and teams that don't want it to come down to a sprint. So I don't actually think it would make any real difference. You would still have riders trying to split the bike race up on the Cipressa, on the Poggio. But I think possibly because when Pogačar goes, it's such a violent attack, it becomes very difficult to live with, and maybe that's the difference right at this moment, that people are, riders are struggling to follow that particular speed, and maybe it would be easier if it wasn't such a hard attack that's coming. So yeah, it is possible that it would be better.
This is the town of Tortona, regular feature on the Ride South, exactly the same as it was 1 year ago. And talking of potential fast men for the finale, Lukáš Kubíš, the Slovak road race champion, right on the back for Unibet Rose Rockets. There you go. There's the stat you've all been waiting for. The most dominant rider of all time. 7 editions of Milano-San Remo. And I guess it's really since that era, Merckx's era of winning 7 of them, Maggie, that it's become so much less predictable. Now we're settled, as we have been since 1982, on the combination of the Cipressa and the Poggio, with just that small gap, the 9-kilometre valley road between the two of them. So much less predictable as a result of that. I don't think we'll ever see another rider winning 7 in a row, but I'd be happy to be proven wrong. We will see. Little update. Sylvain Dillier still on the front, of course. Welcome back, those of you who have been away to a short break. I can confirm that Sylvain Dillier, former Swiss champion for Alpecin-Deceuninck, is still on the front of the peloton, and he has chipped away a few more seconds to bring these 9 riders to now under 3 minutes. My name's Jez Cox. I'm in the company of Magnus Backstedt. We're going to have Brian Smith jumping in with us a little bit later on, and at some point I'll hand back to Carlton Kirby as well, as we continue to bring you what is the longest day of racing in Monument season, but with very, very good reason. Wherever you are watching this around the world, if you're watching it live, thank you so much for being with us. It's our delight to be sharing Milano-San Remo with you in its 117th edition. Don't forget, by the way, we're also covering the 9th edition. I've got to get that one right. 9th edition of the women's race. which this year is called Sanremo Women, presented by Crédit Agricole. That is its official name. It is not Milano Sanremo Women or Milano Sanremo Donne. It is Sanremo Women, presented by Crédit Agricole. And we watched that one with great interest today as well. Some of you will be double screening, I'm sure, to catch both. But if you're watching this one live and want to come back to the women's race, make sure you watch it back on Discovery Plus or wherever you're watching this as well. You'll be able to pick it up. You're looking at our breakaway, the 9 riders. We've just seen Lorenzo Milesi giving a gel to his teammate Manilo Moro, by the looks of it. Now, I'm just getting some information in my ear that the reason Jan Christen and Alois Aula are out of the race was because they actually crashed. Here it is. Now, this is what happened. I thought it was strange that they were both out, and they'd come down hard too. Jan Christen there, it looks like he's hit the deck. I mean, that is a still photograph. Do hope they're both okay. Alois Aula, the Venezuelan road race champion from Movistar on the left. One of those riders who actually, had it come down to some sort of large group sprint finish and he was there, would have been someone worth mentioning. But Jan Christen, plenty of talk about him this week, as one of Tadej Pogacar's henchmen. That's a little dent, a little chip that the UAE Team Emirates riders, Maggie, would have got in their ears shortly after that crash to hear that Jan Christen was out. Yeah, so now we know how it happened.
Yeah, unfortunate. You know, but that's, yeah, it is part of bike racing, and it does happen almost every race that you have riders go down. So would they have needed those riders in the bike race? 100%. So, but it's something that you're used to, and you make the calculations based on that, and you carry on.
Magnus, I've never seen it as bad as this. I can't remember commentating on a race where the pulling at the front of the peloton keeps detaching itself from the peloton. Then we see these ridiculous chases going on to get across the gaps.
Yeah,
what's going on back there?
I've not seen that before either. I think it's quite interesting, that the fact that they are sitting up and letting wheels go and letting these groups drift off the front. It makes it also quite nervous down the back as well, because obviously some of the favourites wants to sit a little bit further down the back of the group and rest, and then all of a sudden the speed picks up. You haven't quite seen why, and you're wondering what is going on here. But yeah, I've not seen this before.
No, and for those of you who maybe haven't been with us since kilometre zero, it's been going on the whole time. There's Sylvain Dillier at the front. We've got other strong workers behind him ready to do their bit, like Eduardo Alfini joining him, and individually 1s and 2s coming across. So technically, I'd be calling that Group 2 on the road a breakaway group, but it's not meant to be like that. That group is hard workers led by Sylvain Dillier, doing the pace setting to make sure they keep this gap. By the looks of it, they want to keep it under 3 minutes, but for some reason, as we see Mauro Schmidt, the Swiss champion, sewing up that gap as well. He's coming back together again, but there's quite a lot of energy being used in doing this, despite the fact that we're seeing John Degenkolb having a bit of banter about it. Anyway, we're now going to hear from the man on screen who's having that banter with John Degenkolb. Wout van Aert there in his Red Bull helmet spoke to us just before the start. Let's hear what his mood was like.
Well, Milan Sanremo, your first monument must be so special to come here again. Was it the best moment, the highest moment of your road career?
Yeah, it's hard to say. For sure, one of the best. I was lucky enough to have a few special moments, but yeah, of course, at that time was really a special win, and year by year you appreciate it more.
Not having met you at the start is a shame, is a pity for the team. It gives you a little bit more responsibility for the team in this race.
I wouldn't say it like that. Anyway, I was one of the leaders, so for sure the pressure was not on our young gun, but of course with him behind, it would have been maybe different to play it tactically, and yeah, it's a shame for our team strength that he is not feeling fit.
Considering the way the race went 1 year ago, how do you think it will unfold this year, and maybe being with Filippo, Mathieu and then Tadej on the Cipressa, because even the Stones know that something is happening there. So is the plan for you?
Yeah, I think, like everyone, I expect a similar scenario with UAE definitely trying already on the Cipressa. The climb is probably a bit harder than Poggio, so it's a better chance for Tadej to make a difference. But yeah, first goal for us is to be ready there and try to follow.
Best of luck. Gracias.
Thank you.
Well, Van Aert there for Visma Leasebike, the Belgians. Last win, of course, coming on stage 21, the final stage in the Tour de France last year. But he's looking good, sounding quite confident as well there as he was chatting to us. Right, as we look back at our breakaway, that gives me a chance to bring in, and I thank Magnus for the meantime, former Paris-Roubaix winner, Magnus Baxter, and it gives me a chance to bring in former double British road race champion and current Olympian, because once you're an Olympian, you're always an Olympian, as we all know, Brian Smith. Hello, Smithy.
Hi, Jez.
Brian, have you seen this behaviour before, or anything like we've seen today over the last, 50k or so? It's been non-stop, these gaps opening up in the peloton. What do you put that down to?
Just riders pulling out the wheel, stopping for a natural break. You can see it's constantly changing. OK, we've got Sylvain Daly at the front, and that will be the only constant. The riders behind, what they're doing is just moving over, and obviously when you move over, sometimes you signal to riders to just kind of come past you what you're trying to do. But we've just gone through a situation there where we've seen riders kind of just pull out for a natural break, and it's a lot easier to do it at the front. So if you're at the front, pull over, you do your natural break just as the back of the peloton comes, and in you go. So that's been the case of these gaps that have been appearing. So riders at the front, natural break time, pull out, and then slowly the riders that have been left to close the gap are doing it. We did say that it's all about preserving as much as you can. So you're not going to just zip across that gap. So as riders pull out, you just slowly come back and knit this all back together. So I don't think there's anything untoward. I've seen this happen in many other races, and just as I say it, riders are doing exactly what I said. But yeah, it's just riders that are just maybe not wanting to close that gap quickly.
Brian, I'll just get your take on the Jan Kristen crash as well, and his retirement from this race. How do you think that will have been received on the ears of Tadej Pogačar and his teammates?
Not good. You saw the difference he made in Strade Bianche when he set up Pogačar to go solo. So he has started the year very well. He is a major cog in the, in the plan for Pogačar to win this race. So he'll be deeply missed, but the race will continue. This race is renowned in the past for crashes and maybe taking out riders, so they'll just have to adjust the plan a little bit. But Jan Christian is a major loss in my book for Pogačar.
Yeah, let's hope he's all right, and Luis Alar as well, as we say. Well, these three seem to be working quite evenly. I haven't seen anyone missing turns as such, or sitting on. Obviously, all taking it in turns to go back and keep the eating and drinking going, as we know is so important. As you can see, we are in the municipality of Tortona as we continue riding southward. Still very flat, really, this part of the course at the moment. Little undulations beyond them. We've got a couple of ridges to get over. And actually, although the Torcino is classified at being 2.4 kilometres, it does drag very gently, but it drags for effectively 35, nearly 40 kilometres in total before you get to the very top as well. And then a much shorter, faster, only about 12k descent down to the coast itself before you see the other side of Milano-San Remo, the beautiful Ligurian Italian Riviera coastline. Not that this isn't beautiful. We're lucky with the weather this year. It was certainly wetter last year. It was a pretty grim actually as we headed towards the coast, hoping for a bit of sunshine. My suspicion is we'll get that sunshine when we get to the coast itself. I can't see this gap now probably really going back above 3 minutes again, Brian. So if they are caught, it might mean they don't survive as far as they do, because as I said, Marcia Lucy, who's in the breakaway now, he was the only rider, if I'm not mistaken, that was in that group of 8 last year, and he survived on to the Cipressa as well. At this rate, I'm not entirely sure this lot will survive as far as that, but you never know, I guess.
No, we don't know. But one thing is for sure, Sylvain Daly is just riding his own race. It's irrelevant of what's in front of him. He's not chasing the breakaway. All he's doing is sitting at a wattage that he feels comfortable. Obviously, we would feel very uncomfortable sitting on his wheel, but you know, this is what he trains to do. We saw him in UAE Tour when he was getting himself in the breakaway, so he'll just be sitting there. He knows what he can capable of. He knows what he can ride at for the next 3 or 4 hours, and that's all he's doing, irrelevant of the time gap, because he's just bowling along at the front, doing his job, and he'll continue to do this. No one else is going to help him. He did it last year. He's going to do it again this year. The interesting fact is, and you mentioned the Torcino pass is classified as quite short, but it's a long drag up. Let's see what UAE Team Emirates decide to do there, because I think they might want to kind of shake things up. Whether Jan Christian crashing out makes any difference, I think they've definitely got the likes of kind of Novak in the team that I'd be probably itching to do something. So let's keep an eye on that one. But I really do think that there's a big possibility that something could happen.
By the looks of it, blood glucose monitoring going on, or possibly, there we go. This is really interesting to see. Really interesting to see. This is Andrea Perron using what will be his diabetic pen, I think there. So possibly a shot of insulin, I suspect. And I've coached type 1 diabetic riders before, so I should know, because I used to actually carry one of those things around with me whenever I was coaching said young rider out on the bike with him. And that was what it would be. I'm pretty certain we've just seen an insulin pen there. Smithy?
Yeah, 100%.
Do you know what? For the team and for the diabetic community, what an absolutely brilliant thing to have just witnessed on our screens. And a visual demonstration that having type 1 diabetics, being a type 1 diabetic, sorry, can't prevent you from being involved in one of the biggest sporting events in the world.
Well, that's what they promote. It's not going to stop you, you know, reaching your goals or racing at this level. And obviously they're allowed to do this. They're a team of type 1 diabetics, the whole team. So yeah, good to see them in the race. They get quite a lot of good invites, and you know, they're notorious for getting themselves in the breakaway. Yes, and they've done exactly that today. That was a fascinating moment for those of you maybe any of you who don't, if you're watching and you think, well, actually, what does it mean to be a type 1 diabetic? How do you cope with it? How do you monitor blood glucose levels and what have you? I know a little bit about it, but go and Google it. And actually, if you go to the Team Type 1 website, they've got some really good explainers in there, some of which involve the riders themselves, talking about how they do exactly that. And they've been around a long time now, Team Novo Nordisk. They were actually called in the early days, weren't they, Team Type 1. And here they are still racing in the biggest races in the world as well. So nice opportunity with their 2 riders in the break, Perron and Lozano. Brian, while I'm on with you, who I haven't really asked you this yet, and I'm intrigued to see what you say. Do you want to give us early on someone who you think could be involved in the finale that we've not talked about so far? Do you want to chuck anyone in the fire? I had a little bit of a natural break myself, and had a little bit of porridge, so I didn't hear entirely what yourself and Maggie were discussing. I think if we go back to what Carlton and I were discussing, I don't know if you mentioned Wout van Aert, bit of a kind of dark horse. We discussed a few people, but I think the 2 protagonists are still, in my book, Mathieu van der Poel and Pogacar.
Yeah, while you were chowing down on your porridge, Smithy, we did actually catch a bit of an interview with Wout van Aert as well, who was sounding confident. Yeah, you're right. Maggie and I were discussing it, that possibility. I was asking Maggie whether he thought maybe it simplified things not having Matthew Brennan in the team. And actually, I'm probably wrong to say that, because that's not to suggest that Matthew Brennan would have been the focus. Wout van Aert is a former winner of this race. Matthew Brennan is still really emerging.
I think having Matthew Brennan there would have been better for them, in my book. Okay, it makes it a little bit simpler tactics, because if you've got someone like Matthew Brennan and he can get him within striking distance of the the front guys and bring them back for the sprint at the end. But I know there's very little time to be able to do that, but we've seen that in the past. You can remember even last year, Ghana coming back just in the final couple of corners before we went on to the Via Roma. He came back to the front. So if it gets a little bit tactical in the final, then there's every reason that maybe Wout van Aert's job would have had to be to bring him back if he was slightly gapped over the top of the Poggio. So it makes it a little bit easier for Wout van Aert now and the team. They have got a one-pronged attack there with the former winner. But I think looking at the form guides, he has been getting better in recent weeks. But then you look at, you have to question why, if Mathieu van der Poel's the leader of the Alpecin Premier Tech team, why have they brought Jasper Philipsen? Again, it's one of these situations where if it does come back to a sprint, then you've got that option. Because Mathieu van der Poel, you want to come here, a leader like Pogacar, you have the whole team working for you. Jasper Philipsen will not be doing any work whatsoever. He'll be trying to stay near the front just in case, the front riders, if it is Van der Poel and Pogacar, I don't think they'll do it. I don't think they'll throw the race away. But if it does get tactical, they start looking at each other, and the group does come back that Philipsen's there, and they've got I would say the best sprinter in the race.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. It would be interesting. I mean, I think there will be Brian, but there will be some fans who hope literally that Tadej Pogacar and Mathieu van der Poel go at it hammer and tongs again. But there will be others who hope for those moments of hesitation, those moments of looking at each other, where we have something of a regrouping. When was the last? So actually, of course, it was Philipsen's win when we had the last big group finish. I'm just looking to see how many were actually contesting that on that day. It was a big group, wasn't it? In the end, yeah. Oh no, actually, you say that. It split, didn't it? We're basically talking about, well, in the end, according to the results, 12 riders when Jasper Philipsen won. I thought the group was bigger than that, but I think it split in half, hadn't it, coming into onto the Via Roma as well. So, well, we'll see. We'll see what kind of sprint we get, whether we get a sprint at all, of course. Welcome back, those of you who've had another short break. I appreciate it's a day of lots of breaks because it is a long day out watching this, and if you are watching the whole 298 kilometres with us here at the home of cycling, thank you for being with us wherever you are around the world. It is a really special day as a fan, this, Smithy, isn't it? I remember watching my first editions of this race, I think probably when I was in my first year at university, or last year doing A-levels and settling down. And there's something of a rite of passage, isn't there, for the cycling fan, of watching the whole of Milano-San Remo.
Yeah, it's only been in recent years that they actually showed it line to line. Before they didn't. But yeah, we're getting to see the whole race. Everybody knows that it's the easiest race to ride, the hardest to win. I wouldn't say it's the most animated or exciting race that we cover here at the home of cycling, and that's where we come in. We have to entertain the people that are listening, because there's not a lot happening. We've got a breakaway, we've got a peloton, we've got one rider right at the front, but it's that crescendo towards the end that we look forward to. That when we hit the Cape, the race is fully on all the way to the finishing line, and that's what we look forward to. It's one of these kind of slow burners.
Yeah, special day, a very special day. And I think also, I can't help but think it's also because it's the first of the monuments. It sort of gives us an opportunity. There's still so much ahead of us. We've got
what is a monument?
Tours ahead of us. Are you asking me? What
yes.
is a monument? Ah, that's really cruel of you, Brian. Well, it's one of
You've got to be cruel to be kind.
It's one of the 5 monuments. That's what it is. It's Tour of Flanders, Paris-Roubaix, Milan-San Remo, Lombardia, Liège-Bastogne-Liège.
And what makes a monument?
What makes it a monument?
Because in the week with Milano-Torino, which is the oldest race in the cycling calendar.
You're going to mention Strade Bianche in a minute as well, aren't you? I know where this is going.
No, I'm just curious.
Do you know what? My answer to that, for what it's worth, would be a combination of history, prestige, and I guess that you've got to add into it a little bit, and this is where I know people come in with the whole Strade Bianche thing as well. Two things. The level of rider that's consistently been winning it, so the names that have won it, and also the sense of occasion. And I think that's where I don't think people are any. I mean, bear in mind, sort of, what was it, 20 years ago, we weren't using the word monuments. These were just the biggest races, right? Now we talk about the 5 monuments as if there's a sort of an international federation of monuments that have appointed them. It's not like that, is it? And I think it is the sense of occasion, Brian. I think it's the fact that we know so many more people will be tuning in for this race today because of its history and its prominence and what it means. Just watching Eduardo Affini having a excuse me, a little bit of a problem with his musette. They cannot get the angle right. There we go. I know you'll have a probably much more carefully thought out answer than that, Smithy. What did you say, mate?
No, that's the reason why I asked. What makes a monument? It's a little bit like maybe in other sports. In rugby recently, you get the Triple Crown. Well, we know what the Triple Crown is here in cycling. We had the Giro d'Italia, the Tour de France, and World Championships. Of course, the Vuelta used to clash a little bit with the Giro, so we had the Triple Crown. Now we don't see that anymore. The monuments, like you say, are the kind of 5 classic races, but I think it's just evolved more than anything else. But I'm just kind of curious why a certain race is a monument and others aren't. But I think it really comes down to, as you say, history and prestige. But then again, Milano-Torino is the oldest race in the calendar.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. We're nudging completing the first of these 300 kilometres. 300s of kilometres, of course. We're now down to 210k. Just a reminder to people of the kind of kilometre markers. We go over the top, or they go over the top of the Passo del Tercino with 150k to go. And they hit the first of the Capi with 50 kilometres to go. The prominent point, of course, really coming with, let's say, 30k to go. The run-in to the Cipressa. And maybe, Brian, nowadays, particularly the last couple of years, the way it's looked, the run-in to the Cipressa. We talk about, yes, the descent of the Poggio or the ascent of the Cipressa being really important, but the run into the Cipressa, I suspect this year in particular, is going to be fascinating in terms of positioning, because we've already heard how, despite how strong Tim Wellens and Jonathan Narvaez were last year, they weren't quite in the right position. Tadej Pogačar was too far back anyway. They didn't get it right on that occasion. Everyone's making a big deal about the fact that those two aren't here this year, and now they've lost Jan Christian as well. Why don't we ever talk about, why is it we don't bring up those things when we talk about Mathieu van der Poel? And actually, could Tadej Pogačar do it without the launch on the Cipressa? Does he need that?
Well, if you're asking, can Pogačar get rid of Mathieu van der Poel and Poggio, the answer to that is no. So he needs to use the slightly longer, maybe a little bit harder climb beforehand to kind of soften up or try and go solo there. No one has gone solo from that point to the finish in the history of this race, but they have to use what they can. It's going to be super fun. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows that the position to the Cipressa is key. Not vital, as you've already mentioned about Pogačar a little bit too far back, because it's a little bit longer. 5.6 kilometres in length. You've got that little bit of kind of wiggle room to come back. But I think Pogačar will want to get a better position than he did last year, and he'll want Del Toro with him. Will they use Del Toro? to go on the attack. If you can remember in Strada Bianchi, where it was asked, you know, what the tactic is, and he said, you know, tongue-in-cheek, you wait for Del Toro to attack first, and then, you know, you'll see what happens. That was a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek comments. I think Del Toro will go right from the bottom of the Cipressa, and Pogacar will launch like he did last year.
You think it's still possible to win Milan-San Remo the way you won it, or with Tadej around, it's going to be a totally different scenario?
No, I think today is on another level. Also, Mathieu, they're both on another level. So I think it will be really, really difficult and challenging tomorrow to try and beat them. But yeah, of course, I believe I do have a very small chance of success, and I think I'll get dropped in one of the climbs. But if I don't get dropped, then there's always a descent to go for it.
But the sport director, Gasparotto, said that you are the man of 1,000 surprises. So how are you going to surprise the field tomorrow?
I mean, yeah, you need to be within probably less than 5 seconds on the top of Poggio to be in contention for the win, and that's a difficult task in itself. But yeah, I think it's not entirely impossible.
Does the Milan-San Remo you won represent the highest moment, the peak of your career?
In a way, yes. Maybe not. It's not as visible as some of the stage wins at the Tour, but it's definitely one of probably the proudest moments of my career, because yeah, it's way more difficult to win a monument than to win a Tour de France stage, and I'm really proud of that achievement.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
One of the other Slovenians, Matej Mohoric, 31 now, the Bahrain victorious rider, winner, of course, of that edition back in 2022. The year, Brian Smith, the year of the dropper post. What they didn't ask him there was, has he got the dropper post on today? That's what I want to know.
You would assume that he has, because something that has worked in the past and worked to his advantage, you'd assume. We haven't seen him yet, but I would assume that if you won with it before and you've got a slim chance of winning, you would want you know, anything that's going to help you anyway. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But yeah, it's there's probably 10 or 12 riders in this race that probably believe and they've got maybe kind of 1% chance of winning, because this man here with Mathieu van der Poel are, you know, the other joint favourites. I would lean towards Mathieu van der Poel being the favourites in these kind of conditions, because it has been pretty perfect. One thing I did notice from the start is last year, because of the rain, he was all kind of wrapped up. I'm not saying all Dungaree style like Vingegaard and Paris-Nice, but he was all wrapped up, but he's had the same kit on pretty much from the start, so he's kind of ready to race, while others you can see are just sitting there with the long sleeve tops on. Some, I think most have taken their kind of leg warmers off, but it was a cool start to the day. But Pogacar seemed to be fine, you know, in his racing kit right from the start.
Yeah. It wasn't too long ago we actually caught a shot of Primož Roglic, who looked like he was out on a winter training ride. Full arms and legs covered, neck buff, the works for Roglic. But you can see a bit of heat haze there. And the sun has definitely come out as well. They are now into Piedmont, right in the middle of Piedmont. They ride through to get to Liguria. As they enter Liguria itself, riding up the Torcino as well, so it has warmed up. They've lost a little bit more time, the breakaway, and this is a much smaller gap. They had, it was about 5.5 minutes of lead this time last year, the 8 who were away, with a 9 here, 2 minutes 40, so it's come down a little bit more as well. Cofidis, and we noticed quite a few of their riders at the back. Of course, now, 1 year on, having entered a new UCI points cycle, Cofidis now a second division team, a pro team as we call them. I shouldn't assume all knowledge, because not everyone will know this, but the top teams in the world, top ranked teams in the world, are called the world teams. There's 18 of them in the men's side of the sport, that is. And then we have this collection of second division teams, of which there are 6 here, and Cofidis now is one of them. There are some teams, Brian, and I can't help the dominance and the dominance of Tadej Pogacar and Mathieu van der Poel in a race like this. I look down the list and I think, I couldn't tell you what they're going to do, and I hate to say it, but one of them is Cofidis, I think. I look at it and I can't... I mean, getting a rider in the breakaway, I would have expected them to try, but I didn't actually see... I'm not saying they didn't, but I didn't see any of the Cofidis riders trying to get in there, but they've got Alex Arambarou, Briand Coquard, Valentin Ferrand, and so on, a bunch of strong Frenchmen, and then Eduardo Zamperini. It's one of those teams I look at and I think, well, you're in the race, but I just can't see anything happening. I'm not being cruel. And they're not the only one. There's a few others like that I look at and think, yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. It's a bit. I know it's a bit cruel of me, but it's. That's the way it goes, I suspect. What I'll do at this stage, I think, is just pause for a moment, and then I'm going to bring back in Magnus Backstedt to see his thoughts on where we're at right now. Maggie, the gap is coming down. Is it now that kind of waiting game to get onto the Passo del Tocino to see whether Smithy's prediction of a UAE bomb being dropped there might happen or not?
Waiting game, I don't know. They've been sort of hovering around this, let's call it 3-minute gap for quite some time. So yeah, it will be interesting to see whether there is anyone trying, but as I said before, I think it's too early to really push to split up the race. Can they make it hard? Yes, but we also got to remember it's going to cost them an awful lot to do so, and with one man down, I don't see how UAE would do it. Like I said before, I think more on Capo Berta, they will push from there because it's a relatively short distance to the bottom of the Cipressa, and you can do more damage with, let's call it, those consecutive climbs.
Yeah. Hey, I noticed the presence there in amongst the Alpecin-Deceuninck riders there of the British rider Mark Donovan, the 26-year-old, placing himself in the middle. Whether he's... is there any credence to this? I think I've asked you this one before, Maggie. When you place a rider up there, even if they're not actually rolling through with Sylvain Dillier, well, no one's rolling through with Sylvain Dillier really at the moment, but just placing a rider there in there, does it buy you any prominence? Does it buy you any, I don't know, space and credence that you're going to have a part to play in the finale with Tom Pidcock or something like that?
Sometimes, yes, it can do, but I think actually at this point in the race, 200 kilometers to go, plus or minus. I think it's more, you know, he ended up sitting close to the front, and this was a good wheel. He got into it, and now he's quite comfortable where he is. So I don't think we should read too much into the fact that he's sitting as close to the front as he is. For me, it is, again, all coming down to just staying sheltered, staying out of trouble, eating, drinking. And when we get to Capo Mille, Capo Berta, then that's when the bike race really is going to start kicking off.
We were just seeing there the elder statesman, the oldest rider in the race, Wout Poels, the 38-year-old for Unibet Rose Rockets, the Dutchman, bringing a vast amount of experience to that team this year. Michael Valgren at the back there, back in winning ways. Back in good form, actually, this spring, Michael Valgren as well. And we should remind ourselves, he was 6th last year, Michael Valgren, the Education Easy Post rider. So, well, we need to keep our eye on Valgren as well, I guess, Maggie?
I think we should, yeah. He's certainly been riding well this year, so it'd be interesting to see what he can do, if he can put up a fight.
We are now going to hear from UAE Team Emirates team boss Mauro Giannetti, who spoke to us in Pavia.
Will you change anything, or is just about the detail? I mean, will you change anything comparing to the last edition of Milan-San Remo?
But the change will be just the tactic, and the situation, because every year will be different. They will not be the same rider on the bottom of the Cipressa like the last year. And let's see what happens also the breakaway, because also the breakaway in the first part of the race will be important to manage in the right way also. So I think will be the details between the Cipressa and Poggio also can change something.
Del Toro's role. you can only win Sanremo with Tadej, or you never know, you must always have a plan B?
You know, Sanremo is a race, at the end maybe we can think only 4 or 5 riders can win, but at the end maybe also 20 riders can win, no? Because it depends how tactically it works. And of course, in the 20 riders, Del Toro is also in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That Del Toro element, the young Mexican being in there, is a fascinating one. It is going to be really, really interesting to see how that is used. See how he's used. By the looks of it, Alexis Fourcross, the Frenchman from the breakaway, dropping back to the doctor's car. Any inkling what might be going on here, Maggie?
No, not really. Maybe it's a little bit of a stomach problem or something.
Yeah, could be. Just definitely taken a pill of a sort from the race doctor there. I guess in moments like that, Magnus, where you really are, when you're calling on the race doctor, you are suddenly out on the road in the race during a sporting event. Putting yourself in the care and trust of a medical professional who is literally rolling along alongside you while in the race. I mean, how many other sports have that as an occurrence? It's amazing.
Not many that I can think of. Not many that I can think of.
Quite an incredible job the race doctors and all the medical staff who work on our great races do. And not just great races, but even amateur races, medical staff being there to patch up and look after riders. But also do all those other things, like, as you say, headaches, dodgy tummies, all of which are very much part of the life of a professional racing cyclist. Gap's the same. That's the 98k gone. This is now, I'll say at this stage, this is now the final 200 kilometres of this, the 117th Milano-San Remo. And let's hope the sun is now set to stay as well. Any flickers, any twitches on your magical wind sensing machine, Magnus Backstedt?
No, not seeing anything at all. It remains the same pretty much.
Now, I think we might be looking at, if it's not an actual wedding happening, it's some wedding shots going on here. There we go. With a convertible VW Beetle, by the look of it, as well.
Nice.
Very nice indeed. Brian Smith, can I ask you a question, Smithy?
Yeah, fire away.
Yeah, sorry. I've asked Maggie a bit about his experience of this race. Can you tell us a bit about your experience of Milan-San Remo as well, and maybe take us back to that Ciolek year as well? I know you mentioned it with Carlton earlier. Tell us a little bit about your history with Milano-San Remo.
Well, one, I've never ridden it myself. I've been sports director at it, and again, it's one of these long, slow burners. I think, was it Wout van Aert? I forget one of the interviews just before. It was actually Jasper Stuyven who said this is a bit more of a mental race. And I would agree with him on that. Being a sports director here, you have to keep the riders focused on the job, because you can lose a lot of focus when you've got a lot of riding on the wheels like they are doing now. You lose focus. Maggie's saying, you just eat and sleep, but you have to kind of keep focus on telling yourself to put it in a smaller gear, turn the legs, save energy, all this sort of stuff. So it's a long time, even for people working in an office all day. When it gets to the end of the day, 5, 6, in the afternoon, you know all about it. You feel it. It's just a long day. Even if you're sitting at a desk or you're in a bike race, it's a long day, and mentally you can be fatigued from it.
Look at that start there, isn't it absolutely brilliant? So in 1918, Constante Giardengo took off at this point with 200 kilometres to go and rode solo to the finish as well. Incredible. Pogačar is by no means the first to be doing long breakaways like that. Mads Pedersen, former world champion, back on the bike, back in the race, and back, according to what he and his team have said, at least a couple of weeks ahead of schedule. And that is a good thing to see, Smithy, isn't it, as well? Because without him there, I'm just thinking about probably what would have been the focus for Lidl Trek today. Well, Søren Kragh Andersen is always up there in this race, isn't he?
Well, he definitely is always up there. But we got so many riders that come back for attempt after attempt after attempt to try and win this race, and some years are better than others, obviously. But it's part of what I love about some of these races is that it takes experience, it takes knowledge, it takes preparation, and you have to have that 1 in 1,000 days on the bike if you're not a Pogačar or maybe Mathieu van der Poel to pull this off. And that's what makes it special to me anyway, with let's face it, most of these monuments and big classics.
Yes, indeed. Sylvain Dilliot continues at the front. And I can tell you, just in case any of you don't want to see it, in just a moment we're going to show you a little bit of the women's race, which is underway, of course, at the moment. And if you want, you'd be able to switch over to that. I'll tell you more about that in just a moment. But just to tee you up to that, in case any of you were hoping to avoid it until a little bit later. And we're going to show you the women's race in just a moment. San Remo Women, as it's called, presented by Crédit Agricole. They are doing 156 kilometres, the women, and they started in Genova, so they don't start in Pavia like the men. They joined the men's course pretty quickly after just about 25 kilometres of racing. They're straight on to the final 126 kilometre run along the Via Aurelia, along the Italian Riviera, just as the men do as well, taking on the Tre Cappe, taking on the Cipressa and the Poggio too. Kat Ferguson of Movistar to the right-hand side, exciting young British rider, lots of people talking up her chances. Maggie, while I'm on with you, you are a sports director, of course, of a top women's team, Human Powered Health. Can you give us your take, or your maybe even a little prediction, but tell us where you think things stand in this, the second edition, so 9th edition, but 2nd edition in the modern era of San Remo Women?
Where things stand?
No, I mean in terms of the course they're using, maybe even the distance, and it do you think it has a, how would we call this, women's monument status? Does it feel like that again yet?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I was expecting it when they announced that we were going to have a women's Milano-San Remo. I was expecting it to be another, let's call it a monster in terms of distance for the women, which to my mind would have been 200k plus, but we didn't get that. We got 156 kilometers, which is on par with a lot of the other classics that the women are riding. Has it got the same pull for the women? 100% yes. It's something that everyone gets excited about. It's a race that everyone wants to ride and wants to try and win. And I think it has a little bit of a similar kind of tactical approach to it as the men's race has, in that it is very much, can you survive the Cipressa, can you survive the Poggio? For the sprinters, and for the climbers, can they get rid of the sprinters in one way or another? And it's the similar type of riders that would do well in the women's edition as well. So for me 100% it's up there with the likes of Tour of Flanders, although that has a longer tradition in the women's sport, but it should be there.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating watch today. You can, of course, as I say, everyone at home, you can watch it. You should be able to watch it where you're watching this. It'll be running at exactly the same time as well. If you fancy staying with us for the whole of the men's race, then do make sure you go back and watch the women's race later on Discovery Plus, if you can, too. I did briefly touch on the news there that we got just yesterday that the greatest racing woman of all time, Marianne Vos, not being able to take the start due to her dad being particularly ill and needing to be called to go and be with family as well. So we wish her and her family well. Her mum and dad actually regular fixtures, aren't they, Maggie, at all the races, and usually her cat as well, which lives in their camper van. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole family is obviously heavily invested in the sport and has followed her career, her whole career basically from start to until now. And yeah, we wish her all the best and wish her family the very best as well. So
yeah, indeed. In the women's race at the moment, they've got about 85k to go, so they're sort of sitting around halfway through as well. Back to the breakaway. I'm particularly aware that people will be joining us gradually during the course of the morning as well. As you can see, there's two of the Polte Visit Malta riders in here as well. This is Dario Bileta. And Dario Bileta, one of, just like most of the other riders in here, one of those professionals who is yet to win a race. That's not uncommon, of course. There is one rider in here who's won 3 races. He's technically probably the most experienced, the 27-year-old Manuele Tarossi. Tarossi, a winner of stages of the Tour de Langkawi, Tour of Qinghai Lake, and the Tour du Rwanda, as well as winning King of the Mountains jersey in Tirreno Adriatico as well, the Bardiani CSF 7 Sabre rider. Maggie, to your well-educated eye, they seem to be working well together this lot. You haven't spotted anyone missing turns or sandbagging a bit in there, have you? No?
No, it all looks very, very good. They're doing their job. Obviously, it's in everyone's interest in that breakaway to go as deep into the race as possible and hope that the peloton are sort of hesitating or starting to play tactical games so that they get a bit more time, because you know, for me, the fact that they've never really gotten much more than 3 minutes, it's interesting. Usually we see that sort of gap go up a little bit more, and then you ride a bit harder towards the end. But with Dillier doing his job, he's kept it at 2.5 to 3.5 minutes the whole time, depending on what's going on in the peloton.
Maggie, you're a former winner of Paris-Roubaix, as if you need me to remind you. Sylvain Dillier, did you ever think he might win Paris-Roubaix? Because he had that brilliant second place, didn't he, behind Sagan, where it was like he'd latched himself onto Peter Sagan and was just trying desperately to get to the velodrome with him as well. And do you know what, if there was ever a rider, who I think would be well received and worthy of getting that kind of that big win, it would be impressive, wouldn't it? Sorry, to go back to my question, did you ever think he might after that?
Well, he definitely showed that he had the capabilities of, being up there in the mix for Roubaix and probably some of the other big races as well. But ultimately, he is exceptional at the job that he does. And sometimes the way that the racing pans out is that you end up in a position where you end up racing the final and you're racing for the win. Does that happen every year? Definitely not. So those opportunities for the type of rider that Sylvain Dillier are few and far between. But I mean, when he's there, he's going to be dangerous, because a guy that's used to sitting 200 kilometers on the front at 45 kilometers an hour average the whole day, and those guys are difficult to make them tired when you're in the breakaway with them. Yeah. Because they're actually getting a bit of help as well. So, that means they're going to get deeper into the bike race, still fresher.
We are, of course, talking about the man on the front. He'll probably be on the front for at least the next 150k. He's got his own teammates sitting in behind him, but not looking for any help just yet. The 35-year-old Swiss rider, Sylvain Dillier. He himself still got a very decent palmares anyway. I mentioned that second place to Peter Sagan back in 2018 at Paris-Roubaix. He's also won a stage of the Giro d'Italia. In fact, he's won 8 professional victories so far across his career, which goes all the way back to 2011. Sylvain Dillier. I noticed something there, Maggie, while you were talking. Not that I wasn't paying close attention to what you were saying. We were looking at Victor Campenaerts riding up bullet style. He's got such a wonderful tuck profile. We need to have a look at him again. I don't think you might not have noticed this. He had something up his right sleeve, on the back of his right sleeve. He is one of these guys who likes, well, he's big into his aerodynamics, as a lot of these riders are. Did you notice it? Because I actually looked and wondered whether it could be something crazy like his radio or something.
I did see it, yeah. And it did look a little bit like a radio, and I mean, potentially it's not a bad place to put it from an aerodynamics point of view. But yeah, I don't know exactly what it was.
Yes, we're on the lookout for lumps nowadays, and gone are the days of the flappy jerseys. Everything is tight, so we see everything, and I mean everything, including the tiny little box in Tadej Pogacar's armpit when he celebrated his only, hang on a minute, yes, his only race finish so far of the season, by winning Strade Bianche. I think the conclusion we came to in the end with that, Magnus, was that it might be one of those Whoop-type devices, so kind of body monitoring device of sorts. We know they're not allowed glucose monitors, so yeah.
No. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. So.
We'll keep an eye on Campenaerts, so to see if we get a chance to see him again, because that was a much bigger thing, whatever it could have actually been a couple of gels that he's got stuffed up there, but it was quite noticeable, and he was riding up to give, I saw him give, I think by the looks of a gel or a bar, some food to Matteo Jorgensen. Matteo Jorgensen in this race, if we just keep that focus a little bit on Visma-Lease bike, this is the year that Jorgensen has said that he's really focusing on stage racing specifically, not a big focus on the classics, but he's such a great all-rounder, the American. I wonder whether he might be able to play a part along with Christophe Laporte and others to see if they can get Wout van Aert into prime position on the Cipressa. What do you think?
Well, I think 100% he will be playing a part. You know, and the fact that they got a strong team like that with various different options is also what makes them a team to keep an eye on, because they can play many different types of tactical games in this bike race.
John Degenkolb, 2015 winner there in the purple of Picnic Posternel with the orange stripes down the middle. One of 8 former winners. I keep saying there's 8 former winners. I'm going to quickly run through them. They are Mathieu van der Poel, obviously, as we know, the only 2-time winner in this field. And he sits alongside 7 other 1-time winners. Julian Alaphilippe, the 2019 winner, who was also second to Wout van Aert, and third. Alaphilippe's been first, second and third. As you see, Mathieu van der Poel still with the long sleeves on, being brought back comfortably back to the front with Jasper Philipsen. Read into that what you will, but Philipsen with Van der Poel. 2 of them probably just had a nature break, I guess. They've got Lukas Kubisch with them, but is that the first indication we see of Philipsen working for Van der Poel? Can we call it that, Maggie, or am I reading way too much into that?
No, I think you're reading way too much into that.
Good, that's fine. I want to break a habit of a lifetime.
No.
Okay. Let's get back to those winners. Wout van Aert, winner in 2020, of course. He's also actually technically, although he hasn't got the 2 wins like by Mathieu van der Poel, Wout van Aert, in the last 5 editions he's ridden, he hasn't finished outside the top 8. Whereas, obviously, I know on a couple of occasions Van der Poel has worked for others. He was 10th in the year that he led out Jasper Philipsen 2 years ago. But Wout van Aert's been 6th, 1st, 3rd, 8th and 3rd in the last editions he's ridden. It's worth pointing out, though, the last edition he did ride was 2023, when he was 3rd as well. Mohoric is another of those MSR specialists, it has to be said. He was the winner in 22, of course, the year of the dropper post and the crazy fast descent, hopping onto the edge of the gutter on the way back down the Poggio. He's also been 5th, 6th and 8th. Then you have Michał Kwiatkowski, the Pole, who was the 2017 winner. He was 3rd in 2019 too. John Degenkolb, who we've just seen, winner in 2015. Jasper Stuyven, another of those late attackers off the bottom of the Poggio as well in 2021. And then Jasper Philipsen, the 2024 winner from that large group sprint that we saw. Who would you say of the last sort of 10 winners, who's the most unusual one? If we go, maybe we'll roll it back to 2016, go back to Arnaud Démare. You've got, I'll quickly run through them for everyone listening. he is. So would you say then, Maggie, that Arnaud Démare was the last pure sprinter to win this race? I mean, Philipsen's a difficult one, isn't he?
Well, I think when you look at what Philipsen, even Arnaud Démare, they're more than just sprinters. They're good, solid classics riders as well. They're, you know, strong bike riders, and I think that's part of really what's making them able to sprint at the back end of a race, because in today's world of racing, the courses are harder and harder. The racing is faster and faster. If you haven't got the engine to get yourself to the finish line, you're not going to be good enough in a sprint either. So actually a pure sprinter, I don't know if there is such a thing anymore, because they're all capable of so much more.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you'd have to go back to like Abdul-Jabbarov maybe, and those kind of guys back in the day to be classified as pure sprinters that, you know, would struggle with 1,500 meters of altitude gain, whereas that's not even something that today's sprinters are considering a difficult day.
No. There's just to give it a little plug, by the way, I've no kind of iron in the fire, but just to give it a plug, there's a fantastic article that was published a couple of days ago on cyclingnews.com about different ways to win Milan-San Remo, and some fantastic archive photography going back over the last 30-40 years or so as well. And I was reminded of the edition that Eric Zabel lost to Oscar Freire. Spoiler alert, back in 2004, Maggie, when Zabel started celebrating and Freire was dipping up the inside alongside Stewie O'Grady. What a fantastic photograph in time in that race.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. That's a classic.
Yeah, you'll find it at cyclingnews.com, those of you watching, if you want to check it out. And that photograph, in a way, that I've just referenced, of Eric Zabel thinking he'd won, what would it have been, his fourth? No, it would have been his fifth, because he'd won four, didn't he? Yes, it would have been his fifth win. He was posting up for the celebration of his fifth win, showing once again that in this ridiculously long race of always knocking on 300 kilometres, it can come down to millimetres, literal millimetres. But as we also know, it can come down to hesitations as well. And I'm licking my lips at the prospect of the upcoming climb of the Passo del Tolcino to see whether it is UAE Team Emirates or another team or others who fancy really using that climb this time around as well. I hope so, because otherwise, all right, Maggie, I'll put this to you now. I'm not suggesting this by any means, but let's say there was a year, and there have been years, where it's been completely covered in snow up there, but if you took it out of the route deliberately one year, would the distance be enough, or is it that we need that elevation in the middle to give that fatigue load?
No, I don't actually think that we would need the Torquino. It's not a particularly difficult climb. It's the last sort of round about 2K that are a little bit more difficult, let's say, but it's 4.5%. It's not really, I would say, a difficult climb. If we did it from the other side, it's a significantly more difficult challenge, but from this side, it just gradually goes up. You kind of feel it in your legs a little bit, but it's not I mean, even for me, who's definitely not a climber, that wasn't a challenge.
Should we put a little bit of a focus on Soudal Quickstep while they're in shot? The rider who is following Sylvain Dillier is Pepijn Renderink, their 23-year-old Dutchman. And then tucked in behind him, Casper Pedersen, the Dane, and 2021 winner, Jasper Stuyven, right there. Looking at another former winner, by the way, Julien Alaphilippe right now. Not that you need me to tell you that, you lot, but you can see it for yourselves. Soudal Quick-Step, Magnus Backstedt, Paul Magnier, still only 21 years of age. Is he one of those Milan-San Remo winners in waiting, sitting there right now, whether it's this year, next year, 5 years' time?
Yes, I believe so. He, yeah, he's got the capabilities, he climbs well, and he's very fast in a sprint. So 100% I would put him down as a potential future winner.
Quite a lot of work today that's not being seen on camera, but we're spotting it being done, I think, by Felix Großschartner here, the UAE man at the very back, former Austrian road race champion. He's been picking things up from the team car, bringing it up to whoever needs it, riding up to the front as well, making sure everybody's got what they want. And look at this, Mathieu van der Poel himself has come up to check on the wellness of Sylvain Dillier. Just checking he's all right. What a fascinating conversation as he drops alongside him.
You enjoying your day out? Yes, definitely. Thank you very much.
How long are you going to keep this going? That's the kind of question I'd be asking. Here we go, there's that moment. He's bringing a bottle. I think he's bringing a bottle up for Dillier.
Yeah.
That is nice to see, Maggie, isn't it?
Well, and a moment as well, I think, for Dillier. You know, it's so important to just, when you have your leader come up and you know, do those little token things that you know you notice, you appreciate it.
Yeah, very nice moment. That classy gesture from Mathieu van der Poel. Quite a deliberate one too, as well.
Yeah.
Not a look around from Sylvain Dillier so far to look for any assistance or help. I'm presuming. I mean, do you know what, Magnus? I said last year I think he did 250 on the front, 250k on the front by himself. There we were talking about Paul Magnier. There he is, the exciting young Frenchman. We'll just focus on him for a moment while we're looking at him stripping down as well, getting himself ready. Definitely a sense that more layers are being taken off as we get closer to the gradual ramping of the road as we get closer to the Passo del Torcino as well. And there you
Still
can
one
see
more layer to go.
Yeah, there is another layer to go, you're right. From one exciting youngster to another, because alongside him is another, 21-year-old in the shape of Isaac Del Toro. No, Del Toro is 22 now, no longer a youngster. Riding, lots of layers being taken off right now. We can see Pau Mikel stripping off for Bahrain victorious.
It's an interesting thing, this whole bit with the clothing, to not be too hot, not be too cold, because obviously if you're too cold you're burning more energy. If you're too hot, that's also affecting your performance massively, way more than we certainly thought in my days of racing. And when we look at how heat has such a performance limiter, let's say, that we still see so many riders with so much clothing on so deep into the race. It's something that's I've always looked at and gone, why is that? Because it's the one thing, we're trying to cool down the athletes as much as possible when they're warming up, when it's a little bit hotter. Okay, it's not a super hot day out there today, but it's you know, the harder you work in, certainly in the breakaways here, your body temperature is going to be right up there.
Yeah, this is a lovely day, Magnus, we're looking at right now. Yes, it's been cool, but it's still springtime. It's La Primavera. It is just gradually getting that little bit warmer. Of course, this all comes in the wakes of Mankini Gate. Jonas Vingegaard wearing his bib tights over the top of his shorts as well to that incredible stage victory, and then paving the way for the overall victory at Tirreno Adriatico just last week. That is a clear illustration there, though, of just how important clothing is. It's not, you know, I mean, I think actually probably Jonas Vingegaard is one of those riders who isn't quite as bothered as some of the others anyway about how he looks. He's a dedicated, cool, calm operator, and probably won't have even thought about the fact that he was still wearing some bib tights over the top of his jersey as well to that. But
well, what's cooler, the way you look or winning?
Winning.
There we go.
Every time. Hey, Maggie, I'm going to put this to you now. Jonas Vingegaard. Now, just go with me on this, right? Jonas Vingegaard. If we're talking about Tadej Pogačar as being someone who's nailed on to win this at some point, whether it's today, he's going to get it done. We believe he's going to get it done, right? He's the most dominant Tour de France rider of the modern era with 4 wins. If we're saying that Jonas Vingegaard is the next best in terms of certainly the Tour de France, which he is, what about Jonas Vingegaard having a tilt at Milan-San Remo?
Yeah, why not? I mean, he's certainly capable of climbing with Pogačar, and I would say not far off equally as explosive as him. But it then depends a little bit on what you focus on as well, and you know, I think Vingegaard is more focusing on stage races than one-day races, whereas Pogačar just wants to race and he doesn't really mind whether it's a stage race or you know, one-day classic, monument, whatever we want to sort of categorize it as. And yeah, it takes a certain amount of preparation to do these one-day races well, because they are different. Everyone rides a little bit different. It is one day all out, empty the tank, where stage racing is more of a slow burner, let's say. And with that, yeah, different riders come into play, and the longer the stage races are, we see different riders again coming into play. The fact that we got Pogačar doing what he's doing, I mean, he's an exception to the rule. He's certainly not the standard.
No, it's a fascinating era to be watching. In fact, so often what Tadej Pogačar is doing, we hear the name of Merckx being referred to. Eddie Merckx, of course, a 7-time winner of this race. But yeah, I think one of the many reasons that Merckx's name is mentioned, I guess, when we talk about Tadej Pogačar, is because of the multitude of different kinds of races he's trying to win. I've talked on a number of occasions about the idea that whether he's really is trying to or not, you know, he's completing cycling, he's ticking every single box along the way. And whether he's actually really thinking like that or not, it doesn't really matter. This is one of those that he has not yet ticked. And is it just me? Are he and Domen Novak, Florian Vermeersch paying a bit more attention to the front as we get closer to the Ticino? Looks a little bit more serious. There's less laughing and joking going on for sure.
Yeah, probably more for the descent of the Ticino than the climb itself. Wanting to be closer to the front and take that. It's the safety aspect of that descent, because it is a technical descent. There is no question about that. So for me, yeah, it would be more that they're thinking of than anything else.
Still enough time for some chat between the riders going on here. A fantastic slow-mo though. And a look back, quite a long look back, about Dillier with the, come on you lot, what's wrong with you? I'm only sitting on, actually I would do this with Michael Hutchinson if I was here. I bet you can play this game too, Magnus. Bearing in mind weather conditions and everything else that you know, what kind of wattage do you think Sylvain Dillier is sitting at? I know it's watts per kilo, but what do you think he might be looking at as we watch Primož Roglič enjoying his lunch? And it's a slightly unfair one, but what do you reckon the number he's looking down at might be?
I would say somewhere in the mid 300s. But it's also so far in this race, it's not watts per kilo, it's watts versus per CDA, let's call it. So the more aerodynamic you are on these flatter roads, obviously the lower power you need to produce to ride at a certain speed. It's when we start going uphill then the watts per kilo start coming into play. But right now it's more how slippery are you in the wind. And I'm pretty sure as well, like most of the riders that do this kind of job would pay close attention. You mentioned Victor Campenas, how his attention to aero detail is so, you know, is so into it. To do this job and do it to the best of your ability, you would spend time in the wind tunnel on your road bike to understand exactly where the most aerodynamic position is for you on the bike, potentially tweak it a little bit if you can to make yourself even better at it, because for every watt that you save to go at a certain speed, the longer you're going to be able to do this for, or the faster you're going to be able to do it, and that all matters for the outcome of the race in terms of, you know, how much, how deep can I do this, and that takes pressure off my teammates, or they're going to be able to do their job in a better way again. So every detail matters when we come to these things.
We're on the cusp of the middle phase now of this 117th edition of Milano-San Remo. They were the words of Paris-Roubaix winner Magnus Backstedt. These are the words of me, Jez Cox. We have an alternating commentary team here today. I'll be handing back to Carlton Kirby in a little while as we get into, we're in Ovada now. We are starting the very gradual ramping of the road, though, to take us into the foothills of the Torcino, and then we get into the climb proper as well. The breakaway still sitting at 2 minutes 36. Sylvain Dillier is doing perfectly paced chasing back there, or at least holding back there at the front of that peloton. These are the same 9 riders who went clear very, very early on in the race. I'll quickly run you through who they are so you're all aware. 2 riders from Bardiani CSF 7 Sabre. They are Martin Marcialusi and Manuele Tarozzi, the 2 Italians. 2 more Italians for the Spanish Movistar team. There they are. The slightly smaller of them, or shorter of them, is Lorenzo Milesi, and he has his teammate Mandilo Moro with them. There are also 2 Novo Nordisk riders, Andrea Perron and David Lozano, the sole Spaniard in there. Alexis Fourprost is the Frenchman for the Dutch Picnic Postanel team, and there are 2 Polti Visit Malta riders in there, Dario Bieletta and Mirko Maestri. And they are the 9 riders who still have 2 minutes 38 seconds right now. And this is the little bridge that takes them to the outskirts of Ovada. Let's watch the front of this peloton. How much of a readying is taking place for the Passo del Torcino, taking them up to the high point of this year's race. Only 531 metres above sea level at the very top. But we're anticipating potentially it being used and possibly made a little bit harder than it has been in recent years, potentially by UAE Team Emirates. But let's see if others also fancy stirring things up, and to what end and why, I guess. More importantly, we are also, as you can see from the graphic at the bottom, still in Piedmont, but not for long. We are well, Ovada is the last of the Piedmont towns that we go through before we are fully into Liguria for the final 168 kilometres over the top of the Torcino, the very fast 12 descent down the other side to meet the coast, and then of course the classic images of Milano-San Remo are to come as they ride through Varese and on towards Finale Ligure, and then the Tre Capi, the 3 hills which lead towards the Cipressa, and the, well, I'm going to say probably the most important 30 kilometres in monument cycling, those final 30k, not least because we wait for them so long on this day. Don't we, Maggie?
Yeah, we definitely do. It's a big build-up and always has been. And then, yeah, it's being able to switch on as well after such a long time just sitting around waiting and waiting and waiting, and it keeps on building, and you can feel the energy change within the peloton, and all of a sudden it's full on, and it's making sure that you're reading that right, and so that you're in the right position when that starts to happen as well, so that you're not on the back foot when the pressure starts being applied.
The Sylvain Dillier-led peloton are on the other side of Ovada, as the breakaway are on the exiting side, if you like, of the urban environment. It is where they are just coming towards 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so very much lunchtime. Food of choice, of course, as they ride out of Piedmont towards Liguria. I'll give you some pointers if you're thinking about what you might want to eat this afternoon, those of you watching this wherever you are around the world. Purple asparagus, zucchini, fried zucchini, so it's a sort of squash-like thing, if those of you don't know. Artichokes, very much the flavour, and Genovese pesto as we get a little bit closer to the coast too. Ravioli, panciotti, ricotta. Wonderful Italian food. Some of you I know will do that. I know, Magnus, you probably know people like this, but people who will watch it and want to be sampling and eating and drinking some of Milan-San Remo fare.
Why not?
This is an interesting graphic, bottom right, Maggie, giving us an indication of what? An indication of draft have we got here?
Yeah.
On the heat map?
It's basically the bubble, as we would put it. You've got riders around you protecting you from, a bit like where we see Tadej Pogačar sitting there now. He's got riders sitting all around him, giving him the maximum amount of draft that they can generate, even though they're sitting really close to the front. Yeah, it's an art form and something that you, as a teammate, to well, when you're riding in services of a leader of a team, you have to be aware of them. You have to understand the aerodynamics and where you can put your team leader to be in the best place possible to arrive as fresh as possible to the key points of the course.
We need to keep a little bit of an eye on the front of the peloton, because Sylvain Dillier is still there, but now the next 5 places are taken by UAE Emirates riders, including Tadej Pogačar. So if what Brian Smith has been predicting is going to happen, it's actually looking quite likely from where they are, or they're certainly staying up and out of trouble. Anyway, back to the breakaway, led by the 2 Novo Nordisk riders. David Lozano, the first of those to go through. Keep an eye on them, because this is where maybe we'll start to see any weakness within this breakaway as they get into the hills and as they get specifically onto the Ticino as well. It's always a possibility we could lose someone from the breakaway. It would be pretty cruel if it happened in that way, but it's possible, Maggie, isn't it?
It is possible. I mean, by my account, we've already started the Ticino climb, and it is very gradual, very, very gradual for the first, well, it's almost 15 kilometers where it keeps on going uphill by a couple of percent, and then we got the last 2 kilometers that are then a little bit more, yeah, a little bit steeper, let's say, but we're still talking very doable percentages in like just under 5%.
Riding alongside the River Stura there off to their left-hand side. They follow southward for a long time. Now they're following it, of course, down to the sea. They depart from it over the top of the Ticino a little bit, but revisit it again. Right, let's watch, because the roads have narrowed now as well. We are cutting away a little bit from our lead motorbike. Still Dillier there, but lots of UAE Team Emirates XRG riders there. One of them that isn't there, as you can see, though, is Isaac Del Toro, having a nature break right at the very back. So potentially he's not involved in anything they might be planning, even if they are just looking to stay up and out of trouble. Well, as we are, as Magnus has now said, into the Ticino proper, I'm going to hand back now to Carlton Kirby and Brian Smith, and they will talk you through the bulk of the rest of the race now. Maggie and Carlton and Brian, over to you.
Thank you, Jez. Jez will be joining us, of course, at the end of today. Just pondering what is going to be a magnificent, I am certain, resumption of hostilities here. I think, are we allowed to say that? I think we can. I'm Carlton Kirby, sitting alongside me is Brian Smith. We'll be hearing more from Maggie a little bit later on as well. 167.9 kilometres of the day remaining, and it is, of course, the Ticino that we are heading to right now. No surprise to see the rainbow bands up towards the fore, and it's been a mixed duty, I think you might say. Certainly the Alpecin Premier Tech have done most of the chasing, and the man who's done most of the work, it seems, is Sylvain Dillier. You can't keep a good man down, and he must be a very, very good man. He's got a diesel engine, and he's using all cylinders at the moment. Saving the fact that his team have just been left in his wake, because slotting in directly behind him and almost waiting, I think, for Isaac Del Toro to tag back on is UAE Team Emirates. They will be a full fighting phalanx to deliver what could be a killer blow a little bit later on. Alpecin Premier Tech have certainly set their stall out. They mean business. So do UE Team Emirates. The two favourites, of course, Mathieu van der Poel and indeed Tadej Pogacar, are the ones to watch, unless, of course, you're thinking that their foils, Jasper Philipsen and indeed Isaac Del Toro, may well be given a chance today. Certainly, as far as the bookmakers are concerned, they have something to offer in terms of odds. But honestly, today, the odds are that the favourites will thrive. That said, so many surprises are garnered by this race and the course it offers up. Fatigue is a huge part of it. And I'm not surprised that, I wouldn't be surprised if a few riders here are feeling plumb tuckered out, because already having covered, getting on for 125 kilometres of racing, this is a long day. And indeed, it's almost drawn out torture, I think, for some, especially if you're the one turning the crank. And right now, still doing an amazing job is Sylvain Dillier, but just look at the skirmish behind it. It is UE Team Emirates ready to pounce, and I've got to say, Tadej Pogacar locked and ready, centre of proceedings. Who's going to stop him?
Mathieu van der Poel. I think that's the only rider that can stop him. Has stopped him in the past, and will continue to do so. We have been talking about other contenders, but just looking at the focus that Pogacar has put into this race, the recons behind the motorbike, everything that he's done, you know, the focus is definitely on him. Whether they do decide to ride, we just saw Del Toro taking a natural break and he'll be kind of moving up. Whether they do decide to you know, just invest a little bit on this climb, we'll have to wait. Of course, they've lost Jan Christen in a crash earlier on. Do they want to invest? But I think I've seen this race split up in the descent of the Ticino as well, yeah. With his gaps open. So we talk about just conserving energy as much as possible. They're in the safest place. Yeah, you know, if the wind is blowing, you'd probably be better back in that bubble, saving as much. We saw the heat map of, you know, where the riders were that were, you know, saving that little bit more energy with that heat map. But yeah, on the fronts, 50% of that heat has been generated by Sylvain Dillier. Did it last year, doing it again. No one else is helping him, but just keep an eye on as we get kind of further up this climb what you decide to do.
Just looking at who is mustering at the top, Brian Coquard back here, shooting the breeze, having a rare old chat with Biniam Girmay. And from the tilt of the head in the conversation, you kind of think, yeah, it's a bit of a toughie, this one, isn't it? How are we going to hang on till the end? No idea, mate. Let's see. What I am seeing as well is a big mustering at the front of all of the flamboyance that indeed is peppered throughout this peloton. Alaphilippe is there, Mathieu Trentin, wearing his former European champion flashes upon his sleeve. He's there as well, also moving up and wanting to be very much part of proceedings. Byron Victorious with Matej Mohoric. Likewise, Zambanini potentially at the end of the day for them. But yeah, the Aqua helmets are also on the march. Ineos Grenadiers not that far away from proceedings. Everyone seems to want their teammates around them, and it seems like the go button has indeed been pressed here. Tudor Pro Cycling making their move dead centre of the road, just over to the right-hand side, right centre as well. Team Picnic Post NL, John Degenkolb almost instinctively bringing his team up to the fore, and it's feed time for our breakaway, because I think they know that their cards are indeed marked. There's a lot of skirmishing, getting themselves into position, possibly out there to neutralise any moves that they would regard as untoward, just to try and keep things together and keep their principles in exactly the right place in case it kicks off. And even from this distance, I would not be surprised if UE Team Emirates went into punishing mode.
I wouldn't be surprised either. And they have mustered towards the front with Pogacar. And yes, one of these things that Pogacar always does or has done over the last few years is always an element of surprise. It wouldn't be a surprise to see him go on the suppressor and then the podium like he did previously. And we've heard many interviews thinking it's going to go along the same, but we know what he's like. We know he's quite happy to make big efforts early on in a race. That doesn't worry him at all. It's a bit too shallow for the moment anyway, but you know, we may see some changes as we get kind of further up this climb, as it starts to get a little bit harder.
Well, if the race was for the feed zone, they're stocking up good and proper. It's a two-bag job for UE Team Emirates. And as you can see, they're quite heavy bags as well. Tadej Pogačar is not going to have the indignity almost of going to the side of the road and collecting. Others will be designated to do precisely that. And the best teams, the best marshal teams, will have beginning, middle and end of the zone in order to be able to hand up just in case things are missed, because it is quite busy at the top. It almost looks close to the start of the race, and I think you might say this is the beginning of the run for home. Everybody in colour order, they're all kind of doing their final checks, I guess you might say, before takeoff. But who's going to take off?
Yeah, well, we're going to have to wait on that, but when you see the whole team almost of UE Team Emirates towards the front, it does kind of beg the question, and you have to answer these questions, and this is why we're seeing some of the other teams coming up just in case. Might not be on the climb, could be a push on in the descent, and then it all comes back together. But Del Toro, well, he had a natural break not that long ago. He's now made it up towards the front, so pretty much almost the whole team of UE Team Emirates towards the front now. Still Sylvain Daly, former Swiss champion for Alpecin, Premier Tech, setting the tempo. But yeah, let's see.
A little bit of a squeeze in the road there. You can see just in that little kink, or a shilly-shally, as it's known, when this particular pairing are riding together. Yeah, I also noticed that Tom Pidcock was making his way up. In fact, the ooh was because I was keeping my eyes on Tom Pidcock, and he got into a bit of shoulderage, trying to force his way past some of the Bahrain Victorious riders here. Damiano Caruso is in the house, by the way, for Bahrain. There's a few other notables as well that, and in fact, here we are. The Aqua helmets up towards the fore. Always a feisty unit. Never quite know when they're going to pull it out of the bag.
No, they have got a very interesting team here. Mohoric just reached hung out there, having a little bit of a laugh and a joke. Or they can afford to do that now. Maybe not in the finale of this race here, but yeah, Bahrain Victorious have come here with Mohoric, Borgo, Caruso, Ermakov, Mihailovic, Paul Miguel and Zambanini. A strong enough team, and we heard from Mohoric earlier on. He thinks he's got a 1% chance of potentially winning. Can't see if he's got that kind of dropper post on from this. Doesn't look like it, but you never know. But yeah, a few teams have come up now, and they want to look after their principal. Even the team of Alpecin have brought Van der Poel up as well.
Lotto Intermarché up towards the fore. Jörg Zimmermann, the German champion, was busy a little bit earlier on. Where their favours lie, well, we shall wait and see. But certainly Huub Aerts is somebody who could actually think about going long. There's a few time trialists within indeed our considerations that maybe just be allowed to have a bit of freedom. Within that number, I count Matteo Jorgensen, actually, who's on fantastic form at the moment. Whether he gets a free hand, I would have possibly advised it. He might be looking after Wout van Aert, but having seen Wout van Aert going head-to-head with Mathieu van der Poel recently and a few others as well, I'd be akin to let Matteo Jorgensen do his own thing, and he can TT as well, which is a vital tool in the toolbox, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. He started the season rather well. Looked really strong. It depends on what their tactic is. Is it all in for Wout van Aert? But yeah, I think it's good for them to have definite options, and you know, Jorgensen definitely one of them.
Well, here we are. The Rosignone is where we're coming through. We actually stayed here many moons ago, one side of the place in shade most of the year, and apparently that was the place to be, because in the very hot summers which you get down here, being in the shade was a premium. So all the best buildings are actually in the shade. These days, in the advent of air conditioning, all the best buildings are in the sun. But as you can see from that place, they actually built the railway station in the sun, and all the hotels and the rest of it in the shade. Passo del Turchino is where we are. 5.4 kilometres until we get to the start of it. But we've been climbing for possibly the last 10k.
Yeah, it's unfair, isn't it?
Yep.
It's just where it's categorised, but we can clearly see it's a shallow gradient, but it's still going uphill, and it does go uphill for a considerable amount of time, forcing some of the riders out the saddle. Doesn't look that steep, but when you see riders get out the saddle, it means that, you know, we have got a decent gradient.
Well, let's face it, they've already completed, what, over 138 kilometres. No wonder they're out of the saddle. I'll be in the hospital.
Yeah, this is where
at this speed
you have to try and kind of keep the gears down, just kind of pedal away. They haven't been given any time by Sylvain Daly at all, like 2.5, 3 minutes.
It's Daly versus, isn't it? It's amazing.
It is. He's doing exactly what he did last year. So this has got, you know, the script was written last year. It's going to be almost exactly the same, unless someone or some team decides to change it.
Let's wait and see. And that someone, of course, is Tadej Pogačar. Whatever moves they make, it's down to him. There's very little that happens that's a surprise to Tadej Pogačar.
Yeah, I think over the years we love it. Certainly I do, the unpredictability.
It's hard to say,
yeah. Unpredictable tactics that Pogačar has in his locker. He doesn't conform all the time.
Nope.
Normally, when you're given a schedule, you stick to the schedule, right, and stick to the plan, right? But some people decide, no, I'm just going to do my own thing. And of course, if you don't deliver on performance, well, you don't get allowed to do your own thing. But
anymore. Sagan did the same, didn't he, at the beginning of his career? He said, I'm out of here.
Pogačar writes his own script and delivers it, and he'll continue to do that
while he's winning. Yeah, exactly. As soon as that stops happening, then they may start adding a bit of scriptage to his to what he offers. 2 minutes 35 is the gaps, kind of rock solid at the moment. It doesn't matter how these guys are exchanging. What's going on behind is a fascination. Farid Prost, who's part of this group, an interesting rider. He's only a youngster, 21 years of age. In fact, he turns 22, according to Pro Cycling Stats, so I never think get enough shout-outs. They're phenomenal. Doing a great job. The man from Gleis. Let's see how he goes here today, shall we? He's managed to get himself in the break. He's like myself and Brian Smith. He's a spectacles wearer. He used to get teased for that as a kid. He used to get called Joe 90, but in France, you get called Yves Saint Laurent. It's much better for specs wearers.
There may be some people listening that don't know who Joe 90 is.
Or indeed Yves Saint Laurent.
I think most people would.
Joe 90 was a Marionation character, Super Marionation, which was basically drama with puppets. There we are. Showing my age and my strings. Right, there we go. Bed in, why don't you? Victor Campenaert's back here. I haven't heard much from the great man for a while.
No, well, he wasn't in the original start lineup. Brennan was sick, so they brought in Campenaerts, so it wasn't in his schedule. But
I know it looks like it as well.
Yeah, just sitting about.
Yeah, got a late call. Still trying to work off these steak and kidney pudding I had last week, which is a Lancashire delicacy. It's not like a flat pie up in Scotland, though.
Yeah, he's Belgian, though.
Just thinking here about challenging cuisine. That's where I'm going. We had a full roster of the deliciousness that's on offer in these parts from Jez Cox. But I've got to tell you, I had a Gorgonzola mousse last week, and it was the sourest, oddest thing I've ever tasted. And it turned out it was odd after a visit to hospital. But anyway, there we are.
Poor wee miss.
Listeria is not a very nice thing. But anyway, I can tell you from personal experience. Anyway, I'm all right now.
Didn't it have its own penicillin?
Exactly. But, clearly not penicillin. Yes. Some of my colleagues on the Tirreno Adriatico decided not to invest into completing the entree because they didn't like the taste of it, and they were the wise ones. There you Timis 42. There's a bit of looking around going on at the moment. Like, who the hell is this on the front? Is he human? Yeah, he is. It's Sylvain Dillier. I mean, what does he do on his days off? This.
Rides his bike.
Exactly. This. Goodness me. A little bit of mountain spill here. A beautiful sort of emerald green, as you can see, which suggests that sort of verdant green that's come through quite an agricultural area. If it had come off limestone rocks, it would be more of a aquamarine kind of colour to it, as in the stone. I know it's aqua and I know it's marine blue. Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. More bluey grey than greeny brown, which is what we've got right now. But yeah, there'll be some trout down there if Brian later on wants to go trout tickling, which apparently is banned in various canton. Let's get back to this. Looking back and through, Roglic is being brought up as well. I always wonder why Roglic is being brought up these days. I would have thought he'd been in the service of others. I want to see how Giulio Pellizzari goes for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. I've got a feeling that might well be in their back pocket. Lawrence Pitty as well is going to have a shout. I'd still put Roglic as favoured ahead of them, but Moscon, Fisher Black, Cattaneo, and of course the secret weapon, who is Danny Van Poppel, if he survives. He's got to slow down a bit if he's going to make it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that Primož Roglic is their go-to man today.
Pellizzari for the press?
I think Pitty, if he can, you know, he started the year okay. He's that sort of kind of punchy rider that could deliver a good sprint come the end. Not too sure if Fisher Black is all firing at the moment, but another good rider for them. So
yeah, Moscon's dropped his haunches a little bit of late. Cattaneo definitely a helper, but what about Danny Van Poppel, and what about some of the other fast men who've been able to hide today?
Yeah, I think everybody knows what's going to happen. They know the script. They know that it's about kind of hanging on. That's what you have to do. You know, they got these climbs so fast in the end. Even if you let the gap go, can you close, you know, a bike length? You know, I've been in these situations before where somebody's just pulled out the line, and then all of a sudden it's like it's only 10 meters, but you can't close it. You can't go, you know, faster than the guys that are riding at the front. We just had a wee coming together here, Ballerini,
exactly.
just a little bit of squeeze.
Yeah, I think he must have ended up on the deck. Certainly was struggling to get himself comfortable again. You never know as well, when you move in such a very fast, sort of awkward way, what you pull. You know, shoulder. He seems to be complaining about his shoulder at the moment. I don't think he hit the deck.
No, he's just going to get squeezed out like that.
Yeah.
No one. You can see it coming, the bridge, and everybody, you know, hitting the brakes and things like that. Yeah. But nobody giving an inch at all. There's no panic whatsoever there. But yeah, just a little bit of coming together for Ballerini. He's another rider that, over the years, has been mightily impressive, and another rider that is very capable of getting up here in this race.
Just checking on the Spinola family. We just saw the Guardian House, which would have been protecting any incursions up the valley here or down from the hills. Yeah, prominent Genoese family. Yeah, leading role in the Republic of Genoa. Of course, all the republics brought together by Sir Mr. Garibaldi back in the day. Whose name?
How is Mr. Baldi doing?
Well, he had a full head of hair, and his name wasn't Gary, but yeah, he made very flat biscuits, or indeed was fond of them, which he discovered in a visit, I've got to tell you, to a biscuit factory in Lancashire, and they were a failure biscuits apparently, with dried fruit and something that was supposed to be shortbread, but was less, was more biscuity than bready. And he loved them so much, they named them after him and supplied him all of their flat biscuits for his troops. I'd like to think that those biscuits on the borders of Scotland went all the way to helping the unification of all the dukedoms of Italy under the guidance and control of Mr. Garibaldi. Guidance and control is what this is all about as well. Don't forget, Tadej Pogačar is just wondering how to cope with not these guys up front, although suddenly they've got themselves spirited as it's knocked back behind. It's kind of got a bit cagey in the rear before we get up and over the top here. And I think it's because all the teams have been getting themselves with their own battle plans, whether they are to go aggressive or defensive, in order. And when you're trying to ameliorate and gather all of those resources together, it takes time. And often these guys who've got less of a plan just to carry on up the road, it's stretched a little bit as a result.
Normally it's not a crucial part of the race, the Ticino, and of course it has been in the past. We just saw the graphic up there, Capuchin back in 1991, when he was involved with an attack that went all the way to the finish from here. But normally it's not in the plan, but for some reason you can see a lot of the teams, even Ineos moving up in the left-hand side, right-hand side as we look at them. We know that Bahrain have been there in the dark blue. Of course, Alpecin riding at the front, and UAE Team Emirates. So a bit of a Kwiatkowski taking a bit of off-road there. But yet they've kind of moved up, because you never know. It's one of these situations we see in many races where if there's a little bit of winds, if you don't make the effort, you may rue not making the effort, because you turn the corner and it goes into crosswinds and, you know, it splits the race. A lot of the time and nothing happens, but you kick yourself if you miss out. So it's a case of that, just in case maybe UAE Team Emirates want to shake it up a little bit, but I think it's more for the descent than anything else. From past, it has split. Every time I've covered this race, it has split in the descent here, and then it's all come back together. It's about conserving energy, and that's why a lot of the kind of principal riders and teams have asked to be brought to the front.
Of note, at the bottom climb to the top, there's a difference in 3 degrees temperature. And in primitive, it's warmer just to kind of get themselves around showers and shot. So the idea is that these are to get some barring tours, or tours the front. Who for that? That's a Norwich?
I think we went through them earlier on. He's got a small chance, of course, of being a former winner. They do have, you know, some good riders. You mentioned already Zampanini, Paul Miguel. But I think of the riders that are here, Mohoric would be, you know, I think if he's got the form or anywhere near the form that he had when he won, he said he has to be within 5 seconds of the front of the race going over the top of the Poggio. I don't think that's going to happen today. I think we already kind of know and alluded to that it'll be Van der Poel and Pogacar in front, but you know, who would be able to stay with them? So that's the question.
That's what they need to say. It's Kwiatkowski there, but he's easy to define from behind. Maybe because of his ears. So the least narrow ears but really so fond of them. And when he is absolutely firing, actually status now, been around the block so many times. In fact, last time he won here, I think he was more surprised than I think, especially outsprinting those who were around.
Yeah, it was incredible when he won that flower power. But at the end of the day, yeah, he has so much to give to a team. I mean, we see him over the years. Yes, he pops up with a big result. You know, World Championships. You mentioned Milan-San Remo and stages of the Tour and things like that. But most of the time, he is riding for others, and he knows how to do it. He knows how to place riders, knows how to look after riders, and an essential part of any team that he's involved with.
Somebody who knows when to drive, so hop on my wheel and I'll get you further up this performance possible. another beautiful sweeping shot, not that far away from the football pitch. Completely devoid of human sentiments until the year 1000. In the 11th century, it became the site of a Benedictine monastery. Became the site of a Benedictine monastery, Santa Maria di Vezzola. Did Mazzoni back in the day. Benedictine, of course, a famous liqueur, which was supposed to be a health invigorating and pick-me-up by the monks, who apparently were only allowed to smell it and not drink it. I believe that. Yeah, well, frankly, I don't. But yeah, there was a regiment from Hartlepool, or that side of the United Kingdom, that were billeted here in the Second World War. And they went home with Benedictine, and that place, Hartlepool, still is the highest consumption of Benedictine liqueur in the world. And you can get hot Benny anywhere you like in Hartlepool, because when it's miserable, they pour a little bit of hot water in a Benedictine, and there you go. What about that?
Never tried any.
You should go get a hot Benny next time you're in the area, or just a glass of milk or some fruit juice, kids. It's your choice. 150 kilometres to go, and our breakaway is about to get to the peak. They've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, they've pushed on a little bit. The pictures that we have seen, it's not been easy for them. Of course, what they want to do is get over the top of this climb onto the Riviera and try and enjoy it, because they all know 2.5, 3 minutes, it's not going to be enough. Even possibly to get on to the Cipressa, I don't think it's going to be enough. So they want to bask in a little bit of their glory. They've earned it. They've got themselves in the second break of the day, arguably, after they went off course. And they've earned the right to have that. It's, like I said before, it's not. I haven't been involved with this race from the breakaway, but I know that riders, especially the town riders, you get yourself in that breakaway and you get on, you go through all these towns as we pass through along the Italian Riviera, and they just get massive emotions as they go along. And so for a lot of the Italians to get themselves in this breakaway, they just want to experience that. And we're getting to see this for a lot of them. Of course, for a lot of the sponsors, it's nice to get someone in the breakaway, but they just want to get over the top of this climb, onto the descent, onto the coast. We already saw that Mikko Maestri just gave a wave to someone, maybe possibly shouting his name, fans and things like that. You're in a small group, you get recognised a little bit easier, and just enjoying that part of the race today.
Of course, when Brian raced in the continent, they used to call you Brian Schmidt.
That was in France, yes.
Was it? Yeah. And
as well as other names. Can't say them on here.
Rhyming with Schmidt, yeah. But you found it quite charming that they mispronounced your name, really. There's a sense of a whiff of the exotic about it.
The fact that they kind of, okay, they never pronounced it correctly, but the fact that
did it ever bother you?
No, of course not.
Good.
The only thing that bothered me was in the front of the time trial. I had the team we were there is Great Britain at the start of the day. I had Inglaterra. That's the only problem I had.
I see. So they called you England, but in fact it was Great Britain.
Yes,
exactly. There we are. Meanwhile, at the back, Mr. Late arrival, and yeah, he looks like he's suffering a bit, doesn't he? There's no reason for him to be at that position on the day unless he was a bit tuckered out.
He will do his job, I think. Just sit at the back, keep out of trouble. We've seen him sat at the back pretty much all day today, but I think when the crunch comes, he'll get himself up there and help out. We know that he's a great helper. We only have to look at when he joined that team. He was straight in there helping out Vingegaard. So he's not shy about riding on the front, is Victor Campenaerts. And I'm sure we'll see him do something a little bit later when we get close to the final today.
Wow, here we are. finally, we are indeed properly, fully engaged, and time for us to. Is it time for us to bring back in the great Maggie Bagstead? I think it might be. There we are. Maggie, great to have you on board. What a day. I have actually turned my mic on, you'll be pleased to know.
Oh, thank you. I struggled to hear you when you didn't.
Oh, yeah, you probably hear me through Brian's mic.
I did, yeah.
Good job, we're sitting next to each other. Full-on grind right now. Some of the heavier guys and some of the more powerful, let's put it that way, certainly want to get themselves into a decent position right now. Nobody wants to get tagged, Maggie, behind somebody who's lesser of a descender than you are. All the DSs are screaming at them at the moment, get to the front, but they won't all fit, Magnus.
No, they won't all fit. But yeah, if you have one of the favorites in your team, this is one of the areas where you have to put a bit more effort in to make sure that you are close enough to the front so that you can actually descend at the very front end of the bunch. Still, has he come back for a bottle, or is it just that the legs went a little bit too fast up that climb?
I think he's been going a little bit too fast for many riders all day. It's been him versus the breakaway, so. Magnus. Yeah. I think he deserves to head back to the car and get himself a Tunnocks tea cake.
Yeah.
Maggie just letting that one go by, but but Brian's eyebrows really shot up. He really fancies one of those right now. So we're coming off the Turquino and we're heading down towards the coast. No buckets and spades, but this is going to be a party, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah, you'd think so, but I think the rush over the top there was... Everybody knows this descent. Luckily it's dry today, and it should be safe enough, but I still think there'll be gaps on this descent, so just make sure you get your principal rider over the top, nice and safe down this descent. But yeah, his job isn't finished yet. You know, the legs just over the top of the climb there. Sylvain Daly just lost a little bit. He did the right thing in just getting, what do you call it, sticky bottle, sticky gel, whatever it is, over the top of the climb.
Whatever it was sticky.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Yeah. Well, these things are sticky, you know. But he got himself over the top, and I think when we got onto the Riviera, he'll be back to the front again, doing what he has done already, as we can clearly see from our pictures.
Well, this from a little earlier, when we were bathed in sunshine. It's gone a little bit darker at the top. Temperature over the top, apparently feeling like 9 Celsius. They gave us the actual temperature, 10 Celsius, but feels like 9. I don't think I could tell the difference.
Well, you can certainly tell the difference.
What, between 9 and 10 Celsius?
Yeah, of course.
Magnus, back me up on this one.
Well, it's double figures in a way.
I was going to say, it's 2 to...
Yeah, and it's taps off in Scotland. As I say, taps off in Scotland. Once it goes double figures, it's taps off.
I see.
Yeah.
Taps off, which means take your top off. Yeah, and then go to a nightclub. Yeah, anyway. It was a long time ago.
You'd still wear a beanie though, right?
Just that. Yeah, and a pair of flip-flops. Yeah. And then speak very kindly to the officer as he takes your details. 145 kilometres to go. Change of complexion entirely. Beautiful roads, as you can see. Possibly wouldn't be describing it that if there'd been any rain. Feels like there's a bit of moisture in the air, Magnus. Any wind update for us from your extraordinarily expensive Meteo plan?
No. Still staying the same.
Which is?
About 5 to 9 kilometres an hour. So
not a massive impact then.
Not enough to really make a big difference.
Are the quick men going to hold on? You're a big man. You've got over climbs like this. I mean, they will struggle, but the climbs that remain are nowhere near what we've just dealt with. To be honest, but they come punchy at pace. If you can survive it, we could have a big banger.
I would say that the climbs that we got coming up are far more difficult than this one. The Turquino is a long, gradual climb. The last, 2 kilometers up to the top, a little bit more in terms of gradient. But as we come down onto the coastline here now, and we hit the 3 Capis, and we get to Cipressa and Poggio, they are far more difficult than what the Turquino is.
Should be 5 Capi, to be honest, but there's 2 Capletto that don't get counted. We've also got 2 little bumps that we get as we get down towards the coast, but really that's where we start to play the game, and cannot wait to see how this one pans out. Have you changed your view in any way, Brian, as to how you think this one is going to reveal itself?
No, I was always thinking that UAE members have to think of maybe a different plan to last year, going toe-to-toe on the Cipressa and the Poggio. I don't think is going to work. So they have to make it hard. Maybe using Jan Christian, they didn't want to maybe press on. Maybe it wasn't their plan to press on the Torcino, just to kind of try and kind of soften some riders up a little bit. But everybody was there towards the front. But I think Maggie said it earlier on, it's, you know, there's plenty of, you know, hard parts still to come with the Cappies, and I think instead of riding, you know, tempo and keeping out of trouble, they might want to kind of press on there. But they have to come up with something, I think, a little bit different from the script last year if Pogacar wants to win. I still believe he's capable of winning it, but I wouldn't risk the form that Van der Poel has got at the moment. I wouldn't risk the same tactics again.
I think, Brian, you were touching on something earlier, actually, that was probably more into what I would use as a tactic there, and that's having Del Toro go full from the bottom of the climb and then just deliver. Pogacar in the right.
Do you know what was interesting, Maggie? When we spoke to Gianetti, you know, the bit between, because of, I think if Del Toro can stay with Pogacar on the Cipressa, and then we go on to the flat part.
Yeah.
If Del Toro's there, then there's an opportunity to play the tactical game where Del Toro goes and Pogacar just, you know, follows Mathieu van der Poel. I think they're looking at that as an option if it does come into fruition.
Yeah. That is a definite possibility.
And if that happens, Maggie, then other things reveal themselves. It could be that the elastic snaps and Del Toro goes and has his fun and does a Nibali, essentially. Just finds himself suddenly with an opportunity and takes it.
Well, there is that. That's a definite possibility, and it all depends on how big is the group when they get to the bottom of the descent of the Cipressa and they start the climb of the Poggio. The size of that group always matters, and how is them being taken on. If they go full from, I mean, they pretty much always go full on the Poggio anyway, because to most of these guys, they're at the pointy end of this. It's the Poggio. It's so fast, and that's what makes it hard. It's not necessarily the most difficult of climbs. But it's the fact that it's coming after 200 and 90 kilometers, and
fatigue and pace are the two factors, aren't they?
Yeah.
Interesting that the chase now, Magnus, has trimmed a minute off the gap, and the man who's on the nose here, putting it all on the line, so playing chicken, I guess you might say, Klukas, which I guess makes sense.
Van Poppel.
Klukas playing chicken, sorry. But he's doing a job. We're going to be hearing from Del Toro in a few moments' time. He's stalking, Brian.
Yes, I think so. I think they have to use the tactic of Del Toro. He's already shown that he's got good legs. A duo together of Pogacar and Del Toro, I think, is the key to unlock Mathieu van der Poel winning it for the third time. So let's see what develops. But they cannot go into the script where it's man against man. So Del Toro could be a big feature come the end here.
Youngest winner of Milano-San Remo was Eddie Merckx in his youth, 20 years, 9 months and 2 days. That was in 1966. Shortly after, England won the World Cup. I keep mentioning that whenever Brian's in. The oldest was André Chimil at 36 years, 1 month, 26 days, and that was in 1999. Where we were parting like it was just that, according to Prince. Anyway, Isaac Del Toro then, he's getting animated, Magnus. His chances of getting a free rein, slim, moderate?
Free, nothing comes free at this race, and certainly not at the front end. But has he got the legs to put pressure on and to potentially go clear on his own? Yeah, definitely.
Let's hear from Isaac Del Toro. We won't hear much from Isaac Del Toro, but let's hear from him anyway. How are you feeling after Tirreno? How was the recovery? Well, I'm feeling fine today. I'm really good condition for Milan-San Remo. So, what's your job today? You were here to help Tadej, or are you plan B, maybe? Or even a surprising plan A? No, I'm here to help today. I really expect to bring my best. So, what kind of job did Tadej ask you to do? He didn't ask anything. It's like the answer was locked in a case, put in a safe, combination locked with some straps put upon it, chucked in the ocean, swallowed by a whale, and disappeared. There wasn't much there for us to hang hats on, I'm afraid, Magnus.
No, there wasn't. He didn't give anything away, did he?
Which makes you think, oh dear. I mean, he's got a little bit chippy. I think after Brian, all of those questions post Giro last year, which we started with what went wrong in the Giro.
Yes, I was actually over in UAE on site there, where they tried to talk to him or set up a chat to him before the Jebel Hafid, and he refused to do it. Yeah. And I couldn't quite believe that. He was one of the main contenders. Why wouldn't? And they had to go and grab Adam Yates to do the interview. So yeah, I just thought that was a wee bit odd.
Actually, in terms of the word count, the difference between Adam Yates and Del Toro is remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah,
Adam Yates speaks like a machine gun.
Yeah, of course.
And Del Toro like a silencer.
But if you're one of the general classification contenders, of course, everybody will want to talk to you before that kind of big GC stage. So I just thought it was a wee bit odd that he actually refused to. I don't think it was his team or his press office, or he actually refused to do it. I thought that's what you have to do as a pro athlete when you get requested, and it's okay if he was 100th, but he was going for the general classification. So I just think at times he's, I don't know, the way he rides, he's very...
His job is riding a bike, I think, rather than answering questions from journalists. But it's there's a little bit
maybe
of both.
A little bit of arrogance as well. So
I think he's just a bit fed up with us, to be honest.
Yeah.
But there you go. No easy task, Magnus.
No, it's never an easy task, is it?
What on earth is he going to say now? Is he going to say anything? We just don't know. Anyways, going by one of these spectacular viaducts, and goodness me, this looks like money. Oh gosh, I mean, where are we? We're going to get told in a few moments' time. That's very much looks like a spa. It's the it's a theatre, Storico. There we are, the oldest private theatre in Liguria. No, you can't come in; it's private. And amongst the oldest in Italy. It was built in 1786, restored between 2005 and 2010. Restoring beauty and usability also for shows. I don't know who wrote that, but they need to go and practice. 2 minutes and 10, Magnus. You better save me from myself. What's the battle plan here? They're tightening shoes. They're getting ready.
I think it's more the fact that they've done the descent, they've come down safe and sound, and now it's like, okay, let's get rid of the final bit of clothing if needs be, and start getting ready for what is to come. We still have a fair amount of time before we hit the more difficult climbs.
I think they're waiting for Sylvain Delia to come back to the front.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. I mean, it's not done enough yet, has he?
No.
Look, they're looking around. Where's Sylvain? Come on, where is he?
For goodness sake, where's the engine?
Come on, quickly.
He's the spark
plug,
isn't he? Cicconi's here, by the way, not to be discounted either. On his day, it can be a bit of a spark. Matej Vacek, likewise, the Czech champion, is here. Søren Kragh for that team. The Danish champion as well. You can see he's just fiddling with his radio. I think he's just saying, I saw the sea first, what do I win?
50 pence.
That was it. Or indeed 10 shilling, as Brian still calls it for some strange reason. Here we are, we're at the seaside, Magnus. This is nice.
It is such a nice...
Oh, nice is along the coast a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, it is a very nice road to ride on this.
It's the pesto sauce we're going by at the moment. No, it's not. Traditional sauce in Liguria, of course, obtained by pounding Genoese basil and salt, pine nuts and garlic, all seasoned with Parmigiano Reggiano. So take your pick which of those two cheeses you use, and then just spread it on anything to make it better, Magnus, except for ice cream.
Yeah, I'm not sure on pesto ice cream.
No. Exactly.
I've never tried it, so
No.
I can't really speak for it either.
Yeah, I've had pesto ice cream. It was like frozen in little lumps. Yeah, it was served as some kind of strangeness. Yeah, don't want to go there. Not for a second time. It's a bit like parachute jumping. I survived it once, and then I had the nightmares, and never going to happen again. Who's going to make a jump from, indeed, the pack? They seem to have parked up the idea, Brian.
Yeah, like Maggie said right from the start, everybody's working. Everybody is they're kind of working as a team. They've stayed together. You know, the Italians in here will be just absolutely loving this. That they've made it to the coast and they will enjoy this part of the race. With 2.5 minutes, that they're not going to go anywhere close to the finish. So, just looking here, Sylvain. Well, you're back again at the fronts. Come on, this is the reason we waited on you.
This is why we give you a very, very big Toblerone at the beginning of the day. Get on with it. It's like
all we will do at the end of the day.
Yeah, no Toblerone unless you carry on. It's the size of a cricket bat today. Yeah, well, it'll have to be, wouldn't it, after this? One of Magnus's holiday homes there, absolutely spectacular.
Is that Campanarts has come up to the front now?
Well, he's had a big rest, why not? I wonder if it is. We should wait and see.
Oh, he's just come up to do a natural break, isn't he? He's drifting back now.
Hey, there's this looks like a split. Well, it looks like a split. This looks like a group that's been disengaged. Is it? It can't surely be all
They've all stopped.
Have they all stopped for a natural?
Yeah, it normally happens. It's a kind of. Yeah. I'm not saying a gentle rider's agreement. They've all decided that, you know, when they hit the coast, stop for a natural.
Well, a lot of them at the right-hand side of the road. No wonder those guys are wearing yellow kit. 132.9 kilometres row. Magnus is shaking his head. I can't see him, but I know he's shaking his head.
You know me well enough by now, Carlton.
Oh dear, they've actually drawn some yellow lines. I wonder whether that was all part of the plan. Here is the wind blowing a southwest at 11 kilometres an hour, Magnus, so kicked up a little bit from your 9. This is live we got from BB Meteo. I don't know who BB was.
Was this from the motorbike?
BB was Bridget Bardot. I don't think she's still calling the weather forecast, but 2 minutes and 47. Either way, it's apparently live. So it's kicked up to about 11 k's an hour, coming in from the southwest, which means, Magnus, we've got a headwind.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a headwind, but still not particularly strong. So, yeah, the expectation is that it is head to crosshead all the way to the finish line from now on.
2 people trapped inside a rock there, I noticed, but yeah, something from Star Wars in the back of my mind. Can't think what it is. 2 minutes and 52. It's sweated back out again. It is a 131.8 k's to go, and we're at the seaside. Well, the crowds we had at the top of the day, Brian, they seem to be absent.
Yeah, for the moment anyway. It's just every town you come across, you'll get more and more people. Unfortunately for you anyway, Carlton, we're going to see the flare people on one of the cappies. I know you like a nice flare.
Why on earth? I mean, I wear them, you know, on some of my tribute nights, but no. Why do you bring powder flares to a bike race? I do not know. Well, there we are, Madonna and Charles, just looking out to sea here, and there's a race behind you, love. There we go. There's something rather lovely about this time of year. No sunshine, though, Magnus. I thought you'd ordered that.
I did order it.
Yeah.
But clearly no one took it.
I don't know. Just what the doctor ordered. He probably got what you ordered. But, yeah, let us wait and see. We're going to be hearing from Paul Magnier in a short while as Brian takes himself off for a 20-kilometre break. Apparently he's got designs on a hot chocolate, which he may well bring back from me from the machine. I'm just looking at him. He might go and get me one. Are you on water carrying duties? Hot chocolate would be nice, thank you. Or mocha. Could you get me a mocha? No.
We'll see.
No, it's plain hard to get.
I'm going to bring you a cappuccino.
Thank you, mate.
Just to annoy you.
Just all right. There is the six-legged dog, which is the Ajip. Yeah, exactly. Not allowed. You do get frowned on in Italy if you ask for one. If you ask for it in an English accent, you're fine. Anyone else, it's like, what? Are you crazy? 130 kilometres to go. Magnus, if it was you today, what would be the battle plan in your mind? Just in terms of, because your shape, your style of riding, as you were in your pomp, there's a few riders who match that. Everyone. Paris-Roubaix, obviously, they don't own a cobble, or indeed your number plate. But what they do have is the will potentially to go for it. What I want to know is, can Danny Van Poppel make it?
Depending on how they race the last two climbs.
Come on, Danny.
Yes, he can. There are a few of the climbers, Paul Magnier, for instance, that you know, the sprinters, I should say, they climb well enough. They could make it over, but it all depends on. I think we can probably narrow it down to, it all depends on how UAE team Emirates are going to want to approach the Cipressa and the Poggio, and the numbers that they have when they get to that point. That's the key to the game. If they go full, I don't expect many of the pure sprinters to get over.
Well, I'm hoping when we do speak to Paul Magnier that we get a little bit more out of him than we got out of Isaac Del Toro.
I hope so too.
Yeah, it'd be hard to get less, really. Aranzano, we finished here a couple of times on the Giro d'Italia, small coastal village in Liguria. Ancient origins, fishing and agriculture. In the 19th century, it became a tourist destination, attracting nobility and artists, solidifying its role in tourism and maritime activities. Maritime activities. That's fishing and sailing, swimming possibly, and snorkeling. Beyond that, not quite sure. But lovely part of the world, and I do love a pastel-coloured villa, I've got to say. Is the villa Negrotto Cambiaso? Well, could they build it? Yes, they were bothered, despite the name. It says the function of a suburban summer residence. Look at that. Wealthy Genoese families. And of an agricultural centre. Well, I don't know. The only agriculture I can see here is a palm tree. There's a palm olives there. But that's about it. That is a lovely place. I'll give you that. Looks like a chocolate box. Who's going to have their cake and eat it? Let's see, because Alpecin Premier Tech have got the engine back again. Sylvain Dillier. He went off for an oil change. He's come back and he's punishing everyone again. 3 minutes and 32, though. He's in a holding pattern. And looking at those behind him, trying to unpick the conundrum that is this race, and can anyone stop him? John Degenkolb, you know, he's evergreen, Magnus. He just keeps riding his bike. When's he going to pack it in?
He does, and he's doing it very well still.
He is amazing. And what a nice guy as well, but a clever guy. He speaks honestly and well, and I think he would be just like almost the ultimate patron in a team, and Picnic Post NL use him very well, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I mean, he's got all the experience in pretty much any bike race, really, that you can go to. So to have him around is super important. Either to still ride for himself, which he's very capable of delivering results, but as much, you know, road captain, that sort of role of passing on the experience and telling everyone what to do when. That is so important any of these races, but some of these monuments, it's even more important to make sure you get that right.
Alberto Bettiol has just been back to the car and handed in his rain or wind coat. He is a man as well. I mean, he's done amazing things, won Flanders in the past. Never quite know what to expect from Alberto Bettiol. He himself says, I don't know what to expect from myself. And his team says, we just let him do his own thing. He's very much a yin and yang kind of guy. If it's all been yang, all of a sudden he goes yin. It's amazing. Rhymes with yin. Yeah, will Bettiol shine brightly today? They've got Fedorov, of course, their Kazakh champion, who will go well. Mike Turnison is in there, good classics man, but Bettiol, on his day, even now, he can still produce something, pull it out of the bag. 126.6 kilometres to go, and we are getting down into, just passing by Jenny's Patisserie. Worth popping in. Along the coast here, in fact, I think we were talking about some of the cuisine. Teams never used to bring chefs to Italy, Mags, because they, the food was just so pure and plentiful and cheap and wholesome.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, doing the Giro was always a nice experience because you knew you had good food, and that, obviously, my era was before we had chefs and kitchen trucks and all that sort of stuff that we took around on tour. So going to the Giro, you knew that you were going to eat good and well and have very good, flavoured food, let's call it, in whatever hotel you turned up at.
It's true.
And that was a bit of a luxury, to be fair.
Very much so. I mean, simple ingredients done incredibly well. You speak to Italians and they speak with pride of their peasant food culture. A very close friend of my mum's, Maria, she used to say a good mother could make a meal out of a stone. And she used to just have some herbs in her garden, a couple of tomatoes, and produce the most stunning meal, maybe a little jar of anchovies somewhere along the way. And you just think, my God, why can't my own mum do this? Maria, please help. Bless her. Yeah, they seem to be able to turn the most amazing thing, turn their hands to, and it all came out of poverty and austerity. There was one thing I had recently. I said, "What is this?" And they said, "Oh, it's a bread and tomato mash." And I went, "Really?" Thinking, how on earth is this? And they said, "Well, when we get stale bread, we hollow out the middle bit, and then we fill it with tomatoes, and we let it stand, season it with basil, olive oil, some mashed onions, and then we blend the whole lot, and that's what you've got in front of you." I was thinking, written down, that will sound terrible, but taste, it was absolutely amazing. So, who's going to produce a feast out of nothing today? Magnus, I need a rank outsider that nobody's pondered that you think, you never know.
Those are difficult on these days.
They are. Do you know who it is for me? Lawrence Rex for Soudal Quickstep. Come on, Lawrence, top 10. I think he can do it. Yeah, I think thinking about top 10s and who's got the capabilities, he's been on fab form recently.
I still think we haven't talked enough about Wout van Aert. Well, I know he's not necessarily an outsider, but...
do you know what? You're absolutely right. So let's put that right. We have had a tumble, I'm afraid, in the women's race. And we understand that somebody is very badly hurt, and we won't be showing you that. Still waiting for full details, but somebody has been quite badly hurt, so we won't be seeing that. But it involves Nivea Doma and Kim LaCourte, I'm afraid. And cyclists are never that far away from danger, Magnus, and we have to appreciate that much of it passes on, thankfully, without incident. But even you, I know full well, have experienced that, not only yourself, of course, but via your daughters, who are at the very highest end of cycling.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's never a question if, the question is when and how bad. And that's part of, unfortunately, the reality that we live with in this sport, and it's never...
I mean, it's sobering, to say the least, Magnus.
Yeah, it is. And there are two particular corners on... One on the Cipressa and one on the Poggio that is always a danger point. This is one of them.
Yeah.
And this is why you can recon the climbs as much as you want, because that's ultimately where the difference is going to be made. But you need to know the descents just as well, if not better, because if you're pushing it to get back or to make a difference or whatever it is that you're doing, you need to keep your wits about you and know exactly which of these corners are the tight ones, because the two corners I'm talking about, you don't actually they look fairly long.
They
when
tighten
you turn
up, don't
into
they,
them.
dramatically?
And they tighten up around the sort of the cliff side, let's say, so you don't actually see how tight they are until
Blind
you're
exit,
mid-corner, and there's nothing you can do about it at that point. So, and obviously the other side of these two particular descents, there is an awful lot of nothing.
Yes, exactly. So take care, everybody, and we wish those who've been hurt in that crash all the very best. We still have 122.9 kilometres of this day remaining. The gap's gone back out to 4 minutes and 14. Some chops and changes. Davide Ballerini just having a look-see. Looks like he's waiting for his car. In fact, it was Luca Colnaghi, I beg your pardon. Meanwhile, they still streak down along the coast here. Really beautiful. Privilege, really, as professional riders, to experience these roads closed. And but as we've already seen, even in that regard, when there's nothing coming the other way, dangers do lurk, and you're never that far away, I'm afraid, from a little bit of trauma, it seems. So hoping that everyone's okay. Fatigue, Magnus, and pace, you've got all of those things mixed in. The urgency that this race indeed demands, I guess, the prestige of it is factored into the fact that people are prepared to just push it that little bit more, not knowing how indeed things will pan out. And sometimes luck favours you, but sometimes your luck runs out, as we've seen.
Yeah, sometimes it does. And of course, every race that you go into, there's a certain sort of risk versus reward calculation that you end up making. Some races you just tend to be willing to take that little bit more risk when you're going into them, and sometimes, well, most of the time it goes well, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yes, indeed. How do you get the team refocused as well when something like that happens? I mean, yeah, I imagine, you know, with your level of experience, as well as the fact that you're a dad, and you know, you kind of have a wider family really with a team that rides for you as well. It must be very difficult sometimes for you to be the lightning rod for their emotions.
Yeah, it can be, but it's like I said before, everyone who's racing these races, they're aware of the risks, and they know that it will happen at some point, that you do have a crash, and with that, it's very much trying to stay matter of fact, very clear communication all the time, and you know, if there are updates, you can bring them that. If it's positive, if it's negative, maybe you don't, and that's a decision that you have to take from the team car at all times.
Yeah, I always say that there's only two types of rider: those who've been down and those who are going down. And we got to Langkawi quite a few years ago now, about 2012, in fact. And there was a rider there, and he was an arrogant so-and-so, I won't name him, but he had a very, very long career. And he used to call everyone idiots, morning idiots, and all that kind of stuff, because everyone, and he used to tell everyone quite royally that in all of his years, and he'd been on the bike a long, long time, he'd never crashed. And so he had a very dismissive attitude to just about everyone around him, because they'd all crashed and he never had. Next day, guess what? Yeah. He came off the bike, and there was a lot of people who'd taken a lot of stick from him over the years, who were in a, I don't know how to describe it, a no kind of mode. Would be the only way. So there you are. Be careful, indeed, what you accuse others of as well. Sometimes it's just not your fault, especially if somebody collects you who crashes in front of you, for goodness sake, as we just witnessed. And with it being this tightly packed, goodness me, who knows? Is that a Roma kit he's actually adapted there? Or was it Dukla Prague away kit? I'm not quite sure. A little bit of cleaning of nasal passages here. 4 minutes and 22, it probably has sweated back out. They've regained another 2 minutes. And of course, as we are on rolling terrain along the coast, who better to carry you through than Sylvain Dillier, the man with the Swiss flag upon his biceps here. I mean, say what you want about the Swiss flag, it's a big plus, isn't it? 4 minutes and 24. Magnus has lost it now. He's out of here. It's a protest more than anything else.
Carlton.
Yeah, I remember when we first worked together. Yeah. And afterwards, I think Simon Reed said, "How did that go, Magnus?" He went, "I'm not sure." I think I've still got a job, but yeah, yeah, you just never know. Anyway, so back to the coast with the buttressing, as you can see, just to make sure the road stays where it does. Yeah, it's absolutely glorious in this part, and trying to find a hotel room, though, in the summertime is very difficult because the Italians don't generally travel. I said to one of my colleagues, why on earth don't many Italians go abroad? He said, because we're already at the most beautiful place on the planet. Hard to argue sometimes. Although Magnus basically thinks that in Wales, in some places.
No, I do love Italy, to be fair.
Me too. It's not the Pembrokeshire coast, but then again, you know, it has its beauty. I'll give you that. Very much so. Yes, the Mach 1 loop as well, if you want a bit of excitement. In fact, have you ever been up there, by the way?
Where to?
The Mach loop.
No.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
All right. The Mach loop is where it's a training area within Wales where essentially the military come and fly and test all of their aircraft. You get a lot of train spotters, but you can actually look down on these amazing aircraft as they flick-flack. It's like your own private air show, but you've got to know when they're going to be flying. But I bet it's not far from you. You probably would have heard it if it was, but anyway. While we're dealing with that, the Santuario di Nostra Signora della Guardia. Yeah, I remember this. No, I don't. Churchyard that can be a panorama of Varazza. Yeah, but a large part of the Ligurian Arch is there. Various hiking trails and certain naturalistic interests branch off. Do you understand that last line, Magnus? Because I don't.
No, I don't.
No. A naturalistic instinct branches off. Do you know what? I could put it on a T-shirt and nobody would be bothered. Nobody. Right, here's the front of the race. They're still there. And they've got 4 minutes and 43. They call this flat, Magnus. It's not.
No, it's far from flat. Far from flat. It's undulating all the time.
I don't know what the altitude gain is in this day. Do you? I'll have a look.
I do, actually.
Cool.
I think it's just over 2,000 metres of climbing.
There you go. So essentially that's an alpine day in many other races, but sheer distance and the rises and falls, even along the coast here, something to behold. Marciuluzzi, Tarozzi, we have Milesi and Moro as well. Perron is here with Luzano, both from Novo Nordisk. Faré has made the trip for Picnic Post-NL. Belletta and Maestri for Polti Visit Malta with their new mustard kit. Harking back to the 1960s, quite groovy, we like it, with some accents upon it. And this is Varazza, overlooking the Ligurian Sea. Grew as a seaside resort, suffered damage during World War II, how dare they. But the reconstruction transformed it into a modern tourist destination. And today, with its coastal charm and its tourist amenities, it is beloved by none other than visitors. There we are. The flag is displaying quite a bit of headwind, and I think however much Maggie is paying for his meteo advice, he needs to dock one payment because it's clearly picking up.
Well, a little bit, yeah, but it's also, we are along the coast, so it does change quite frequently.
It does. You can get squalls blowing up here at any time. Kicking up a storm still is Sylvain Dillier with 115 k's to go. It's sweating out to 5 minutes. The break might even get to the Capomeli on their own, but that's still a way off. In fact, we have still a goodly distance. Often we join races with, what, about 80 k's to go, so it's been quite a long haul, and if you've been with us from the start, then congratulations. 46.5 kilometres when everyone had power in their legs and belief. The second hour, they eased off a little bit, thought this is a bit crazy. After 3 hours, they thought, what are we doing? And then the fourth hour, they get up and over the Ticino, and despite the fact that it was there, that hour was second fastest that we've had so far. We are just under 45 k's an hour for the day. Can't remember what the speed record is for the race.
I can't remember either, actually.
They usually tell us it's been the third quickest edition or something like that by the time we get to the end, so we shall wait for those with more brain power than we've got to indeed fill our mental cavities. Groupama France with Romain Gregoire. That's a good shout for today. You know, when I asked you for a side bet, he would be one, wouldn't he? And not even too much sidey. He's up with those who can do it.
I would say so. Just having a quick look here, actually, 45.2, almost 3 kilometers an hour is the fastest edition.
We're not that far off it. If it all goes eyeballs out with UAE Team Emirates, that could change. Trouble is, you've got to get round this man if you're going to get there. Q365, Pinarello Q365, do like their matte blue bikes with gold accents. I'd have one of those, Magnus.
You like that, do you?
Yes, I do. You're clearly not keen, but I think it's fantastic. In fact, you should be. Gold and blue. That's Swedish. What's the matter with you?
Well, it's not quite gold, is it? It's a little bit, it's more sunlight yellow.
All right. I thought just even the approximation of the great flag of Sweden would have had you foaming at the mouth, but no. Not a bit. So, yes, Q365, Tom Pidcock today. Sandra Maurice as well. Fred Wright, why not? No Ben Hermans. Well, we're hearing that Deborah Silvestri is the rider that suffered the most in that crash. She is now conscious and in the good hands of the medical facilities that are never that far away, thank goodness. So that is good news for us. Deborah Silvestri is conscious, and that's the first step back to the bike, and however long that takes. We don't have a full list of her injuries, and I don't want to be mawkish and speculate. But the good news, Magnus, is that she is conscious and indeed with the medical authorities.
That is certainly very good news indeed. It was not a nice crash.
No. And to be honest, when you get news, which we do, of course, of serious incidents, you always fear the worst and hope for the best. And thankfully, it looks like the latter is going to come to pass. So I'm just wishing her a speedy recovery from whatever her injuries amount to finally. She's not been fully assessed yet, but she is conscious, and that is a blessing. So is the sun. It's come back out. 112.6 k's. Yeah, you did, and finally it's got through. A little bit late. You've already had your dessert, but 5 minutes is the gap. When does 5 minutes become enough for capable athletes up the road, Magnus?
I would say if we get over Capo Berta with 5 minutes, there would be an outside shot. But even at that point, I think it's with the climbs that you got coming up and the speed that they will go up them, even at that point, is difficult. So let's say we're still very much inside that sort of the magical rule of a minute per 10 kilometers. But I would say in this one, if you're at the bottom of the Cipressa with 5 minutes, then you've got an outside shot.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, Magnus has got 1,700 metres before he gets his skates on and heads straight to the Frittery. Whereabouts are you broadcasting from today, by the way?
I'm in Belgium at the moment.
Yeah, hence the reference to the Frittery. How far away are you from the Frittery?
No, about 100 metres.
I knew you'd know. Yeah.
Well, in Belgium, you're never more than 100 metres away from them.
Ah, okay, yeah. In London, it's never more than 9 metres from a rat, apparently, but in Belgium, it's the Frittery that they are more concerned with, and that's the way it should be. 5 minutes we're heading to. Time to restock, make sure that everything is where it needs to be. And as you can see, this is Moro, by the way, for the Movistar crew, just going back, keeping the sustenance where it needs. Mentioned it earlier, Magnus, on benign days, which aren't too hot, you do have to be reminded to get the liquids and the sustenance in, because you kind of think you're okay, and then you very much aren't.
And that's part of this particular bike race, is that if you forget to eat and drink and get in the fuel in that's required, all of a sudden you feel great here, and then 2 kilometers later lights go out. And obviously in today's world of racing, so much of the carbohydrates that are being taken on board is also taken on board through liquid form, because otherwise you couldn't get to the sort of 120 to 180 grams of carbohydrates that they will be taken on board, and certainly at the top end for the guys in the breakaway to maintain their energy levels on the in that breakaway and continue to do the work that they're doing. But even down in the peloton here, they will be fueling to make sure that they are completely topped up and as well fueled as it possibly can be when you hit the final.
A little bit of a shrine embedded into the wall here, a prayer for safety. We may well offer ourselves up. Meanwhile, Magnus is already thinking mayonnaise,
Yes.
possibly the peppery version. I think he often goes for that, the slightly pinky mayonnaise. I don't know why, but it's in his vanguard. We'll see you in 20k's time, Mags.
Yep, see you soon.
Ta-ra. Magnus hot-footing it to the Frittery. I think it's a mobile, to be honest. It might be even closer today. He's had it parked up. Meanwhile, parked at the front, yes, has to be Sylvain Dillier. He's done a royal stretch. He hung on to make it. Who's going to set sail today? The wind has definitely picked up. We're starting to get some white horses folding over, indeed, the waves here. Showing the frequency, and in fact trying for us to change channel as well and bring in Mr. Brian Smith. We've had some good news, and that is that Deborah Silvestri is okay after the crash earlier on. Quite nasty. I'm actually wondering, Brian, whether we've got a little bit of moisture here. Sometimes I'm looking at little spits and spots on the camera. If rain does become a factor, and it could happen, of course, coastal, especially this time of year, that is going to add another devilish dimension to our descent in particular.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we saw that nasty crash in the women's race down the Cipressa. We actually only showed the first part of that. There's the next part of that is quite,
disturbing.
Yeah, but luckily. She's awake and with the medical team, but yeah, there's a couple of corners you have to worry about. Even off the Poggio, I was there in 2016 with Cierlik. He was in the leading group again. He'd won it the year before and crashed in one of the corners with a few other riders. So it's a thing when you're on your limit. I think it was Casa Neuendomo that came round the corner a little bit too hot. Hit the brakes, and of course with the disc brakes now, she was over the handlebars in no time at all. So yeah, I hope that they're all okay. Of course the women's race is just about to finish, but the men's race is still over 100 kilometres to go. 5 minutes now for these riders, and as I was saying, now the motivation for a lot of these riders now coming into these towns and seeing all the spectators and things like that, you just get a big buzz about this. It looks like they could possibly almost get to the Cipressa, but that's a possibility. I don't think for one moment they'll go to the end, but yeah, for the Italians in here, they would be absolutely loving this.
Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere and the, I guess the fizzing emotions of just about everybody. They're wearing them on their sleeve, and of course they're padded sleeves at the moment because it's quite chilly today. Wind is picking up. We understand it's blowing at around 15 kilometres per hour, a sou'wester, but it's intensifying. A sou'wester is where we get storms from in the northern hemisphere, from the southwest, which is why the raincoat is actually called a sou'wester, because it's something you put on when the southwesterly brings indeed the storms. Kicking up a storm right now is still Dillier, tucked in behind him. Showing a bit of vim and vigour is Pinarello Q365. I would love Tom Pidcock to do a naughty one.
Well, the questions have been asked after his Milano-Torino victory in the week. Okay, yep. Up against you know, maybe some stronger guys, and obviously a different route, but it gives an indication that he's on some good form. And if anybody could possibly go with Pogacar when he accelerates, he's already proven it last year in Strade Bianche. He was the only man capable of doing it. So if anybody can to match Pogacar, we know that Van der Poel can. Pidcock would be the, you know, possibly an outsider, a very good outsider. But yeah, hopefully they'll manage to get him in the perfect place. And who knows with Pidcock, hopefully he'll have a good race today and, you know, try and deliver come the end.
Let's hope so. Our breakaway have decided to inject a little bit of pace. They're actually operating as a team time trialling unit and doing a phenomenal job of it, I've got to say. Holding 5 minutes and 11. I know it's them versus Sylvain Dillier, but the pack haven't broken ranks yet and turned it on to close this gap. They've allowed themselves, allowed the gap to ebb and flow. It's been down not that long ago to, what, 2 minutes? I think we nudged under 2 minute marker, and it's now sweated back out to 5 minutes and 14, as you can see. I asked Maggie when this would be a danger. He said potentially in the last couple of climbs, yeah, Cipressa and of course the Poggio. I think you'd still even need it, even after cresting Cipressa, to hold on to that if there was motivation behind, and there will be.
Oh, of course there will. You know, we start hitting the Cappies just under 60 kilometres to go, so you know, even just the rush to get there, I think you know, they'll pull back at least 2 minutes there. So it's not going to be enough. Good fight for them, and you know, for the riders that are in there, they've had a tremendous day already. Of course, it's not finished for most of them, but you know, the concentration now is the Cappies coming up. Only one rider is ridden at the front, and that's this man's teammate, Sylvain Dillier. He's done all the work, exactly what he did last year. So this is just you know, the waiting before the storm, and the storm definitely is going to come. It's
going to rage. Uno-X Mobility's Soren Warensholt, quick. Jonas Abrahamsen, great chance. Magnus Cort. Yeah, let's see. You know, a lot of them have gone very well in the past. Magnus Cort has had some fun indeed here. Interesting that Wout Poels is actually a debutant after such a very long career. It's strange to have missed it, but clearly on duties for other things. 105 Ks remaining. It kind of gets a little bit quantifiable, but they've actually already completed 192 Ks, Brian.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we started. Just touching on Wout Poels, though. No surprise that this is his debut. He's a climber. You have to be explosive to ride this one, and it's one thing that in 2016, when Mark Cavendish came to the team of Dimension Data, I can remember asking him, look, I'm not asking you to sprint every time. And he was quite thankful of that, because there's a lot of pressure on when you're a sprinter to deliver every sprint. So we've got a couple of other sprinters, so you know, Boston Hagen, and he was so relaxed about it. I said, what race would you like to ride? And he said, Paris-Roubaix. I said, why Paris-Roubaix? I says, because I've ridden it once, and with the Quick Step, I never got looking because they just thought it wasn't suited towards sprinters. Of course, that year he helped Bosenhagen to finish 5th. He finished, I think, 30th or something like that. Absolutely enjoyed it, like a kid in a sweet shop. And so in some teams, there are other better riders suited for that race. And for Wout Poels, I would think that the teams that he's been in, if you're selecting your riders for this race, your 7 riders, he wouldn't have a look in now, because he's riding with a completely different team now. He's maybe got a job to do, and they've looked at who they've got, and he could be a good candidate. Would I say he would be great for positioning? Principal rider in the best place? No. Has he explosive? No. But I think he's got the experience now that he can help the team. And they certainly have got an opportunity today, but I just think he's always been in teams, and this race doesn't suit him. It's a little bit, and the question was asked a little bit earlier. I think it was Jez, Jonas Vingegaard riding this race. Does this suit him? No. So what's the point of him being there? So he's got a team that have got multiple options. It's unfortunate that Matt Brennan isn't here because he's sick, but they've got better options than Jonas Vingegaard.
See how those options reveal themselves then, shall we? But yeah, Wout Poels is with Unibet Rose Rockets. They have pink sleeve caps, by the way. It seems to be a vogue for having different coloured sleeves on your kit. Groupama Francis Dijon with one red shoulder, Decathlon with one aqua shoulder, Lidl with, well, take your pick, one red or one yellow shoulder. NSN Cycling, blue shoulder. Yeah, I think I'll stop now. You get the idea. Somebody went, I know, let's have odd-coloured shoulders. And then everyone went, yeah, let's do that. It's amazing how colour wash actually goes through a peloton. After Sky went for their dark blue, there was all kinds of blacks and navies and all that kind of stuff. It was terrible. Then everyone went white. Anyway, just a minor complaint with 102.5 kilometres to go. I knew there'd be a moment where I could squeeze it in. 5 minutes and 21. And here are the temperatures. 14 Celsius at the finish. So a little bit protected on Via Roma. By the time we get there, we shall have ourselves a champ. Sean Kelly, our erstwhile colleague, also working today, won it twice, and I think the gap was about 8 years, possibly 10, between his first victory and his second. And he said he enjoyed the second essentially because it was so unexpected. Are we going to get something unexpected? And we can only hope that they wear a more attractive helmet than Sean Kelly wore that day.
Well, and it's another indication, Carlton, that you might be the favourite coming into this race, but you've got that kind of target in your back, and it's trying to kind of make the difference. And as we all know, that Sean won pretty much everything. I think there's only 2 races that he's not got in his palmarès. It's the World Championships and the Ron van Vlaanderen. He's won pretty much everything else, and we're quite privileged to have him here, with us as part of the team, and a good friend of mine now. So it's not always the easiest. That's why Mathieu van der Poel just doing the double in the last couple of years is such an amazing feat. There's
it's a rarity.
There's a lot of riders that are coming here to try and win this race and multiple times and just come up that little bit short. Yes, you need that little bit of luck sometimes. And like we were talking a wee bit earlier, now that we can see how the race is run, that Sylvain Daly is the only rider, no other teams are committing anybody. That will change in maybe about 30-40 kilometres time when we start to riding towards the Cappies. Naturally the teams will come up with the principal riders, and then it'll be the fight into the Cipressa. So, but until then, they're quite happy for this gap it's even gone up a little bit to 5.5 minutes. It's very difficult for one rider. I know he rides like 10 men, but it's very difficult for one rider to control 9 riders all doing team time trial at the fronts. It's 1 against 9. So it's a tough job that he's doing at the moment, and you know, he has done it in the past, but yeah, look, there are opportunities, and I really do think, and after hearing from Giannetti a little bit earlier on, that I think if Pogacar goes on the Cipressa, Poggio, can he get rid of Van der Poel? I don't think he can, so I think Del Toro is going to play a major part in this pantomime today.
Yeah, I do too, and he might actually be somebody who accidentally finds himself up the road, possibly not plan A, but certainly plan B. And maybe if he does win, he'll spare us a few extra words. At the end of the day, he is a tough nut to crack when it comes to asking him questions. Yeah, I was actually just... Sean Kelly won in 1986 and then in 1992, and it was the one in 92 where the great David Duffield was calling him home, telling us about his time in the RAF, I think, as Kelly came down off the Poggio. Through all the greenhouses where the flowers grow in that part of the world, and yeah, put his arms up in famous victory, Sean Kelly, and he said it went down as his favourite win of everything he's achieved in his career. And you think, well, why did you mention the Vuelta? Well, you measure yourself and your success in very different ways. Tom Pidcock, who we spoke about, Brian, he has declared that the greatest result of his career was a podium in the Vuelta. He said because it was so unexpected, and he regards that as his finest ride.
Yeah, I would say that. You know, we talk to different riders. Of course, Tom Pidcock is a rare one because he's much more of a one-day expert than a multiple stage race, and of course we get others that concentrate on, you know, one or the other and never both. Pogacar is a bit of an anomaly as well, so I think to get on a podium for a Grand Tour is a feat in itself, but yeah, he's very capable of competing in you know, one-day races like this. So he's a little bit Pogacar-esque in a way, maybe not at the same level as he's got, but it's a rarity that you can do both. And Sean, as we already know, has done both the classics. He was a classics beast, but could deliver. I mean, you look back at the Vuelta, Freddie Mertens won the Vuelta.
That's right.
The sprinter there. So, you know, you get classed in these kind of brackets, but and you were talking to Maggie earlier on. What is a pure sprinter now? Because a lot of these pure sprinters can go up there in the classics. Arnaud Démare has been 5th in the Ron van Vlaanderen in the past. He won this race, so yep, it's that sort of kind of rider.
There we go. Let's see if Danny Van Poppel can do it then. We should wait and see. With 98 kilometres of the day remaining. We're at the seaside, but nobody is hunting for buckets and spades because we have an awful lot of digging to do in another sense to get over the climbs that still remain. We are not that far away, about 20 kilometres, maybe a little bit more, to the Tre Capi, the Mele, the Cervo and the Berta. Over the top of that, the terrain still meanders, and as you can see, the rises and falls on a race that has over 2,300 metres of altitude gain. That's almost an alpine test, but much of it is along the coast here, as you can see. We're hugging it and getting a verbal hug from the fans at the side of the roads who are cheering on a breakaway that has pushed itself out, nudging up towards the 6-minute mark here at 5:43. The gap had been pulled back after the Turquino descent to under 2 minutes. Well, they've kicked it back out right now, and the man who's got back on the chase is Sylvain Dillier. He'd held them in abeyance at around about 2.5–3 minutes for much of the first 100 kilometres of today. We've completed just over 200 kilometres as you join us. And so with 97.5 Ks remaining. The grind goes on for Dillier. Nobody to dust, you understand. And look who's tucked in just behind. It is Pinarello Q365 Pro Cycling, with, of course, the favour for Tom Pidcock, who is absolutely cock-a-hoop after Milan-Torino. Can he possibly keep that form going here? Tucked in behind them, the pink sleeves, as you can see, of Unibet Rose Rockets, maybe Kubis, the Slovak champion for them. Wout Poels, the debutant, is part of their crew. Great wisdom. There's Tom Pidcock with his Red Bull helmet. I don't know what he'll fill that with and drink it, possibly Red Bull. At the end of today, you can see the aforementioned Slovak champion Kubis just nudging out and into your consciousness. Some thigh slapping going on further back for Bahrain Victorious. It's been a tough day so far. If you've got your feeding right, however, the rest of the day might go right for you as well. So, yeah, get yourselves ready for a battle up ahead as we pass by the Forte San Giacomo here. Napoleon Bonaparte's French soldiers during the War of the Alps and the First Italian Campaign, they used this place. It looks like it's ready for a refresh, and I am certain, of course, that Brian Smith is probably already designing the cellar as we speak. That'll be the wine cellar, nothing else. 5 minutes and 50. And they're skittling along at the moment. There's been a few who've fallen almost out of the back, it seems, and a few who have departed the race, including Jan Christen after a crash, and Aulus Aulard. So Jan Christen, the right-hand man for UE Team Emirates. Aulard, of course, the team principal for Movistar. They've got a couple in the break. Bit of chit-chat going on, and a man that must not be discounted, Wout van Aert, here shooting the breeze with the Verstringer, who also has a young man and is definitely a prospect, not in this race I would have thought, as other choices for Alpecin de Koenig. But what about Wout van Aert?
Yes, I mentioned him way back at the start. For me, he is the... It's hard to say an outsider when we're talking about Pogačar and Mathieu van der Poel. He's had his troubles with his injury and... You know, fractured his ankle during the cyclocross, getting sick just before the Belgian Opening weekend. So, but slowly but surely, he started to show some good signs. I watched a little bit of the Tirreno, and he was showing some good signs there as well, coming back, and that's a good sign. So, I think he'll gain a little bit of confidence from that, and also the fact that Brennan isn't here, which changed the dynamic a little bit. So, I think that Wout van Aert will be very, very close today. You know, we've been talking about so many riders that could be close. It really depends on how you've looked after yourself throughout the day. But, you know, we're still kind of expecting very similar to last year. I say very similar. How is Ghana going? We know he's... Okay, he won the time trial there and showed some good form, but is he on the same form that he was last year? So
I would say not.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of alluding to at the moment, Carlton, that it could be a kind of double header. But the biggest conundrum is Pogačar. Can he get rid of Van der Poel? I don't think he can, so that's where this man here could play a major part, and some others as well.
Isaac Del Toro, just to his left, slightly ahead of him, actually just bouncing away there, is Josh Tarling, actually, great time trialist, as you well know. A man who can time trial and will have no problem getting over the hills. It's actually Ben Turner, and I wonder whether he might actually default into the favoured son for Ineos.
Yeah, everybody knows what's going to happen, Carlton, right? Everybody knows. It's whether you can go with Pogačar when he does go, right? Wow. That's the big question. Can you go? Very few have been able to do that in the past. Very, very few. Pidcock is one of them. We've mentioned that. So it's whether you can go with him, because he is going to go up the Cipressa and the Poggio absolutely full, and by looking at his social media, that's pretty quick. As quick as a motorbike.
Shall we hear from the man that everyone fears and everyone favours? So without fear or favour, let's hear from Tadej Pogačar himself before the day began.
Today, there's an Italian guy just screaming from the crowd saying that he bet 1,000 euro on you. Is it a good bet?
I don't know anything about betting, but I would not yeah, I'm against betting, so don't do it.
What do you have to change in order to win this race comparing to last? You were so close.
Yeah, just be better. That's all, and have a good luck on the side also.
Same plan as last year, all in on the Cipressa. Eddie Merckx said you should go all in on the Poggio.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't make much more difference, but depends on the race situation, and we have to speak with the team, and we will see what we'll do. We have a great team here. We have Isaac that is in super good shape, so there's some cards to play.
Can Isaac be the key man for you tomorrow? Especially last year he was like a little bit lost at the beginning of Cipressa. Also positioning will be important. Maybe already from Capomele to start to do something with the team.
Yeah, that's why the team, all the team is crucial in Sanremo. If you want to do something in Cipressa or even Poggio, you need to have a really strong team around you to preserve as much energy as possible. So, yeah, Isaac will be important, but also the rest of the team will be super important.
How many times have you ridden Cipressa and Poggio in training in the last weeks, and how much is it important for you to have done it tomorrow in the race?
I done a few times, yeah. I was in after Strade. I was in Belgium first, and then a little bit at home, and I did some trainings now before coming here around Sanremo. But yeah, in the winter I can go a lot of times to Cipressa, Poggio, and do a nice long ride there, and yeah, so I know pretty well, but there's still many things to uncover.
Best of luck, grazie.
Well, Monaco, of course, just across the border. In fact, Nice is where you fly into if you want to go to Milano-Sanremo. Hire your car in France, drive past Monte Carlo.
But you can get other ways to get to Sanremo, can't you, Carlton?
Last year was a trial, I'll give you that. It was a fire at Heathrow Airport, so it took me and Matt Stevens. We took train, ferry, then taxi, then train, then fly from Paris to Nice, hire car. I think we got in at 2 o'clock in the morning and then had to commentate the race the next day. I'm still getting over it. Brian was already there, and a much smoother ride. 91.4 kilometres from home, 6 minutes and 20 now. They've actually done a good job of honouring the race, albeit after a diversion. They've gone further than anyone.
Yeah, you can see that the dynamic has changed a little bit. There's a few riders kind of skipping a turn here and there. It's not a complete, chain gang that they've got that they had earlier on. So it means that the pressure is on, and they are starting to feel it. But of course, so is Sylvain Dillier, and I don't think it'll be long until he gets a little bit of help, because heading up towards 6.5 minutes. I know there's 91 kilometres to go, and it's quite easy if others start to come up. But the question is, will other teams start to come up? Are they just going to lean on Alpecin, Premier Tech? I think they will, and I think it will have to be another rider from Alpecin to come up and kind of help out Sylvain Dillier. I'm not going to say poor Sylvain Dillier, because he gets paid a lot of money to do what he's doing. This is a day's work for him, so these guys get paid good money to do their job. But there's a big job to be done here, and the breakaway of 9 riders, well, they're still all together and they're still working hard, and they're deserving what they're getting from this race so far.
Back in the cars, and Victor Campenaerts, who's had a really, really great day, as he would say. Late to the party, and I don't quite know what is going to be expected of him. I don't think he knows either, to be honest. But let us indeed find out. Brian, you're about to take yourself a brief break.
I think 20 Ks, yeah.
I think you got 20 Ks of breakaway. Oh, in fact, you got a little while to go. So time though, for us to welcome back the great Magnus Backstedt, who has just bought himself a bucket of chips. How'd you get on with those? Fritz, sorry.
Fritz, yeah, you can't call them chips.
Don't do that. No. Yeah. They are spectacular. Treble cooked, of course. And Magnus is going to take you through his special method in just a few moments' time, while some of you are heading off to a commercial break. You're going to miss it. It's the Maggie Fritty chat. Right, apparently, Magnus, what you have to do is cut your fries and then you part-boil them. Then you fry them and then you set them to one side for a day. Put them in the fridge and then bring them out while they're still cold and fry them again and then serve them to Magnus Backstedt.
See, I'm not on the expert front of how to make them.
You're the expert front on how to send them down. It's irresistible, isn't it? So is, in fact, the irresistible for Alaphilippe to suddenly invest in a bit of craziness. He is free-flowing. He's as a buccaneer. He's won this race before. Is he going to put on a show? Yes. What sort of show, Magnus? We don't know.
No, we don't know. We're going to have to wait and see, I guess. You know, he's shown signs of some decent form so far this year, but is he back to his old ways of being able to battle with the very, very best on these upcoming climbs? And descents, we know that he can do well, but it's a question of whether he's got the legs to follow the best over the top of it and be there for the final.
This is Castello di Monte, the man from Del Monte, I presume, here in Usigno. He liked to say yes when they said, what about this for a castle design? Mentioned in the document, defined as a fortified village as early as 1004. There we are. Which was 62 years before William the Conqueror decided to come to the United Kingdom. It was a long time ago. What's Alaphilippe going to do, Brian?
Well, hopefully a Punch and Judy show, because that's always highly entertaining. I hope he does it, but the thing is, I'm struggling to see anybody else taking this on. It's going to be a UAE team Emirates lead into the Cipressa if they can. Pogacar goes, who can go, follow him, and that's going to be the race. It could get tactical between the Cipressa and the Poggio, but I cannot see anybody else. It'll be a case of, can you follow? Everybody knows what's coming, right? And like I said not that long ago, name the riders. When Pogacar goes, name the riders it's been able to go with him in the major races.
They're few and far between, aren't they?
I'm afraid so, Mags. Who's going to have the best shot of going? I would say the best shot of going with him is actually Isaac Del Toro today, but Mathieu van der Poel is going to take some shaking. I'd still like to believe that Mathieu van der Poel, and here he is, has got a big option today. He's having a chat with Victor Campenaerts, who's Victor Campenaerts possibly has the finest calf muscles in the peloton. Looks like he's smuggling frozen chickens, but yeah, he's just having a chat right now. Don't know what's passing between them, but there you go. Last rider who finished solo in Sanremo is Mathieu van der Poel. Broke free with 5 kilometres to go in 2023. It's not going to be like that today, I wouldn't have thought. Just going to welcome back our wider fraternity in a few moments' time as... 6.5 minutes, and despite the best efforts of this man, Sylvain Dillier, it's kind of extending up front because our breakaway, who are extraordinarily motivated, and they have been all day. In fact, Magnus, they've gone further than anyone because they actually took a diversion and then came back and got back in the break.
Yeah, they did.
Their race distance is going to be increased by a couple of 100 metres, I would have thought. That was a strange one. So now, with 86.3 kilometres to go, the first of a sequence of little bumplets. You know, it's described as flat, this reach of 50 kilometres. It's anything but, Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to How to put it there? So for me, now I've lost my train of thought completely on what you were saying there, Colvin.
Well, we were just talking about the fact that despite the fact it looks flat, and you think, well, there's various catch zones here. There's certain parts where really being a time trialist would be your main weapon, but it's jolly difficult. I nearly said a bad word there. It is extremely difficult, especially because of the distance. We've done over 211 kilometres, for goodness sake.
Yeah, we have.
We're still climbing.
We have done that, but I mean, it's undulating the whole time. I wouldn't necessarily classify it as difficult yet. It gets difficult a little bit later on along the coast here, but at this point in time, is the gradients are nice. The one thing that is more tricky at this point, I would say, is the fact that the road is twisting and turning all the time, and if you're too far back, you end up with these little accelerations that sort of, they tend to sit in your legs by the time you hit the Capis in a few kilometers time, and that's something that you need to be a little bit aware of, depending on how hard they're riding at the front. But you see here, every time they're having to freewheel and the little acceleration, and those spikes of power output is something that you will notice. And also, as you just saw there, like all the twists and turns is also causing a little bit of nerves in the peloton, and a few breaking points, etc.
By the way, we are going to show you the women's podium shortly. So if you'd like to watch that race, and it's a spectacular one, then I'll give you fair warning before we see it, because I know that many of you won't want to know the result, because you'll go and watch it on catch-up, which makes sense. Women's racing has just come on leaps and bounds over the last decade, I would say, possibly even a little bit before that. And in fact, we have decided not to show you the women's podium, because I know that it's all kicking off here. Yeah, tune in and watch it a little bit later on, because I know for some of you it is a bit unfortunate, because you have got the capability and the possibility of actually watching the race. Do go and have a look. Women's racing is amazing. I've got to say, out of the two Strade Bianche, the women's race was the better this year. It was absolutely brilliant, with the four-up sprint right into the last couple of corners. Did you see it, Magnus? You must have done.
Of course I did.
Wasn't it brilliant?
It is, as is most of the time the women's racing. It's far more open, less controlled than maybe what the men's racing are, and yeah, definitely go back and watch the women's racing, because
very
it will
much so.
no doubt be brilliant.
Yeah, so we're not going to offer you a spoiler by showing you the podium, which is a wise thing, I think, because it's well worth watching. After you've seen this, then go back on your watch again and enjoy it. What a spectacular view here. And there it is. It looks like Peveril Castle, to be honest, except not in Derbyshire. And probably better food available to you nearby. People in Derbyshire now saying, hang on a minute, we've got lovely restaurants in Derbyshire. I know, but it's not Italy, is it? The promontory, and I come from there, Ponte Crena, here it is. And with a lovely viewing platform that looks like it was built quite some time ago. I mean, in the days before the internet, what did you get up to? You built yourself a tower. Why not? It's more useful. Tucking in, Magnus, we were talking about Tom Pidcock, who's on spectacular form at the moment, and he is one of those who can stick it to both Van der Poel and Pogacar. He's got a bit of a kick on him as well. Could be useful.
Yeah, he does. I think we haven't really counted him in that much as one of the potential favourites for this race, but all the things that Tom Pidcock does well comes within the last 30 kilometers of this race. So, and considering that he just won Milano-Torino, I think he's in good shape. And so, let's see what he can come up with. For me, it's certainly someone that will keep a close eye on.
Very much so. Well, the great and the good are indeed to the side and to the fore, I should say. Left-hand side of the road just for the time being. A wind seems to have abated, so oh, hello. A few little fronds just describing it for us. Our breakaway, Brian, they're nearly up to 7 minutes, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I've been monitoring that. I don't think it'll be too long before Dilley gets a little bit of help, not from, I think, any other team. Because normally we see 2 or 3 teams riding, but such as the respect to Mathieu van der Poel, you know, having won it the last 2 years, he's clearly out-and-out favourite. We all know what Pogacar is going to do, but having lost Jan Christian, they're not going to help it. They're kind of heaping the pressure on Alpecin. Well, if you want to do it, you do it. Just looking at this rider moving up now, whether it's...
I was going to say, here comes
UAE Team Emirates. Is it a case of Doman Novak says, OK, yeah,
let's go.
There we are. Novak, the man with the dustiest apartment in Monaco, apparently. He's going for it, and just tucked in behind Q365. They're on the radio saying, it's now Novak, what do we do? And so, well, follow him. Alaphilippe still skirmishing, few others as well. Who, other than, well, who do you think the main choice is, Brian, for Tudor Pro Cycling today? Are they going to stick with Alaphilippe, or indeed are they going to drift somewhere else? Rick Plum, as if it's a sprint. Arthur Klukas, good, the Luxembourger, very, very good time trialist in this kind of scenario. Marco Haller, strong.
Nothing wrong with Matteo Trentin.
And European champion.
Never discount Trentin.
He's ridden well this year already.
Did it in Glasgow as well?
Yeah, I wouldn't discount it. I think he's on some really, really good form. Obviously being Italian in this race helps, but I thought there's coming to the time where Sylvain Delahaye, you could see him, the gap was going up. He looked as if he started to struggle in the front. I thought it would come from Alpecin, but it just goes to show you that you know, with that time gap going up, and you rightly asked me that question at the right time, someone was going to come up at some point. I did think it would be from his own team, but Pogacar as well. They've already lost one rider, and Doman Novak has come up. As soon as he came up there, Sylvain Delahaye said, well, that's me done for the day.
Quite right too. So, tuck in. We're going to be hearing from Tom Pidcock in a few moments' time, speaking at the beginning of the day, and resplendent in his Red Bull helmet, as you can see. Already sponsored. That looked like a Mexican flag on the back of the yacht there. It may well have been a ducal sign, but yes, certainly I think it may have had the eagle in the middle of the flag. Somebody's going to have to get a close-up of that. So Tom Pidcock, great option for him on stellar form, as we know, after Milano-Torino. Will he deliver today? Well, it's certainly going to give it the best shot. They're making a statement here, Brian, by just hanging at the front, aren't they?
They are. They're making us talk about the team. I think it's just a case of just sit there in pride place.
Tom, there couldn't be a better way to come into this event with another win under your belt. There would a win that was quite a statement.
Well, yeah, I mean, for sure. I think it's great that I could, having a win coming into this race this week is, I mean, like you say, it could be much better. So it's a little bit different tomorrow, but yeah, for sure gives me some confidence.
Last year was bad luck for you. This year, if everything goes the right way, you can join the party on the Cipressa with Tadej and Matteo and maybe Filippo.
Yeah, that's what I hope so. I think, it's bad luck, but you make your own luck. You know, I was too far back into the Cipressa. I lost the wheel of Mark. So yeah, that was kind of my fault. And you make your own luck, and little mistakes cost you the race here. So hopefully no mistakes tomorrow, and then we'll see. But yeah, it's going to be for sure. It's going to be important into the Cipressa, I think.
How much do you think this race sweet to you comparing, for example, I don't know, to Strade? Because it's punchy in the final, but it's also a lot of flat.
Yeah, I think with the speed going up and up, it's becoming more and more explosive, which is less and less good for me, and a bit less technical or tactical. So, but we'll see. I think we'll see what other teams do. I think some teams they need to start changing the rule book. Everyone thinks that to work for your teammates you need to ride faster. So we'll see if anyone tries to block the road on the Cipressa. I mean, that's a good tactic if you're not Tadej.
Interesting, isn't it, Brian, to hear as well that he describes himself as not explosive. Some people would say he's absolutely that.
Yes, in a way. I would say Tom Pidcock is explosive, but on kind of shorts, this is a different explosive kind of effort. We know he can ride well in the kind of Ardennes races, but this is a kind of long, drawn-out effort that he's going to have to make. He already knows what he's up against after Strade Bianche last year, where he was one of the riders that was able to go with the initial acceleration of Tadej Pogačar. So, but you can see he's not a big rider. He's not got a big strong punch, unlike Van der Poel. And you could say Pogačar, he's built slightly, but he's more for the kind of hillier races, and this is definitely not a hilly race.
Maggie, your thoughts?
Well, I guess we've got to say that everything is relative. For a slight built rider like Tom is, he is very explosive. But yeah, when you compare that to the raw power that Mathieu van der Poel possesses, then maybe a little bit less so. But it all comes down to like what Tom was saying there. The positioning to the bottom of the Cipressa, being in the right place, not making any mistakes on the way on the run into it. That's the key to put yourself in a position to be able to be there. Because if you're not, then it becomes very, very difficult. And also, like the tactics that he's talking about, interesting.
Let's see. Pogačar's looking a bit twitchy, I've got to say. Magnus, when you see as much of Tadej Pogačar as indeed the cycling community does, you kind of get a sense really of when his mood is right. That I think there's always a switch that kind of throws in his mind with 80 kilometres to go. He knows it's deliverable from that kind of distance, and he'll have been making some calculations, and certainly it's got very busy downstairs as far as UAE are concerned. He's just moved himself up. He's now tucked in a place of comfort for him, and that's usually at the pointy end. He's got a teammate that's setting the pace. When's he going to be tempted? It might be from range, you know.
I don't know if any of the climbs are steep enough and hard enough for him to actually make a difference before the Cipressa. You know, we got now about 15 kilometers until we hit Capo Mele, and from that moment on the climbs start coming. But we're also getting into a part of the world here that is very busy in terms of towns and road furniture, roundabouts, you name it, it's all there. So him moving up closer to the front is probably more a question of wanting to stay safe, a certain element of control of the situation, what's going on around him. But as they know, with Tadej not being in the perfect position at the foot of the Cipressa last year, that is the key to him and his team being able to, you know, unleash the full length of the Cipressa and potentially cause the damage on that one. If he comes in too far back like he did last year, obviously there's less time to make a difference. So I'm expecting that they've been told that under no circumstances are they allowed to basically hit the bottom of the Cipressa in any other position than first.
I've got a feeling, as we come through Borgio Valezzi, that the Capo Mele might actually be a temptation for him. Brian, you disagree?
Yeah, I think if he does decide to go there, there's enough firepower to control him before the Cipressa. So you wouldn't, or I wouldn't advise wasting that energy, because you've still got majority of the field and teammates to chase him down, and that's going to hurt. So I really do think, and I agree with what Maggie's saying, is they have to be first into the climb.
Yeah,
100%. They're one man down. They will start to ride hard on the cappies, but I think Pogačar, it looks as if he'll be attacking from the bottom of the Cipressa.
And the key thing to the run into the Cipressa as well is to be effectively more or less first on the descent of Capoberta, because from the very top of Capoberta you got 11 kilometers to the foot of the Cipressa, but that goes past in about 8-9 minutes.
Just speculating as we are. Welcome back those of you who've been away. Milano-San Remo, it is a spectacular day in the calendar. It always is. This is the 117th edition of the great race. It's got great history, and somebody's going to write their own page today. Tadej Pogačar will always be amongst the chapters whenever he races. Whether he'll win today, we don't know, but what we do know is that he's going to have to indeed strike out at some point. When's he going to be tempted? Usually when we get to within 80 kilometres range, you start to think about Tadej Pogačar and whether he'll be tempted. At the moment, his team are in a fantastic position. We're heading towards the Cappi, so that's the Mele, the Cervo and the Berta. When is he going to take the bait and try and punish everyone else? He's got to think of something different in a coping mechanism to get home. He doesn't want to be on the podium again, Brian. He wants to win the thing. Anything other than victory, I think he will regard as a failure. So going very, very long, does that diminish the chances of the likes of Van der Poel, or just enhance them because he's going to tuck in?
The problem about Milan-San Remo is the where the launch pads are.
Yeah.
That suit him. These cappies are, hard enough. They're short, but any distance he's going to get, and I don't think at that stage there'll be more riders that could possibly go with them, more riders that won't ride with them, and more riders that will ride them down. So I think for me that would be a wasted effort. You can make more difference on the Cipressa. So I think by going at the bottom, the length of it is 5.6. Last year he never started in the best possible position, and maybe that did cost him a little bit. And I think looking back, by the looks of things, and he said in his interview earlier on when he was asked, and he has to be better. I think he's confident he is better than last year, but I think the mistakes that he did make last year, okay, take away the huge mistake he made in the sprints, but not starting the Cipressa in the right place. We heard from Giannetti saying between the Cipressa and the Poggio could tactically work for them as well. So I think they've got a couple of scenarios, 2 or 3 scenarios they've looked at, but the main scenario is Pogačar going from the bottom of the Cipressa and trying, and I say trying, to get rid of everybody, which I don't think he'll get rid of Van der Poel.
I would have to agree with Brian there, actually. I think it will be difficult to get rid of Van der Poel. The only slight chance he has there is if he gets it right into the bottom of the Cipressa. Mathieu Van der Poel gets it slightly wrong, and that puts him under pressure to close up a gap, which I don't think is the easiest thing to do with Tadej Pogačar. But if they start on equal terms, let's say, then I think it will be difficult for him to get rid of Van der Poel.
What a thing it would be if Van der Poel comes through and wins it again, right?
Well, no one's done it, has he? 3 times
nope.
in a row. Absolutely incredible if he did that. And what he's shown already is he's capable of delivering it. So,
well, it wouldn't be in a row because Jesper Philipsen took it in 2024 . But yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry, 3 times. Yeah. So he did
3 times nonetheless. Yeah.
But same team. That'd be 4 in a row for the same team.
Oscar Freire won it 3 times, divorced, but nobody's ever back to back it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Even Alfredo, the Alfredos, Binder and Bove, back in the day. Most successful team this year. Guess who, Maggie? It's getting upsetting,
it's not a particularly difficult guess, is it? Even though they have had a very difficult year, I would say, in terms of injuries that they have sustained throughout the early parts of the season. It just seems like as soon as if the one is out injured, the next one steps up and fills those shoes and is doing the job to, I would say, almost the same level But that's what a team like that sort of, I guess at the end of the day, it feeds on the whole time. Well, if they can do that, I can live with them in training, so why can't I do it in races as well? And that kind of mentality is just so contagious and is so good for the team, and it keeps on driving the team forward the whole time.
Yeah, winners breed winners, it seems, and particularly within that team, they're kind of used to success. They have a culture of success. I think you're quite right, Magnus, in that regard. Well, from one sanctuary to another. Brian, you're going to take yourself a break for 20Ks. Thoughts before you head off for your coffee as to what we can expect in the next 20Ks?
Well, same as what we're seeing at the moment. Novak will ride. I think some of his teammates will come up, and as we start to hit the cappies, and it just, like it does every year, it just ramps up the whole way to the bottom, and it's all going to be about positioning. One of the best people about its positioning is Van der Poel himself, so I've no doubt he'll be there. But I'm looking forward to seeing if Pogačar can get a better position than last year, which might make the difference. The only way, in my book, is if he can get rid of Van der Poel, is going from the bottom, because I think Van der Poel is going to be on him like a leech. It's who else can go with him. And I think Pogačar has to think about this one. It would benefit him if Del Toro is with him.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
So it might be a case of, it might be better to have 5 or 6 riders rather than what he did last year. He went flat out over the 2 climbs, and it would probably in his best interest, if Del Toro is capable, which I think he is, of staying with them. It gives them, UAE team Emirates, a better option and a little bit more of a conundrum for Van der Poel.
Ryan Smith is heading off. He can't get to the frittery that Magnus has enjoyed, but yeah, so 20Ks we'll be hearing from Brian again. Clouds have kicked up. Maggie, if we get rain, it's going to add another element to what is going to be some very sketchy descending.
No, that's a very different kettle of fish. Yeah. A wet descent of Cipressa and the Poggio. We've already seen the crashes in the women's race, and it's nerve-wracking.
It is. There's a lot of moisture around. We're coming to the sort of mid to late afternoon. You can see from the colour of the asphalt here that there has been a little bit of light drizzle. We had some on the camera lens of the helicopter not that long ago. There is heavy cloud around, just intensifying cloud. We understood that we're going to get completed dry, but yeah, it just adds another worry. Teams hoping to get their principals into a decent position. You can see that Decathlon also wanting to come and play the game. They have Tobias Lund, somebody we haven't mentioned too much just yet. Paul Lapera as well, some good cards to play, and Tord Gudbestad if it comes to a sprint. So they've got strength and some depth. The depth that Brian was talking about, Magnus, the very fact that Isaac Del Toro, if he stays with Tadej Pogačar, that is a lethal pairing for anybody to go up against. And if you find yourself in a trio that includes those two, you're done for, surely.
Well, I wouldn't say you're always done for it. There's always options to play and different scenarios that you can create out of any situation. But for sure, it is far more difficult when you come up against those type of riders.
Yeah, well, look at the ambition that's being displayed here, just on the blower. Julien Alaphilippe, great to see. We're going to hear from Mr. Happy Face, Nico Bonifacio. I don't know whether Bonifacio means happy face, but I'm going with that. And will he have a big cheesy grin at the end of today? We're about to find out his thoughts on his own possibilities. Looking through this raft of hopefuls here, suddenly UAE Team Emirates have been mobbed because a lot of other teams now are joining the pumps to bail out to the end.
I think many of you remember Nicolò Bonifacio, who was 5th actually in Milan-Sanremo 2015. Nicolò Bonifacio nowadays, he retired from pro cycling, but still works with Tadej Pogacar. I saw you driving a motorbike when Tadej is training behind your motorbike and climbing Cipressa and Poggio so many times. First of all, when did you start working with Tadej?
See, we started this winter. We make a lot of time the same parcours at the same speed, a lot of time. So, and now he know really well, and we can see what's up.
What can you tell us about, as an insider, knowing that well today? He was dreaming about this race since like many years ago, I guess.
See, he dreaming about this race, but also is like a black hole in the universe of cycling, no? Because it's really hard to win Milan-Sanremo, because it's one of the most epic race, and there is also climb, there is also downhill, there is also flat, no? It's really difficult to win this race, no?
I know you had the best time in the Cipressa downhill. What's most impressive working with today about driving a motorbike in front of him, the way and the speed he climbed Cipressa and Poggio?
See, for sure, I live here and I never see something like that. He climbed really fast climb and
faster than your downhill skills.
Sì, incredibile. It's a really big talent. Everyone knows he's a champion. And
but give us some number. Give us some number about the speed.
But the time of the climb is less than 9 minutes in Cipressa, and the downhill we go slowly because the traffic is open, so we don't take a lot of risk. But today the road is open and the people can see the champion at work.
Fabulous. Tadej Pogacar went up the Cipressa last year in just under 9 minutes, 8 minutes and 59. First person ever to bust the 9-minute marker. We might see it again today, Maggie.
And that is very possible, and I think very likely that we see a sub-9 minute ascent again, and especially when we see the speeds that across the board of professional cycling is going up constantly. I would be surprised if we don't see another super fast ascent of these climbs.
Yeah, it's part of the battle plan. The thing is, knowing about a battle plan, you think even if we'd sent our spies out and we got the battle plan, there's nothing you can do about it. If it all works for them, if all of their riders are in position, I know they've lost Jan Tristan, who would have been very much part of the drive, but they've got such strength in depth, as you saw with even Domen Nova, who was sent to the front there to do his duty. There'll be no panic. They've got so much armament, really, to take into this battle up these next climbs that we deal with. I have no fear for them. It's not whether Tadej Pogacar is going to be a feature, it's what step of the podium he's going to get, surely, Magnus.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I think that's a possibility that we have to look at it in that way. But it's still a bike race that has to be ridden. There's so many things that can happen. And
goodness me, side of the road, a little bit of raised curbing which wasn't actually guarded against. There it is, to the pole, and some big hits, I'm afraid, and that is hobbled a few. Swift is up, thank goodness, 2 down, and I hate to see riders go down and stay down. You can never mitigate against this. You can't mitigate against anything. That's Ben Turner just getting himself up and off the side. You'll see it. Watch the left-hand side of your screen. You'll suddenly see the paving kicks up. Oh, it's a nudge first. Touch of wheels. Oh, and that was that was his shin into the pole. That is a terrible whack that he's just taken at speed. No shin guards in this game, Magnus, and unfortunately we're going to see it again. Never nice. Watch the leg against the pole, just out of vision there.
We didn't have to watch that again.
Yes, I'm pleased about that as well. I don't see the benefit of it. We know what's happened. We don't need to dwell on it. It's a bit mawkish, but goodness me, that was a shocker. Kwiatkowski, we understand, is the man who went down and stayed down. There we are. Kwiatkowski, Swift and Turner. Oh, a reminder, Magnus, and look at the front of the peloton is wider than it is long. That shows you how urgent it is at this point in the day, with only 63.5 kilometres to go. Ambition is one thing, talent is entirely another. And from the break, one of is it Perron who has pulled the pin from our breakaway? He's dropped out of the front group. Yes, Perron it is, I believe. Double checking. Oh no, could be Lozano. They both wear a postiche. Meanwhile, medical attendants, and I'm afraid this won't be a continuation of the day for Kwiatkowski, I believe. Others have been involved here as well. That's Camberbury, and we are going to see it again. A bit unkindly. I don't want to speculate. I'm not a doctor, but that looked absolutely terrible. I mean, the pace that they were going at there, Magnus, was really quite high. And to whack a static pole, the G-forces on a very small spot of the shin will not have been a good moment.
No, definitely not.
On the blower, Tom Pidcock just wanting to check in on Marcel Kamprubi, who was also involved in that incident. I think it was his wheel and one of the wheels of Indiscriminate at Connor Swift that started the magnification of that incident there. When you're all close together, anything can happen, and a shake of the head here from Marcel. Looks like he's got away reasonably well, but it will have knocked the stuffing out of him as well. Ever mindful of how dangerous this game is that we play, and especially with the wheels so close and with the pack so intensely concentrated on the road, there's not much room for error, and one wiggle out there, Magnus, well, we've seen what can happen.
Yeah, we're coming into that part of the race here now where, you know, everyone is fully committed. Positioning is crucial, and with that the risks are taken to you know, the fight is there, and you don't want to give up that bit of position, because again it comes down to saving energy, is making sure that you manage all of this in the correct way, and if you have to spend too much energy, then yeah, it's not good for later on. So but of course at a certain point you have to consider as well, I can pull the brakes a little bit here, or I can try and play it a little bit safer and maybe move myself back up a little bit later on, but I'm still in the bike race and I have all the skin left on my body at the same time. So it's a fine line between the two, but sometimes it's just, you know, racing incident, and
yeah,
there is no other way around it.
Nothing you get around it. Yeah, exactly. I've got to say though, Magnus, when it's this stressy, and it is now, and it has been for possibly the last 20 Ks, that also has a fatiguing factor. It's not just about the legs. So they've already covered, what, 235, 36 kilometres just to get to this point, for goodness sake, with still 60 Ks to go. The stress, it's not just a physical one, it's a mental one, isn't it, at moments like this?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's been a long day. They've been out there.
And probably a fractious night as well, knowing that this is coming.
I don't know necessarily about that, you know. I think these guys are so used to racing and doing this level of bike race that they wouldn't lose any sleep over it, let's say. But yeah, at the same time, you know, of course there will be some pre-race nerves about. There's no question about that.
Crossing over the Ponte Emidio Viveri, I beg your pardon, who was a partisan. Yes, back in the day, led a rebellion against the Germans, and presumably indeed part of the Italian army early on as well, but was clearly dedicated to freedom, and we salute him. 60.8 kilometres to go then, and the gap is still a handsome one at 4:48. The front group has indeed ceded one of their number. They're down to 8 now. But looking at the full reach across the road here, it's a good job it's a wide highway. Just about everyone has got some cards to play here. Meanwhile, back at the car, here is Perron, who dropped back and has now dropped out of the peloton as well. He's done his day. How many watts would he have kept had he not mispinned his number? In fact, they're both gone. Pondering our breakaway, it's now seeded down to 7 riders. Andrea Perron and David Lozano, both from Team Novo Nordisk, have gone back to the cars and indeed back to the pack. Beautiful roads here, but, well, depending on how you're riding them, they can prove to be very, very uncomfortable. Had crashes in the women's race. Thankfully, Deborah Silvestria is okay. Still waiting for a condition check on Marco Kwiatkowski, who essentially just tangled with an unguarded road sign. It was on slightly elevated paving, so I think that's possibly why it wasn't shrouded or warned against. But the peloton is extremely wide and is sweating onto pavements, which we've just seen the difficulty of that. Only after a touch of wheels, which expanded that particular section of the peloton, and indeed threw Kwiatkowski towards one of the standing poles there. Really, really not a nice thing to witness. Sub 60 Ks to go, 4 minutes and 37. Our breakaway has lost a couple of pistons here, Magnus. They're down to 7.
Yeah, they are, but as to be expected, that you start sort of shedding a few riders later on. Ben Turner getting back up towards the peloton again here now, so it looks to be reasonably okay after that nasty crash.
Ben Turner just on the blower, carrying a few bumps and bruises himself. I would have said on another day, maybe without this incident, he would have been a factor for them. Did a great job in Valenciana, of course, as well. Good opening to the season. Brian Kokar now centre of your screen, as you can see. So some of the fast men with a little bit of mountain goat about them, just waiting to come to the Tre Capi, and we'll be there fairly soon, Magnus.
We will be there very soon. It's only a matter of kilometres now until we are there, but let's see how the final running towards this goes.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it might get a little bit lively here. Whether it holds on now to the Cipressa, I think it's going to... there are some teams that have to find a way of unpicking this conundrum of how to succeed with the likes of Pogacar, with Mathieu van der Poel, with Wout van Aert, with Pipo Gala, if indeed he survived it okay. I mean, now there is really only one card to play for Ineos Grenadiers after Josh Tarling and Ben Turner found themselves out of shape. It was declared as Connor Swift. I thought it was Josh Tarling, but anyway, we'll still wait to find out. I think it was Tarling, Turner and Kwiatkowski, but nonetheless, waiting for confirmation of that. Safest place to be is up front, and if you've got a luxury limousine of a team that can guide you there, then Tadej Pogacar, as you can see, the world champion, is just driving into that. Mads Pedersen is here. Magnus, you think that he wouldn't have taken the start of this race if he didn't have something to offer?
No, definitely not. I don't think it's certainly not a day that you go take on as a training experience. You know, and I think certainly with Mads as well, he will be ready to a certain level. Whether he's completely ready to play a big part in the final or not is, you know, we'll have to wait and see. But I really don't see that he would line up unless they're short in numbers because of, you know, injuries and illnesses, etc. within the team. At which point, yeah, maybe he is the best option. But yeah, again, I still struggle to see Mads Pedersen on the start line without knowing that he's got some legs to play with.
Here's a memorial chapel, the Capoletta, for the Fallen at Sea. Don't know what that means, but anyway. Or maybe the Fallen at Sea. Maybe I've just... yes, of course, that's what it meant.
That would be the more English pronunciation.
Yes, I think taken by the sea, I'd have then got it. I mean, yes, anyways, bless them. And their souls. Look at the wind being described by the flags here, Magnus. It has picked up.
Yeah, round about sort of 15-16 kilometers an hour currently is what's been indicated on various weather apps.
Interesting then, because that is going to be a headwind. It's coming in from the southwest, and as a result, the gaps between the Capi and the Cipressa, and also the base of the descent after the Cipressa leading into the Poggio, will become a little bit more arduous. And look at this, suddenly sparking up, and Q365, and Tom Pidcock says, you know what, these are the Capi, and well, maybe we'll be saying chapeau at the end of the day. I would absolutely love it. Gets himself back into a decent position. John Degenkolb instinctively as well brings up Team Picnic Post NL already in the vanguard of UE Team Emirates. This is because we're about to make the turn onto the first of the Tre Capi. Magnus, it's busy.
Well, it's starting to get busy now. The descents of all these little climbs that we have to deal with, you have to treat them with respect. The peloton gets strung out. You have potential little issues, small crashes, and so on happening. So the closer you are to the front, the better it is. But obviously, everyone kind of wants to be up there. So with that, it just adds to that stress element. But you got to treat this next section of road with the respect that it deserves. It's flat out. It feels like you're going at 100 miles an hour because of all the towns that you're going through with the parked cars, the traffic islands, just the general road furniture, everything that's happening here. It feels like you're traveling so quickly, and obviously you are. But they come at you at a very let's say high speed as well, so you get a couple milli first, and that's like feels like a large speed bump, and then the next one comes at you very quickly again when we could hit Capo Cerva, and then Capo Berta again coming very quickly after that, and before you know it, you're at the foot of the Cipressa. So from this moment on, it is 100% concentration on making sure that you are in the right place all of the time.
Lively. We're down to 7 riders at the front since Novo Nordisk. The 2 riders that were part of the break race since the beginning of the day got themselves back into the pack. Meanwhile, all eyes, of course, on the World Champions jersey. Tucked in behind them are Lidl Trek. I think Giulio Ciccone might be their main card to play. See what Matti Vacek does. Soren Krauw also is not to be dismissed. Big pickup. Road space is at a premium because we're about to turn onto Capi Mele. It's actually staying on the road essentially, but it's a bigger pickup than we've had so far to actually go up around the headland and then back down. Just discussing a local delicacy. Well, let's see who's going to feast themselves right now. You can see the little chili show that's up ahead of us, which announces this drag race that we're going to get. And there it is, just described to you very briefly as it was on the bottom right of your screen. But coming as it does, Magnus, with 244 kilometres almost in their legs, it may look reasonably benign, and if this is all you had to do, you probably indeed would think of it as that way. But this is hard.
Because of the speed that you're traveling at, yeah, and because of the number of kilometers that you already have in your legs, and this is a moment where you got what, 240 kilometers more or less in your legs. We're starting to head in towards the territory that we don't do that often in racing, and yeah, it's moments where the lights can just go out all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's the land of inexperience, isn't it, when you get to this point. And I think even when you see the numbers, girding your loins in order to get to this point is a very difficult thing indeed. You know, keeping something back to spend now, it's all very well thinking it, but at the end of, what, 200, just coming up to 245 kilometres complete, goodness me, there's going to be an awful lot that just starts to fade, and indeed I think we're possibly seeing that now. Bocca Maestri just drifting over the side of the road, doesn't want the gel but does want the bottle, gets it. That's what we're dealing with, maximum of 7%, no easy task, good road surface, and thankfully dry still, Magnus.
Yeah, and it's, from what I understand, it's supposed to stay dry. It's just somewhat overcast towards the finish here now, which is, if fingers crossed it does stay dry, then we'll be okay. I don't want to see a wet descent.
No, that's not what we want. In fact, it's where I'll ask Brian when he comes back in where it was that Čolek came unstuck. Was it off Cipressa? It was off the Poggio, I think, very late on. We'll get confirmation of that when Brian comes back in. And I don't have to rely on lip reading. 4 minutes and 8. Magnus, this breakaway, they honoured the race, but it was almost a thankless task for them to be up there. 4 minutes, though, is a handsome gap with 52 to go, but it's not sustainable, I'm afraid, with the sort of firepower that's behind this group.
No, I don't think so. And it was interesting to see that Sylvain Dillier was keeping the time gap as tight as it did, you know, on the run towards the Turquino, and then after Turquino they let the gap go out to a far bigger number again. But as you can see, it's ticking down constantly, and certainly on these climbs here now, that time gap will shrink again.
That's a nice bit of tile work, I'll give you that. It's the into Leguelia is where we are right now. You know, there's a famous wall here, Magnus, that film stars, Sophia Loren and the like, have signed their name upon. Don't go and add your name to it. I know you're famous, Magnus, but it's not for you, all right?
Okay.
Sophia Loren, Cary Grant. Oh, all right, sign it. Here we go then. 51 point. Don't, kids. That's not what I'm saying. Apparently they signed it and then they sculpted it out and then they set it in ceramic. So even if you do sign it, Sophia's always going to be one ahead of you. 51.7 kilometres then from home. It's under 4 minutes now, and the drive is on. Looking a bit lively, I must say, Q365 Pro Cycling. That spurred me on a bit there, Magnus. I would love to see Tom Pidcock. He's going to do something today, but I don't quite know what yet.
No, they obviously brought a team that's 100% committed to Tom, and they're doing the job so far. And the difficulty becomes from here now until the bottom of the Cipressa to keep these positions and make sure that they maintain Pidcock's position into the bottom of the Cipressa. And we've seen many a time again teams are taking it up here, riding position on these climbs, and then losing it on the final, let's call it, what is it, 6 kilometers I think it is, from the bottom of the descent of Capo Berta to the foot of Cipressa. So yeah, 7k.
Alberto Bettiol is clearly in the mood. He and Davide Ballerini, and maybe Evgeny Fedorov as well, can have a little bit of a dig-see for XDS Astana. I note that Bren Van Moor for Pinarello Q365 is part of the crew. He was the man who almost made it home from a breakaway back in the day when Mark Cavendish got his first win in the Tour de France for many a season. I shed salt tears of joy that day, I must admit, but also felt very sorry for Brent Van Moor, bless him, because he was caught very much at the last, but it opened the door for Cav to come back. We've opened the door, the back door. The Frittery is only 100 metres away, apparently, from Magnus Backstedt. He'll be back a little bit later on in about 20k's time, which probably only gives you about 5 minutes, Magnus, at the pace they're going at the moment.
I've already had my Fritz portion of the day.
Oh, do you know what? It's making me jealous. Thanks, Maggie. He takes a break.
Cheers.
We welcome back Brian Smith. Brian, it's getting skirmishy right now. Battle plan for Ineos Grenadiers. Get in behind Pippo, I imagine.
Yeah, you would think that. Unfortunately, they've lost Kwiatkowski because of that crash, that nasty crash there. So, but they're mustered in their team. That I've just noticed a couple of the riders from Ineos Grenadiers coming up towards the front. But on the fronts, Felix Großschartner, you can see that Pogačar just given an instruction. At one stage, I was thinking, where is, and as we see, tip of the hat to the Giro d'Italia trophy, where was Del Toro? Because Del Toro went missing for a little bit. He's managed to come up, I think, at the right time. So he's joined the rest of his team at the front, but Pogačar obviously just giving out the instruction. This is what we thought they would do, take it on. They have to get into the Cipressa in the first positions. Behind them in the blue, Van der Poel's team. So there's so many teams know what they have to do. And just to give you an indication of how fast these guys are riding. Look at the time gap, 3:23 now.
Michael Valgren's moving up and into position. We've seen him indeed long shot magnificence by Michael Valgren in the Tirreno. I would love to see him have another dig. Yeah, start of the climb. So we are finally at the Capi. 3 minutes and 15. It's absolutely tumbling, the gap to the break. They're not the target. Everyone else just wants to be in a decent position, and as soon as UAE Team Emirates move to the fore, then instinctively I've seen Premier Tech for Mathieu van der Poel do precisely the same. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe won't be that far in arrears either. They have hopes for Giulio Pellizzari and Lawrence Pitty. We've already seen a very busy time for Chulabro Cycling. They've got Mathieu Trentin, Julian Alaphilippe. Possibly other cards to play. Pinarello, it'll all be in for Tom Pidcock, you can be sure about that. And indeed, Wout van Aert, of course, for the men in yellow. Don't confuse them with Polti. Visit Malta, who are in the break here with green accents. The yellow and black, the Wasps, will be working for Wout van Aert, or maybe Matteo Jorgensen.
Yeah, I think they might have multiple options.
Yep.
It's all going to come down to what we've been talking about since we left Pavia. Who can go with Pogačar when he goes? He's going to go on the Cipressa. Who can go with him? There's a lot of riders out there that think they can, but it's delivering it at the right time. And talking about delivering at the right time, you can see Ineos Grenadiers in the orange on the left. Can Ghana do it for the second year in a row?
Do you know what? I thought that Ben Turner might be a better option for them, but Ghana looks up for it. If he's been quiet of late, and he has by his own standards, we've worried about his form. Well, clearly he's up for it, but what sort of range will he decide to impose himself from?
Well, it's just a case of following. But
Yeah.
A lot of these riders just follow and see where they are at the top of the podium. There's not a lot they can do about it. They may have their say in the final, but Pogačar, we know, is going to go. It's what legs you've got to try and go with them. But first and foremost, you have to get the perfect position. We saw that Pogačar didn't have the best position last year. They want to rectify it. So far, so good. But for some of the others, they know they have to be on the wheel of Pogačar, because when he goes, there's very few people, and we discussed this all day long, that very few people that when Pogačar decides to go full throttle, not many riders can go with him. There are a couple, of course, Van der Poel and Pidcock, but very few others. So you don't want to give yourself any gaps to close, because you won't close them. But then again, it's how hard it goes, because I think that Del Toro is going to play a major part in the outcome of this race today in the final. And if Pogačar goes alone, and he's up against man against Mathieu van der Poel, it could be a same scenario as last year.
Could be. Just reboot your mind momentarily. This Giulio Pellizzari that I mentioned is going to be. Well, he's already a superstar. He's been on spectacular form of late. Brian, I don't see why he would ponder even less than top 5. He's capable of getting there, isn't he?
He is, but the position he's in at the moment doesn't suggest that he's going to be Red Bull man today.
No.
Which surprises me a little bit, because the form he has showed recently, he can play his parts. So not unless he's going to miraculously beam himself to the front of this peloton. You know, he was sitting at the back of the peloton with 46 kilometres to go.
Well, Pitsy's got more of a kick in a sprint scenario. I guess that might be a factor. Ineos Grenadiers moving to shoulder the wall here, and shouldering the now absence of Mikkel Kwiatkowski. Still haven't got a condition check on him. I'm hoping that he is okay, but shinning against a pole that it ain't going to move at that sort of pace, it wasn't a good look.
No, not at all. And the rider that hit him in his midriff as well didn't help at all. So yeah, we wish him good luck. But we've kind of touched on it today. You know, when you get these incidents during the race, it's still full focus and trying to get the best outcome, and that's what Ineos Grenadiers are doing. Yes, Kwiatkowski would have been a great asset to have, but you have to deal with what you've got.
Ooh. There was. No, they didn't, but you could see foot out as well, a few shakes, and a big hole opened up in the middle of the peloton, and in fact a few have just been tailed off. They'll get themselves back in. Still 45 Ks remaining, so still time for the likes of Monsieur Petit, Laurens Petit and Pellizzari to get themselves back in. What about Laurens Petit? He's got a proper kick on him, hasn't he, the Kiwi?
Yeah, I really like Petit. Years ago, he came to the front of our minds and started getting real good results in the classic races.
He did.
But over the last year or so, he's been there and thereabouts. He hasn't progressed. But definitely a man for Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe that can possibly be one of the best of the rest. And I'm saying in that kind of second grip that, you know, maybe sprinting for the minor places. But the way this is setting up, very similar to last year. And a few riders getting in the mix here, but UAE Team Emirates doing a great job here with Vermeersch.
Had a very good Paris-Nice, did Laurens Petit as well. He's had some phenomenal runs. Finished behind Arvid Decline to the Montargis stage 2. Don't forget, but beat Dylan Groenewegen. Danny van Poppel, who is also here. Somebody I was pondering, might well be a card to play, not quite sure now, especially with the way that today has been run out. 44 kilometres to go, 2 minutes and 32. They've shed time in very quick order on the Capi, haven't we? We'll have one more to go before we start the long reach to the Cipressa.
Yeah, Capoberta next, and I think that we even lose a lot more time now, but you can see that the squeeze to be put on it. Still UAE Team Emirates leading the way for the most of the last 10-20 kilometres, and I think that will continue. I think learn lessons from last year. But this is setting itself up quite nicely as we go through San Bartolomeo.
There we are. Saint Bart on sea. 2:27. The Capoberta, 2.4 kilometres before we get to the foot of the Capoberta, the last of the Tre Capi, and then we'll have rolling terrain, still staying with the coast before we cut in for the Cipressa. Then we have a reach of around 10 Ks, high-paced certainly, possibly a chase already on before we get to the Poggio. Off the top of that, past all of the greenhouses, Sanremo famous for its flower festival, its poetry festival, its casino festival, and of course this. Absolutely gorgeous as your postcard, and we congratulate Mattia Adamo, who is the editor, who turned that into, he did some graphical effects to turn it into an actual postcard.
Yeah, it was lovely. He always does a very, very good job, and you know, talking about that, this breakaway, originally of 9 riders down to 7, and they've stayed together, which is, you know, strength in numbers, but tumbling down again to almost 2 minutes, 41.8 to go. And these are the danger parts. You just see that, you know, the spectators, the noise, very little kind of parked cars. We did see parked cars before, but, you know, these kilometres could take by very, very quickly. But there's quite a few pinch points, and, you know, the size of the peloton, they've all been told the same thing: get to the front, and, you know, that can cause its incidents, as we've already seen.
Yeah, exactly. So let's hope. The last time we were squeezed like this, notably in his Grenadiers on the lucky side of the road now, perhaps. They've gone on the right as opposed to the sinistre. Just looking down, actually, and again we're still boxing and bunching here. It's not nice. You can get a knockout blow at any moment with 41.1 kilometres to go, spearing up through the centre here. Tudor have got some big ambitions today. Arthur Kluckers, the Luxembourger, who's a decent time trialist as well, Luxembourg champion, just getting himself into position. Shall we have a go? Next, last of the Cappy.
Yep, the last of the three riders, or last of the three Cappies coming up now. But yeah, on the wheel of Kluckers, the Luxembourg champion, was Alaphilippe, and hoping, in his heyday, he was one of the best at these short, sharp climbs, but probably not anymore. And I don't think we'll see him back at his best. But he'll give it a good go today. But this is a difficult little climb, 2 kilometres, 6.3 this one, 9% maximum. So of the three, this is probably the hardest.
Okay, get yourselves ready. We're about to launch with 40 to go. There's another Cappy here. Still hasn't taken the bait for the time being, Tadej Pogačar. Like to come on the Cipressa, but I think more than that, it's possibly going to come just after Cabo Berta in the approach, that long sort of 8-9 kilometre approach to the Cipressa. I don't think he'll wait until he actually gets to the foot of it.
I don't think he'll have too much to say about it, purely because the speed will be too high. So I think first and foremost, UE Team Emirates, it will all be about position at the bottom of the Cipressa.
Which nutter brings the powder flare?
We see this every year.
I know. They should be arrested, quite frankly. There's some very deep breathing athletes there. Powder flares are designed to sit upon the water in distress, and all they're doing is giving distress to the riders. You have to breathe that thing in. Anyway, Maciulussi it is. That is off the back. Tarozzi is going to join him as well. Mario Tarozzi, on his day, back in the day, there he is, just up ahead of this man, which is Manuel Moro. Again, somebody else who, as we're used to seeing in a breakaway. Tarozzi, almost a breakaway specialist, isn't he, Magna?
As soon as you drop a 9% gradient in a long day like this, with 40 kilometres to go, this is what happens. I said beforehand, they've done a great job in keeping together and working as a team, which they have done, but as soon as you drop that percentage in there, this is what happens. The breakaway explodes, and this is just a fatigue it's sat in for the breakaway. This is, where the if you have saved your legs, this is where you come to the fore, and you can clearly see that there's a lot of riders that have got themselves into a very good position, but there's a lot of riders out of position.
There are, and desperately trying to get back in, hence the oohs and ahs. Pogačar still staying really nice and safe within the vanguard, and Mathieu van der Poel is absolutely on his shoulder almost, not too far divorced. They're regretting doing that now. They've just filled the sandwich bar with smoke. Yeah, don't do it. 7% is what they're dealing with, and still skipping up it, as you can see. Meanwhile, getting the drivetrain sorted, and Pippo Ganna is being guided in here, or protected. He's got a wheel guard as well. As you can see, almost a guard of honour. Looking back through the group. Team Jaco Alula, they have Swiss champion Mauro Schmidt. They also have Andrea Vendrame, who is starting to make a move in the purple. Want to watch. Alessandro Covi as well will want to shine brightly, of course. Naturally enough, everyone does. 1 minute and 20 now. It's absolutely tumbling. We have ourselves now an instigation of hostilities, I think. The launch pad is being prepared for Pogačar and anyone else who fancies it, and he clearly does. Goodness me, how many flares do they sell in the locale here?
Well, I think that might be the same one, but we saw that.
It's not. It's a guy with it in his hand.
Is it Per Lazzari is now moved up in the right hand side for Bora, but yeah, it's continuing to break down in the breakaway. Another flare on the left hand side, Captain.
Yes.
But yeah, this is coming back rapidly. 39 kilometres to go. Still, UE Team Emirates have the numbers, have control of this, the front of the peloton.
Well, no drift just yet, maybe for Alexei Faure-Prost. It looks like he's struggling to keep the wheel, and that looks like pop. Drifts to the side of the road, slams himself back down in the saddle. And 1:14, it's a thankless task at moments like this. He might get himself back on when they go just up and over the top, but it looks like he is struggling, I'm afraid. Won't like this camera being near him. Acknowledges it, almost leans into it. Leave me alone. It's almost like torture, isn't it? That's the side of the road I want to go to.
Yeah, we're just about over the top now. Quite a fast, tricky descent. And these guys will just be hoping that they can get to the bottom of the Cipressa with some sort of an advantage. But
oh, launch coming up tight on the inside, and it looks like Bardiani. I thought they were going to have a hit. Nope, there. Here's Mathieu van der Poel staying with it, staying tidy. Good as well to see that Josh Tarling, great time trialist in his own right, could be a nice help for Ghana, but Ghana's clearly going to be the choice. And the Mexican champion, of course, Isaac Del Toro on the wheel of the world champion here, acting as his wheel guard, but I think will be his guide fairly soon. Alaphilippe looked like he was getting lively just out of the saddle momentarily. Nobody twitching and looking at him, but there he is, all just off the centre of the road with the rainbow bands upon his sleeve caps, and others as well, some great notables just making themselves aware of those around them. And that's what you've got to do, Brian. You have to know what your possibilities are.
Yeah, there's a lot of effort being put in here. You can just see that the riders' faces, you know, making the effort. A lot of the contenders, well, they looked so relaxed, but it's starting to get into this kind of washing machine. A lot of movements. We're coming on to this descent, a little push from Van der Poel for Del Toro there. This can be a tricky one. Luckily it's dry today, but this is a fast sweeping descent, and you know, if you want to be in the better position, and so far you have to say that UAE Team Emirates have done a great job, because it's not easy doing this, staying at the front, because everybody knows that's what they're trying to do, but they're doing a terrific job of shepherding the world champion.
You certainly are. 59 seconds, less than a minute now, the breakaway. It hasn't been like that for probably about 260 Ks, to be honest. Absolutely remarkable. Still got 36.8 Ks remaining, and fighting to get himself back on is Alexei Faure-Prost. Good for him. It's going to be a quartet up front, but sacrificial lambs, I believe they're going to be Imperia, the imperial place, in the modern era, an industrial port, but yeah, fascinating blend of history and contemporary development. At the look of it, all you can see is the contemporary, but there is the church down there. That's about it. This squeeze that we see, familiar. Often we've seen the peloton coming through in bulk. Occasionally we've seen somebody spearing up through here on their own, way back in the day. But right now, with 56 seconds, we still have just about 4 riders here. This is one of the big pictures, isn't it, this Piazza?
It is narrowness, and it'll be strung out by then anyway, but certainly some dangers there, and you can just see that the rider here for Prost, well, he was banging his thigh there. It looks as if he's feeling a little bit of cramp in his left leg.
Last thing you need, and it can strike anybody if you're misfed, but just look at this. It has just started to break down ever so slightly off the descent from the Capoberta, coming into this little piazza. This very, very narrow pinch coming up right now, and almost asking to be allowed in. Pippo Ganna, big bear of a man, is boxing clever at the moment. I've got to say, of Lidl as well, Matthias Vacek is in a very, very good position. I don't know whether he's working for himself, maybe for Søren Kragh. Wait and see where the Danish champion is at the moment. They all just about take the right hand. A few decide to select the alternative option. And a big assembly here of Visma Lease Bike. I haven't really spoken too much about them. The 5 riders absolutely where they need to be, including Matthew Jurgensen and, of course, Wout van Aert.
Yeah, I know Vacek is up towards the front. He's got one teammate with him. It looks as if it's Mads Pedersen on the left-hand side there. But the rest of his teammates, I think I saw the Danish champion down towards the back with the Swiss champion as well. So, yeah, this is a time where you need your team, you need a good position, because we're starting to head to the Cipressa now.
We are. and this, we believed, was going to be the launch pad for Tadej Pogačar. Big question is, has he spent too much today? Have his team done the same? I think he's absolutely primed to live up to the expectation.
Yeah, it's looking like that so far. But, you know, this is so far been quite a dominant positional play by UAE Team Emirates. They haven't let anybody else take the front. Pogačar wants to be in the front. And again, it sounded repetitive here, learning from some small mistakes last year.
Let's see. He wants this win so much. I was going to say so badly, but he'll take it very well. No matter what, but because he always does almost the ultimate PR man's dream. He speaks well, whether it goes well for him or not. Just the ultimate professional. Spearing up through the centre is Jaco Alula. They had Mauro Schmidt. Alessandro Covi, though, and Andrea Vendrame are indeed their chosen sons. As if by magic, on the left-hand side of the road, as we look at it, the Danish champion Søren Kragh has just got himself into position. He's tucked in quite tightly behind Ineos Grenadiers, the orange shoulders. As you can see as well, Decathlon want to come and play the game today. Tobias Lund, fresh from success, the Decathlon man. Paul Lepera as well. They've got great cards to play. Tord Gudmundsson, if he still stays with it, on a kicker at the end. 33.4 kilometres to go. Still three up front. Maitri Balletta and Milesi. All credit to them, and indeed to Fari Prost, who gave it his best shot to get back on, but just could not do it. He's behind the camera bike by now, and I think it's possibly in abeyance ever so slightly. The wind's just fading to a southerly now, which means it's going to be a crosswind for them on the run-in, but I think it's actually faded in intensity as well. It was nudging up 16, 17 kilometres per hour, and that seems to have gone. No more white horses upon the waves, as you can see, and just look at this beautiful place. Absolutely stunning. Don't forget, today at 1700 Central European Time, that's 4 in the UK, ski flying, the World Cup at Vikersund. It's the men's 240 metre. That's a big hill. Imposing facade here and frescoes, architectural even masterpiece, celebrating all of those things. We're celebrating as well.
Big crash.
Oh, it's massive, and Pidcock picks it up, but only to escape this.
Pogačar.
Gamay's down here as well.
This
Van Aert
changes.
is down there. This changes things hugely. Mathieu Jorgensen gets himself back on the bike, so that'll be him knocked out of proceedings, I imagine. Affini also been on the deck. Borgo gets himself up. A few others as well. And that is Tim Marsman, part of the approach crew. And I'm afraid that Wout van Aert looks as emotionally hobbled, apart from anything else. Check it out, Brian. Oh, Pogačar went down as well.
I think locking of the handlebars between Søren Kragh and Pogačar there, straight onto the radio, but this changes a lot of things now. Wout van Aert,
what a mess.
I don't think he's going to get back in time. Girmay obviously out of it, but for Pogačar, far from ideal.
Absolutely far from ideal. Now he's got to get himself back in, clear the mind, but it happened way towards the front. Waiting up for him, just about everybody. Del Toro, I think, just kept it sensible and kept up front. They'll reassemble right now. No, there's a lot of teams here. The only advantage is there's a lot of teams been affected. Pogačar, Jorgensen, Pellizzari, Van Aert, Affini. That's a lot of talent right there.
I said, what, 2 or 3 minutes ago that really impressed with UAE Team Emirates, how they were riding towards the front, and then just that split second, just see it here, watch where Pogačar is. There's a squeeze. Pogačar, for me, just looking, I think he locks handlebars with it. Very difficult to see. He's one of the first riders down. You see Søren Kragh go over the handlebars there.
Yep.
So I think it was just a coming together, possibly locking in the handlebars. Wout van Aert come down as well. The thing is, for me now, he will get back, but it's whether he sticks with his bike, because I know that it might have been just his lever that brought in, but does he need a spare bike? He's going to get back quite quickly now. He's got a couple of teammates, but it definitely has had a bit of an effect here.
Huge. And to what end? Well, Van Aert also caught out Mathieu Jorgensen, as we mentioned. Tadej Pogačar on the deck. And indeed, as Brian was saying, one of the first to go down. This opens up the possibilities to so many. And they're not going to spare the horses. They're racing to get onto the Cipressa. This was supposed to be the place where Tadej Pogačar was going to very much get involved. He's back in, though.
He's not going to get back on before, I don't think, before the Cipressa, because you've got, this is the front of the peloton. There's another small group just behind, and then behind them, you've got the third group, which is Pogačar's group. Look at the effort that these guys are putting in, right? He's got two teammates, Pogačar, to try and get him back. They'll possibly almost get him back before the Cipressa.
There we are.
But he's going to start at the back.
Almost in the cars, just at the back of the cars that indeed are tracing the front group. And here is Pogačar right now, sitting alongside him, Owain Doull. Some big names here, I've got to say. Some got up and got away and back in rather smartish. Others still smarting. That's Mathieu Jorgensen. Doesn't look happy. He's going to get himself a bike change. That's a wise thing to do. Not panic, Brian.
Maybe the wise thing to do is get a change of the bike, but I don't think it's going to have a major effect on his race. I don't think he's going to play any part. This is another group in front.
Oh, you're right.
The front of the race is still round the corner. So for me now, it does look as if Pogačar is not going to make it back to the front of the race. This is the second group. This is Mathieu van der Poel. So he's just coming back to the front of the race as well. So he must have been affected. We never saw it. He's coming back. Pogačar's behind. It's all kicking off.
Good Lord. Absolute nightmarish scenario. And we welcome Magnus Backstedt back into the commentary position. Magnus, all hell has broken loose.
It definitely has, but again, I'm not too surprised to see these sort of scenes happening on the run into the Cipressa. It's always the same thing. Big fights to keep position. You have to be at the front to getting into the bottom of the Cipressa. But for Tadej Pogačar, this is a disaster, because even though he's got teammates doing everything they can to bring him in, I think it will be almost impossible to make it back into the peloton again before they start the Cipressa.
Affini is the man that's going to do the pacing. Decent time trialist as well, but he's got to get through. Here is Biniam Girmay, just seated in front of him, a whole raft of riders, but the most notable, of course, is Tadej Pogačar himself. And look at the marks from the road rash that he's got. Some scuffs and indeed dirt upon the rainbow jerseys here. It's not shining brightly at the moment. It might still. 36 seconds back to the group with Tadej Pogačar. The group with Wout van Aert is at 57 seconds. They've got a lot of work to do. 28 Ks remaining. The peloton, the main body of it, seated now 13 seconds behind the front group. So 20 seconds the margin for Pogačar to get back in, and indeed 40 seconds for the Van Aert group. In fact, looking at Van Aert, he's here.
Look at the move that Mathieu van der Poel has just done. He's just come from the back there. He's used all of his teammates to get back in again, and then he's just taken up the positioning work himself and is now freelancing his way up towards the front.
Has to do it. Look at Tom Pidcock. He's got to believe that his chances have just been magnified here, Brian.
Oh, the plan of UAE Team Emirates has just been blown out the window.
Yep.
That small incident there, bang, it goes out the window and changes the complex of this race. He is coming back. They will make it, but the thing is, he's going to be stuck at the back. As soon as we turn right onto the Cipressa, which is coming up imminently, he's going to be stuck at the back. Mathieu van der Poel doing the right thing. Oh. He's using a little bit of effort, and he has done to get best place here.
Goodness me. Everyone battling to get to indeed the transition. And here's the pickup right now, and here's the drive, and Pip O'Connor is in an absolutely perfect position at the moment. He's absolutely where he needs to be. Safe, you might say, with a teammate. He's got the drive. Tell you who else as well is well set is Corbin Strong at the moment. There's a few others. Tom Pidcock's got to believe. Magnus, it's all kicking off, and the opportunities here are magnified for the likes of Mads Pedersen, who are asking questions about him. You had the belief. He's in this group as well out the front.
Well, when you're looking at the fact that Tadej has just got back in here now, you know, for a lot of riders, this means that the start of the climb is somewhat easier. And we've got to remember as well, the final kilometer of the Cipressa is not actually that difficult in terms of gradient. So it's this has changed the outcome of the bike race.
Well, as you can see, not having gone back is Isaac Del Toro. Would he be your default choice as a DS now, Brian?
Well, no, I would still stick with Pogacar. The unfortunate thing for Pogacar, I know he crashed last year in the Strade Bianche, went on to win. He still got that power left. If his bike's okay, he still got the power left. But the thing is, like Maggie said, it does change the outcome. He's not that planned to go from the bottom. This is too slow for Pogacar. It's Tarling is at the front, but nobody's taking it on. It's kind of bunched up at the front. Normally we would not see this if the plan of Pogacar had to come to the front, but it hasn't, and this is going to slow things up, which means that, yeah, Pogacar is still the main plan as Ganna just pulls his foot out there. So Trentin also moved up in the black there for Tudor. Pogacar's coming back. He will get back to the front, but he's lost that big opportunity.
Magnus, there's a smorgasbord selection right now, and I suggest there's actually more to choose from. Tadej Pogacar comes to the front. Is he going to make a statement move here? Just trying to stay with him. Just gets the drive. As you can see, it's everyone else tucking in on his wheel again. Well, maybe the great man Magnus has still got what it takes to deliver here.
Well, they're definitely going to keep on trying. There's no question about that. But I'm somewhat surprised that none of the other riders that you know, are more towards the climbers type had a go when you know, at the from the foot of the Cipressa to put the pressure on here. They effectively waited for Mathieu van der Poel and Tadej Pogacar to get back into the bike race and then let him start proceedings and setting it up in his way. So now we're back to racing a Tadej Pogacar type of bike race.
Well, for a man that sat himself at the back for so much of the day, Victor Campenaerts is in a fantastic position at the moment, unlike the rest of his teammates. Some of them have got themselves back in, but the main body, which is Wout van Aert and Matteo Jorgensen, surely going to be more diminished, I would have thought, than Tadej Pogacar himself, who was very much part of the crucible that was that crash. Here comes Del Toro. It'd be interesting to see if any words pass between them. None required. He just goes straight in onto duty. Pippo Ganna just looms, cue the Jaws music almost. Amazingly so. Big figure. Very much a counterbalance, you might say, to Tom Pidcock, who's on his shoulder. Also tucked in here is Mathieu van der Poel. And I've got to say as well, Mads Pedersen is looking lively. It's being guided at the moment by Giulio Ciccone, trying to keep the powder dry for Mads Pedersen. And still they grind on. It's almost as you were, Magnus. It's a good place for Tadej Pogacar to be at the moment. What resources he got left after that incident, mechanical or indeed physical, we're about to find out.
Well, I think the key move here now was Del Toro moving around Tadej Pogacar. You saw straight away, as soon as that happened, Ganna, Pidcock, Van der Poel, they all moved around as well and found themselves, put themselves in a position where they want to be, because they know that the attack will come soon and they will use Del Toro. The question is now how they use the tactic. Will they use Del Toro to try and go up the road? And this is where Narvaez had to put in the move last year to set up Tadej Pogacar.
Looming large, Mathieu van der Poel looks more comfortable than just about anybody around here. Well, it's time, and he does it. Del Toro picks it up, and indeed, this is at the behest, don't forget, of Tadej Pogacar. Don't let greatest form of defence, you might say, his attack, and he goes, and of course it's Pidcock that stays with him. There, of course, is Ganna as well. Van der Poel is here. We have Ciccone and Mads Pedersen likewise, but what a foil we've got here. And Isaac Del Toro, Brian, he's actually setting the pace here, and this is being demanded by Tadej Pogacar.
Yeah, they've all been buying tickets. They've all been buying tickets for the wheel of Pogacar. So far, Pidcock is there, but there he goes. Pogacar straight onto it. Pidcock goes with him. Mathieu van der Poel. Ganna has a little bit missing.
Yes, he does. Roglic is having a look, see he can't respond just for a time. Michael van Sullivan's also in the back door, but this is Tadej Pogačar. Could it be another magnificent down but not out? And in fact, the killer blow still waiting to be offered up. It's a very different complexion. Gannon's not going to be a part of this, I don't think, for the remainder of today. We'll see if he gets himself back in. But Pogačar is absolutely showing his class here in adversity.
Yeah, you had to be on the wheel, and actually Mathieu van der Poel was a little bit far down. He made sure he got back up towards the front, but yeah, he's kicked over the bucket now. He's the adrenaline is high at the moment. He's not even kind of asked for any help whatsoever. Pidcock, Mathieu van der Poel, we thought this would be the scenario, and Ganna, as you said, missing a little bit, but Pogačar bouncing back very well here so far. But I just think he's lost that opportunity of going from the bottom. We said it right from the start. I don't think he's going to get rid of Mathieu van der Poel on the Cipressa or the Poggio, and he has to think, what next?
What is next? Because if he's going to continue riding like this, what we got to also remember is that we have a number of kilometers on the flat at the bottom of this one before we hit the Poggio, and what have we got coming from behind as well? Because if he goes full all the way here now and they don't stay away, then it's a big question on how quickly can this big bunch, as led by Little Trek, come back into the mix again.
Yeah, Little Trek thinking, indeed, I am certain about Mads Pedersen now. That would be a story in its own right. Soren Krauss was one of those that I believe took a tumble. Meanwhile, 4% is what they're dealing with, nearly at the crest. But how does he unpick this one, Brian? He's got two riders with more than a little bit of a kick. He's got to believe he can deliver once again.
Look, it's a tough one. You do have to believe. He made a mistake in the sprint last year. I know it's going to be very difficult against Mathieu van der Poel again. But he has to continue doing what he's doing. There's no other plan that he can have. If he stops, if he slows up, Pidcock give him a turn. Mathieu van der Poel says no. But if they stop now, then they're bringing so many other riders back into the fray. So this is the podium if they want it. If they want a podium, they've got to.
Van der Poel is pulling a few faces here as well.
I think they all are. It's been such a long day and such a brutal one as well. Garner just regathering himself. He could possibly, Garner, just the quality of his time trialling here, Magnus, make a breach when he gets onto the flatland. He's not a bad descender either. But when it comes to the final climb up the Poggio, I kind of lack belief. He's just not been absolutely where he needs to be. And finally, they are now starting to share the duty out front, Magnus.
Yeah, I think Ganna himself, it will be difficult to sort of bridge the gap, let's say. The only thing that he can hope for now is that the full team of Little Trek and the work that they're doing, they're going to be able to...
here he goes. Big pickup, and Pog doesn't want company. I can understand that as well. Just the scenario that Magnus was talking about there. He doesn't want to be part of that. He'd like to be alone. It's Pidcock that goes. Maybe he senses that Van der Poel is struggling just a little bit. Maybe the delay for him to come back and offer up a little bit of help shows a little chink in the armour, and Pogačar wants to exploit it. Whether he's capable of delivering that, Brian, is anybody's guess now.
Yeah, I think he's shown a little bit of desperation there, because you know, it was close to the top of the top of the climb. He had the cooperation of all of them. I think he should have used that. He should have, you know, kept rolling through, not attacked them, and went all in on the Poggio. Now the others are expecting it. Now the others are not going to give him that sort of help.
Oh, I tell you something. Van der Poel here, Magnus, does not look overly happy. And we got some rain.
He looks like he's labouring a little bit. Pidcock is looking very sharp indeed, though. Like the way he responded to that attack from Tadej. Wow.
Slightly damp is our condition, as you saw. I don't think it was a drop bead on. I think we've got a little bit of moisture in the air. That might add an extra little element here. I've got to say that Mathieu van der Poel does not look massively comfortable. But then again, if he can keep up at the moment, all bets are indeed off. I think this is quite an even gambling table here, Brian.
Yeah, as you know, all three. This is the podium if they want it. It's only 21 seconds back to the group behind. Any falter in anything at all. I just thought at that time that Pidcock started the ride, Mathieu van der Poel started the ride, and just let them ride, let them put their nose in the wind, don't drag them along. But then when Pogačar went on the attack, that changes things again. We're not going to ride with you if you're going to keep on attacking us. We know it was going to come, but I tell you what, this group ain't out it yet.
Goodness me, Magnus, it's a conundrum. Has Tadej Pogačar, after a slam down, we still don't know whether his equipment is absolutely as he would want it. There's a few others here that would hope for. Covey just makes a signal here, as you've just seen. Likewise, a few others will still have some ambitions, but it's up to 30 seconds. Tadej Pogačar is a fabulous descender. A great bike handler as well is Tom Pidcock.
They all are.
Yeah. Van der Poel, likewise, yeah. But look at the gaps between them, and it seems that Pogačar wants it more than any of them, Magnus.
Well, I think Pogačar, as we heard in that interview, has spent an awful lot of time going up and down this particular climb, okay, with open traffic. But you still learn, you still see the signs, you know the corners off by heart, and when you do that, it builds the confidence in what you're doing and how you approach every single turn. So the fact that we've seen Tadej leading down here, not a big surprise. Pidcock looks very comfortable, and Mathieu is just looking like he's got that little bit of a safety gap just in case.
Just trying to see who's giving the drive here by Little Trek. Mads Pedersen will, I imagine, try and keep something back, but it's not in his nature. And even coming here, as Magnus said at the beginning of the show, somebody who would not attend if he didn't think he had a chance of winning. Little rain spots here. How much we have to worry about that depends if they intensify, but as we've also got sunshine, a suggestion of a rainbow, and it's the rainbow jersey that's leading us down here. He's a big man, isn't he, Mathieu van der Poel, but he sails around these curves rather nicely. Double check into the corner there for Tadej Pogačar.
Well, let's see what the cooperation is when we come off the descent here, because that's key, because 34 seconds, not a lot in the kilometres up to the bottom of the Poggio. So now let's see if they start to communicate with each other. If they do, then this is the podium. If not, then this group behind them could be on them before the Poggio.
Sanremo Walk of Fame, I think we're asking for people's handprints at the end of each day. Bloody but unbowed is indeed Tadej Pogačar at the moment, and they are starting to exchange. Maybe they're watching us, Brian, and some of the DSs have said, why don't you work together, fellas? You guaranteed a podium. It's whether that's good enough for any of them here, Magnus.
Well, I think for either of these three, it's the best opportunity for them to win the bike race. So they need to stay clear of the chasing peloton here now, or whatever's left of that peloton is still a reasonably sized group. There will be some fast men in it. So I don't think either of the three of them out front would want to let these guys back into the mix again.
Interesting, isn't it? Pedersen's here. Looks like he's isolated. Del Toro likewise. We also got Romain Gregoire. All of these would have had hopes at the beginning of the day. Victor Campenaerts, who has had a quiet day, is now starting to go loud, but none louder than this man. And what a famous win, Brian, this would be if he actually slams it down and goes on to win yet again. It's almost becoming a habit.
Yeah, well, he did it in Strade Bianche last year. But just looking at Mathieu van der Poel, he is of the three looking probably the most ragged, I would have to say. But he's been forced into doing a little bit of work. You can just see a little bit kind of blood in his hands there. So he was affected by that crash. We never saw it. Pidcock, like Maggie says, he looks very good. Pogačar still looks strong, but like we said right from the start, can Pogačar get rid of anybody in the Poggio? And the answer was no. I don't think he can. I think we're looking at three riders that are going to come into the finish together.
If this gets cagey, it's going to be one heck of a finish, because you've got three riders in a similar position, but of a very different stock here, I have to say. And depending on how they've ridden the day and the adversity that has rained down upon them, it's going to almost level it, really. It's hard to choose, Magnus.
It is. I have to say, I think Pidcock looks the calmest and probably the most in control at this moment in time. He's not made any tactical errors as far as I'm concerned, and I agree with Brian that what Tadej did over the top of the Cipressa, maybe that wasn't the best of ideas. Mathieu van der Poel, as we've seen now, he's definitely suffering a bit with his finger, and maybe that's why he was just sort of letting a few bike lanes go on the descent there, because he feels like he's not got the best of mobility in that hand.
A lot of firepower here in this chasing group. Wout van Aert, after a bike change. Julian Alaphilippe is here as well. Mathieu Jorgensen is on the nose, I believe, doing a lot of driving. Liam Schlott for Lotto Intermarché, also part of this group, has been helping as part of the retrieval. Let's see what indeed will it only be crumbs from the table with 15.5 kilometres to go. It's going to be minor places by the looks of things. It's gone out to 34 seconds, Brian.
Yeah, there's still an opportunity. I think it's Little Trek riding at the front. There was a few other riders. Romain Gregoire was rolling through. Maybe with Wout van Aert here, you'll get Victor Campenaerts maybe ride a little bit, but I just think that the gap has grown a little bit. I think this could be our podium come the finish. In what order? I have to wait and see, but two of them have been down. Tom Pidcock hasn't. He does look the most comfortable, but has he got the legs? A lot of adrenaline running high after that incident there. I think Pogačar making a couple of mistakes already, but you know, this race isn't over for these guys, but it's looking a little bit more likely that they're not going to catch the leading trio before we hit the podium now.
Wouldn't have thought so. 14.5 kilometres to go. Wout van Aert, what might have been, he'll be thinking, but then again, so many riders will be sharing that particular thought by the end of the day. I think Mathieu Jorgensen, even from his own team, Alaphilippe here just fumbling for a gel with the rainbow bands on his sleeve caps. In fact, the rainbows are indeed up front, including former world champion, of course, Mathieu van der Poel, and Tom Pidcock with that golden trio. But just look at this. This is a proper drive behind them. 34 seconds, though. I don't think they're going to get caught. They seem to be working together. I think it's been a great equalisation, and as a result, we just don't know who's going to pick this up. Tom Pidcock, a few moments ago, he kind of looked a little bit twitchy. Just on the bottle feed, sort of cast a bottle away. It's almost like he's riding on anger here, and I think it's because of the scenario he's in. It's not that he doesn't want it. He's trying to. I think just naturally he's spurred on. Here he is. Look at that big breathing from Tom Pidcock. Takes a toot of the bottle. He then hurled it to one side as if to get himself into battle mode, and that's exactly what we're witnessing here, Brian.
Yeah, I think that all three of them now have realised that they have to race together because, you know, they want to at least get the podium. Who's going to win? You'd have to think that Mathieu van der Poel is definitely the favourite yet again. But having been down, having that injury, how bad is it? He did look as if on the descent he wasn't comfortable. He was kind of hanging a little bit on the Cipressa. Don't write off, you know, what happens next in the Poggio with this man, because I guarantee he's going to go all in right from the bottom. Can Pidcock stay with him? I think he can. Can Van der Poel stay with him? I think he can as well. I'm thinking now that all three riders are going to go over the Poggio together, but Pogačar is going to put one hell of an effort in to get rid of these two.
Absolutely remarkable. What a scenario, Magnus.
Yeah, I think I agree with Brian there, but for me, Pidcock has to be on the wheel of Tadej Pogačar on the Poggio. He cannot allow Mathieu van der Poel with the sort of somewhat hesitant turns that he took on the Cipressa, and he wasn't really. Yeah, he didn't really want to participate in the work going up even over the final kilometre. There is somewhat flatter. So for me, I agree. Tadej will go all in. The moment they turn off this main road here now onto the Poggio, he will go from there. And I wouldn't want to take the risk of, maybe if Mathieu is feeling it, to lose the wheel. If that is a possibility, then I would certainly want to position myself on the man in the white.
There's always time to get back over the top of the Poggio, as Sean Kelly, of course, proved on his second win. Absolutely remarkable. They are exchanging duties here, which is great to see. However, it's going to be a proper punch-up by the time we get to the foot in 2.7 kilometres time. Only 23 seconds in arrears, and a fully stocked shelf here by, indeed, Little Trek, doing a fantastic job for Pedersen, who's ridden beyond himself, I think, today. Here is an assembly of greats just towards the rear, including Wout van Aert, but surely only minor places for them. And Mathieu van der Poel does pick up, and he starts to drive into this climb. Still 2.3 kilometres to go before we get there. A little bit of rolling terrain. Sun shines back out. Rain, whatever little sprinkle of water we had, has indeed abated. And just look at the face of Tom Pidcock. He means business here, Brian.
Yeah, they all do. They're all feeling it. Dip of the head there from Pogacar. But I look behind. They know they don't have a lot.
Yep.
They're going to have enough to go into the Poggio in the prime places. But that little look behind, that's forcing the trio to combine together, because any faltering, any slowing up, any sandbagging at all means that their podium place could be out the window, and that's why they're all riding together. But just wait till we turn off in just a moment's time that the world champion, you have to say, in the white and the tarmac colour, will be lighting things up.
Campenaerts is on duty here, and this will have been the call that's come in from his teammates. Mathieu Jorgensen, Wout van Aert also won a part of the day, and Julian Alaphilippe has actually reinvigorated as well. He's picked it up. Are they starting to believe that possibly something could happen here? We'll see if the resources of this trio have got enough. But it's down to 19 seconds, Magnus, with 1,300 metres to go before we get to the absolute transition onto the Poggio itself.
Yeah, and this is going to be the question now. Are they going to be able to make that junction just as we start the climb, or in the first few hundred metres of that climb? Depends on how much Tadej Pogacar has got left and when he does light it up on the Poggio. This is going to be a nail biter, I think.
It certainly is, and right now even Pogacar's offering himself up a look-see. 17 seconds only is the margin. I'm beginning to wonder whether this is enough of a cushion. There is a catch zone as well, don't forget, once we come off the descent, and it is still damp, as you can see. There's still raindrops on the camera lens, which might add a little bit of something. Will anyone dial it back on the descent? Let's see. Hope that everyone takes it safely. 600 metres before we get to our famous transition onto the Poggio itself. And it's Mathieu van der Poel that's going to do the leading. Meanwhile, further back, Intermarché, Lotto Intermarché want to add a little bit of pace, and also others starting to man the pumps here. Paul Magnier, if he's still here for Soudal Quickstep, that would be something very, very special. And they still make the turn here, 300 metres, and it's going to be on it'll be a gentle right-hand blend onto the Poggio itself. We get this very, very gentle curve. They drift to the centre of the road, try and give themselves the biggest view of it when we make that transition. It is only 11 seconds they hold. My goodness, they're coming back here, Brian.
Yeah, Pidcock is he's the rider not doing anything. We turn on to the Poggio now. We are expecting Pogacar to really kind of rip up this climb, but the last couple of turns Pidcock has missed.
7 seconds now. Pidcock holding something back, possibly trying to lean on Pogacar. Van der Poel just drifts over to the left-hand side of the road. Pogacar, has he got a moment right now? Indeed, is he going to strike out? So let's wait and see. They've only got 8 seconds. He's probably going to go up this Poggio, don't forget, quicker than just about anybody else. Even when he's taken a slam down like this, he's got the numbers. He knows that he can reassemble them. But will he? That's the big question. He comes out of the saddle right now and he goes on full attack, trying to stay with him. Is Van der Poel can't do it just for now, waiting to see everybody else and what they've got to try and bridge over here, and they're within sniffing distance. And it says 8 seconds, but it's even less than that. Still he picks it up and goes, and here it is, big one, and Van der Poel can't follow by the looks of things. Can Pidcock stay with him? Pidcock does make the bridge, the gap's opened up and Van der Poel's off the back. Tom Pidcock stays with Pogacar. It looks like it's going to be between the pair of them. They've got to keep the herd going here if they want to shake out Van der Poel, and in so doing they'll also shake out just about everybody else. Looks like Van der Poel may well get absorbed by the chase here, but 8.4 kilometres until we get home, but 2.9 to the top of the Poggio. Will he have anything when we get to the descent? As it is at the moment, we have two prime actors right now, and Pidcock looks fresh as a daisy, but look at the determination on the visage here of Tadej Pogacar. He wants this, but wanting it and gaining it is very different things. Only 9 seconds. Is that holdable, Brian?
It is. 1 one down, one to go, and I think Pidcock is on his limits. He's out the saddle, sitting down, out the saddle, sitting down. This is a huge effort here from Pogačar. We knew he'd go right from the bottom, go 100% maximum. He's done this so many times in training behind the motorbike. When we come round this corner, this hairpin, he's going to accelerate again and try and get rid of Pidcock.
Let's see.
I don't think Pidcock is on the limit. I think Pidcock is letting Tadej do all of the attacks that he possibly can. And there we go. He tried again, but I don't think Pidcock is he's just waiting for Tadej to get a little bit more tired. He will put in an attack.
Let's see. We'll see what happens on the descent as well. It could all come down to bike handling skills, and you drive for the line, and maybe just factor in the injuries that clearly Tadej Pogačar is carrying at the moment. Just clears his nose, and I think almost thumbs his nose at those around him. Meanwhile, look at the big pickup behind. This is not done for this group. There could be a podium up for place, and maybe even a bit more. They're only 20 seconds, but only 8 seconds, crucially, now behind Mathieu van der Poel. Camera will pan, and you'll see where Van der Poel is. Meanwhile, round the switchback just up ahead is Pidcock and Pogačar. And Pogačar goes again. He tries to shake off his man. Here, Pidcock stays with him. Absolutely locked, but is he loaded? Let's wait and see. Oh, a little bit more of a gap here as Tadej Pogačar just tries once more, drifts over to the side of the road. He's using all the angles right now, but staying with him is Tom Pidcock. He's absolutely right there, almost crosses the wheel over the pair of them. They are locked together and heading for the crest, so it's going to come down to a descent and a sprint for the line between the pair of them. 12 seconds they have on Van der Poel, still 21 on the group, which, don't forget, we're down to 9 seconds. Here comes Van der Poel as he comes up to the crest. What a day of racing, Brian.
Yeah, and it's not over yet. Still think there's a couple of attacks left in Pogačar. I look around, Pidcock, well, he missed a couple of turns turning onto the group. I still think he was on his limit there to hold on to the wheel of Pogačar. Pogačar just can't get rid of him. He get rid of Mathieu van der Poel, the big favourites. Can he get rid of Pidcock in the time? In the last 1,200 metres, there's still 1 or 2 attacks left. Can Pidcock hang in here?
1,200 metres until we get to the top, Maggie, and Pidcock is absolutely staying where you said he would. But here is Pogačar once again. He's trying to shake him, but he's not stirred, Pidcock. He's absolutely there. When will indeed he go for a dig? That's going to come late on. It might be cat and mouse between the pair of them. They got 14 seconds now on Van der Poel, 23 on the chasing group. We're not at the top just yet. We're approaching the steepest part, and it's a snap happening right now. Staying with it, Pidcock, brave as you like. It's going to come down, by the looks of things, to a sprint between the pair of them, but don't count out anything or anybody. The crowd here going crazy as well, as we are as well. 6.2 kilometres from home, 700 metres to the top of this one, and they're still locked together here, Magnus.
Now this is the last little bit now that is really quite steep, and then it starts to level out again. So Pidcock has to survive this bit, and Tadej Pogačar has to give it one more go on this little gradient here.
Let's see if he gets there. This is Mathieu van der Poel. He's at 18 seconds margin. It says only 2 seconds back to the chasing group. It said only 1 second, so I'm not sure the timing's right. There's a motorcycle stuck in the middle between absolutely everybody. Stuck between these two. Not even a cigarette paper, I'm afraid. They are absolutely locked together right now as the Tifosi welcome them to this position. 5.9, 400 metres to the top of the Poggio, and we're nearly there. What can Pogačar offer up to shake off Tom Pidcock? We said the greatest win, in his words, the greatest performance of his career was 3rd place in the Vuelta, because it was so unexpected. Well, right now, this, I think, would top that. It would be absolutely up there for Tom Pidcock if he was to make it. Let us wait and see. Climb is done. They're locked together. There's no way of shaking Tom Pidcock. It's going to be this pair. It's down to the descent, Brian.
Well, Pidcock, well, he said at the start of the day, they have to think of something different. This isn't different. He's managed to stay with Pogačar. OK, Pogačar was on the deck and Pidcock didn't. Now Mathieu van der Poel looks as if he could be caught in this descent, but I tell you what, it's still so close in the run-in towards the finish, the last 5.3 kilometres. I know a majority is downhill. Pidcock has to ride, and he is doing the right thing now. He missed a few turns, he never did any turn, but this is a big opportunity for one of these riders to win this race today. But Pogačar just could not get rid of Pidcock. He was on a couple of times at his limit on the descent, but he managed to stay over the top, puts himself in with a great chance. But with 16 seconds, they cannot miss a beat.
And Pidcock it is that takes the nose, and it's Pidcock that's gone on the attack here. He wants to get a little bit of drive here. Can't burn too many matches because Tadej Pogačar, a fabulous time trialist in his own right. And once we get to the flatlands here, as we take on this sequence of hairpins before it finally opens up onto the Via Roma, and he's staying with him. He's harrying. He wants to get inside his head apart from anything else, as if indeed he could have possibly forget about him. It comes around on the inside rather cheekily, just takes the part of the road that of course Pidcock wants to take, and now it's going to be a time trial all the way home between the pair of them. It's absolutely magnificent. It's turning into a sprint race, this one. Pidcock knows he must not lose his back wheel and gets back on.
Yeah, Pogačar's actually pushing it in the descent now. I think Pidcock, well, he's quite happy in this situation. Mathieu van der Poel, well, I think he's going to be caught by the group behind, which also includes Christophe Laporte.
What a group, what a grouping, and what a day, and what a finale. 3.9 kilometres is all we've got. The chasing group, I think, will soon include Mathieu van der Poel, and the drive goes on. Pogačar wants to lose Pidcock, who is doggedly determined to absolutely stay with him. Big lead into the corner, and holds on to it absolutely supremely. That was dialed into his mental. They must have gone through this race in their minds, and maybe this scenario on so many occasions. Pogačar is a brilliant time trialist, but you've got to say, if they came to the line together, you'd probably bet on the jump for Tom Pidcock. It's 50-50 as we go into our finale. 3.4 to go, Magnus.
3.4 to go, but Pidcock, would you be able to drop him on the descent? I don't think so, but they need to, as you say, keep on pushing on, keep on pressing on. If they start to think about, you know, position, what are we going to do for the sprint? We have this run as we getting towards Via Roma that you really need to keep on riding, and especially when you've got a big chasing group with some key sprinters in it, you cannot afford to play around at all at any point.
2.9 kilometres to go. Thank you, Magnus. Magnus will be featuring as part of the post-show with Jez Cox in a few moments' time. In 2.8 kilometres thereabouts, they have 23 seconds on the chasing group. How on earth do you deal with somebody like Tadej Pogačar? That's the big question for Tom Pidcock, man.
Tom Pidcock could have sat on the Pogačar's wheel and went, I tell you what, you're world champion. You want to win this race, possibly a little bit more than me. I want to win this race as well. I'm just going to sit in your wheel. If we get caught, we get caught, and play. Look, you got to prepare to lose to win. But Pidcock is doing the opposite. He's actually riding with Pogačar. It's going to come down to a two-up sprint between these two, and I don't think there's a lot between them.
Here we go then. It's mano a mano, and here's already the hoarded section. This is the 2 kilometres to go marker. When does Pidcock take the bait and go for it? At the moment, he just dips his head, almost, I think, possibly feigning a little bit of fatigue. Tell you something, Mads Pedersen is looking like he may well grab himself a podium here. It's going to be a massive sprint behind in order to for that podium place. It's Ciccone that's setting the pace. Van der Poel is actually part of the vanguard here. Trentin, who's had a great day, but it's about this pairing right now. It's all going to be about third place for them, and indeed Pogačar looks over his shoulder, wondering, I think, what the distance is. How much cat and mouse can he afford to dial into the approach here? He fears Pidcock in the jump.
Of course he will, but you know, you want to stay away. You don't want to be caught by these guys. Wout van Aert goes in the right hand side as well. He was down and out. I didn't think he would come back to the front of the race. Now he's pushing for the third position. I do believe that Pidcock and Pogačar will fight it out for the win today. You can see the way that they're riding, no messing about, no cat and mouse. You can see the 1 kilometre to go just coming up. This is going to be a fight for this year's Milan-San Remo between Pidcock and Pogačar, but can Wout van Aert get on the podium?
I believe Giulio Pellizzar is in the gang there as well to try and do something sensational. 1 kilometre to go, and it's between this pair. Tadej Pogačar, world champion, fallen but unbowed, and indeed Tom Pidcock, who just makes himself more comfortable, bizarrely. I've got an itchy side. It's amazing what pops into your mind at moments like this. I don't know what he's reaching for right now, just trying to make himself more comfortable. He's got the sprint of his life coming up as they turn onto Via Roma. Here we go then. It's 700 metres, possibly the most important 700 metres of Tom Pidcock's racing career. Let's wait and see how he deals with Tadej Pogačar. Pogačar looks over his shoulder. This would be a disaster for Tadej Pogačar with all the prep that he's put into this one. There's no mitigating, though, of course, against ill fortune. He's had some of that. He's holding back. He knows that the chase are coming, and he's hoping that he can get the jump on Tom Pidcock. There, indeed, is Wout van Aert. He's going to be mobbed by a pack of riders being led in here by Decathlon, but right now it is Pogačar that's leading in Tom Pidcock. Pidcock has a look, tries to stay cool. Wout van Aert is still coming, but there's nobody cool here. It's going absolutely white hot, and it's the white, of course, of the world champion that goes for it. Tom Pidcock tries to stay with him. Is he going to try and come round him? Can he get any kind of draft? It's always to the line. It's going to be on the throw. Magnificent, one or the other. Oh my goodness, I don't know who's got it, but indeed Pogačar believes he is there. Pedersen gets a very, very strong finish versus Wout van Aert. We'll get indeed our thoughts on that in a few moments' time, but what a finish, and how beautiful that these guys fall into each other's arms at the very last. But Tadej Pogačar has made it a cathartic moment for him, a great foil for him to ride with Tom Pidcock. But talk about the man who defines an era at the moment. There is none greater, it seems, than Tadej Pogačar.
What have we just witnessed? That was
incredible.
One of the most exciting finishes of any race I've ever seen. Down and out, you can see him. He did it in Strade Bianche last year, came back and won the race. That was so close with Pidcock. I think Wout van Aert just hung on for third place. There was, one wheel left in it. It looked a lot closer, maybe half a wheel there, but he did it. It's been 1983 since the world champion won here in the Via Roma, and it was Giuseppe Soroni. He's done it. He's done it.
Is magnificent. What an amazing day of racing. Magnus, a couple of words from you.
Wow, I'm just catching up from watching that. I gotta say well done to you guys for keeping it together. Wow, what a finish. What a finish.
Amazing. Thank you, Magnus.
Cat and mouse, and fair sprint as well. So
remarkable. We'll hear from more from Magnus shortly. We of course have our. Let's have a look at the slow-mo again. We need to see another one, a little resumption of it. We got Mauro Giannetti with Andrea downstairs here. Let's have a look at this. Brian, talk us in.
Well, I think Pidcock was just waiting for Pogačar to go. Maybe he looks at this, maybe he should have went first, because that was the difference. You know, he tried to come up in the last 50 metres there, but he just didn't have the legs. You could argue a lot that Pidcock shouldn't have done any riding, done anything at all, but you risk being caught from the group behind. I think Wout van Aert just hangs on to third place. Milan-San Remo has been his before, and he's finished so many top 10 places. I think he just about hangs on. Pedersen, I think, was fourth, but Pogačar, wow.
Let's hear from Mauro Giannetti. I think that was the instant reaction. Oh, goodness me. Let's hear from Mauro Giannetti. Here he is. Phenomenal.
The happiness in Mauro Giannetti's eyes here, Mauro, that they made it despite the crash. What an incredible race, what an incredible moment it's been.
You know, it's incredible, so difficult to explain the emotion in this moment. We know, everybody, how much is complicated this race and how much it was complicated today after the crash, and the team did well. And today again, he shows something, heart, motivation, everything is just impressive. Wow.
You look moved to tears as well as a manager. It never happens, but today almost.
Yeah, you know, I tell this morning, you know, we are waiting this moment 365 days, and finally we get it. It's so big, so nice. Wow, congratulations to all the team, and Tadej, impressive. Really, it's difficult to find a good word now.
Tadej said once that winning Sanremo for him was more important than even winning 6 Tour de France. Maybe as a manager you disagree, or do you?
But you know, now we get at the Sanremo, now we go for the Tour. No, I mean, you know, Sanremo, of course, no, is one of the race. It make the history in cycling, and I think all the champion dream to win one day this race because it is part of the history of cycling, and having this in the palmarès also for today, I think is more than deserved.
That was Mauro Gianetti. More reaction to come from the ground. Stay with us.
Oh, what a fantastic moment. Fantastic live commentary from Carlton Kirby, Brian Smith and Magnus Backstedt as well. Ah, what an incredible 30 kilometres. Tadej Pogačar now has won 4 of the 5 monuments. Dare I say it, and I'm going to be the first to say it, only Paris-Roubaix to go. Will it be this year? But how close was that? And there it is. We see it provisional, but pretty much confirmed. A sliver of a lead by Tadej Pogačar over the British rider Tom Pidcock. And Wout van Aert also involved in the crash, hanging on for 3rd. Mats Pedersen wasn't even supposed to be here, and there he was in 4th. Now, we've just seen it there as well. Corbin Strong taking a brilliant 5th place, the Kiwi. Right up there as one of his best ever results too. Tadej Pogačar walks back along Via Roma in Sanremo, and he's done it. He started the day as someone who hadn't won this race, but yet had the physiological capacity to do exactly that. He ends it as the 9th champion of this race in this very field. He's walking a little bit gingerly. I suspect at some point we'll go back and see what happened in and around the crash as well. But Magnus Backstedt, what an overcoming of things in that race when we bear in mind Wout van Aert taking 3rd as well. Pogačar with his skin suit ripped to shreds.
Yeah, I mean, what a finish that was, and how impressive. Not just by Tadej, but I got to say from his team as well, to react so quickly, go back and get him back into the bunch through the whole peloton on the Cipressa, and then setting up that attack to limit it down to the 3, and then from there on, yeah, impressive. You see the incident of the crash. I think Brian in commentary was right. It looks like it's a hook of handlebars or slip of something, just a really strange situation.
Yeah, there we go. And actually, talking of that crash, we're going to hear now from another former champion, the 2022 winner, Matej Mohoric, who's going to be telling us about exactly that. What a fantastic super slow-mo. We have seen some incredible super slow-mos today, and I have to say, I love the drone shot as well, coming back off the descent of the Cipressa and the Poggio as well. So, as I tease that, let's hear from that 2022 winner, Matej Mohoric.
Matej Mohoric, you were in the chase of Pogačar, Pidcock, and Van der Poel. Tell us about that whole chase and the dynamics in that group you're in.
Yeah, everyone. This is a very hectic race, and everyone, of course, does some mistakes, and it's hard to. You spend some energy to come back. Even today did a huge mistake. Today he crashed, and he still came back and managed to attack for the win, which is impressive. And in the chase we were trying, but everyone was hesitating a little bit, and then it's difficult. So at the end, everyone is where they are, and it's a bit of an honest race, hectic but honest at the end.
Were you close to the crash? Did you see what happened?
I was very close. I saw him crash on my left side, few wheels down on the right I was, but I think it was just overlap of the wheels. It's very hectic. Riders go right, left, center, with headwind especially, and quite difficult to navigate sometimes.
Thank you, Matej. Well done.
Thank you.
We're following Tadej Pogačar through, ready for the podium. Might need a little bit of cleaning up. A fair bit of work to be done by the team carers, the Soigneurs at UAE Team Emirates XRG. Magnus, we think about, I'm now immediately thinking about his crash in Paris-Roubaix last year on that right-hander when he was away with Mathieu van der Poel. He seems to be able, and we think of his big crash in Strade Bianche as well, of course. He seems to be able to cope with those moments so well.
Yeah, he does, mentally as well as physically. So, you know, so far he seems to be, as we say, somewhat jokingly, bounced pretty well. But, you know, to be able to come back, not lose your head, not have too much of an adrenaline rush, to make too many mistakes on the way back into the bike race again, that's what's impressive. And yeah, wow.
Yes, I think actually the next person we're going to be hearing from is Tadej Pogačar.
The most complicated race for you to win, but you have won it, and it's been even harder because of the crash. Tell us all.
Yeah, I don't know. When I crashed, for a second I thought it's all over, because I had to crash in Imperia just before the most important part of the race is not ideal, and but luckily I was quickly back on the bike, and not too much damage to me or to bike, a little bit. But then I saw my team, Florian and Felix, they left out everything to come back to the front, and then they gave me back hope, and yeah, the legs were still okay, and Brandon and Isaac did the rest on the Cipressa. And so yeah, today, yeah, if there's no team, probably I would just go straight. I would not go right in Cipressa, but straight to the finish line.
Did you get more hope seeing that Mathieu van der Poel was also not at his best on the Poggio?
Yeah, I mean, when we were turning, I was really happy. Everybody worked, and yeah, but it was a bit headwind, not ideal like last year, and yeah, was a bit harder on the middle part. And then when we hit the Poggio, was better wind this year for Poggio, so I tried to go all out there, but yeah, ideal would be to go alone, but Tom Pidcock was really strong, and yeah, also chapeau to Mathieu. He did an amazing race also. So yeah, but in the end, yeah, me and Tom, we came together, and yeah, I was lucky in the sprint.
How confident were you to beat him in the sprint?
Yeah, I don't know, because yeah, Tom is really fast guy. We all know this. He's punchy, he's fast, and he looks really in shape. So I was a bit afraid when he let me go first, and yeah, I was waiting as far as long, but I also know that I cannot wait too long, because he has better kick than me probably, and but yeah, in the end I was surprised. In the end was really close, and chapeau to him. Yeah.
Voilà.
Thank you.
Wow. Either he's got something in his eye, or that's quite an emotional looking Tadej Pogačar. This was him with his partner, because he got just after the finish. We'll go back and have a look over how it all unfolded in just a moment, but boy, was it a close one. I'm looking forward to hearing from Tom Pidcock. I'm sure our team will have nabbed him down there at the finish and hear what his thoughts are, that coming so close yet again. Let's not forget he's been caught within sight of the finish before, having attacked off the bottom of the Poggio. We did discuss, what, a good 6 or 7 hours ago, about how he has all of the physical capacities, Tom Pidcock, to win this one day. But as we've seen, it's not always that simple. This was how things started, though, of course. And the effort to get the right combination of riders into the breakaway, in the end, was actually fairly simple today. And that combination would be 2 Movistar riders, 2 Bardiani, 2 riders from Novo Nordisk, 2 Polti Visit Malta riders, and the one... Yes, by the way, we didn't spot this, I don't think, at the time, but the breakaway did go the wrong way and then turned around and went back too. Thankfully, with still 292 kilometres to go, it wasn't too impactful. This was that eventual break of 9 as well in there. Once again for the second year running, Martin Marcialusi in there. and looking to see how deep he could survive. This is how they sat with 87 kilometres to go, 6.5 minutes of lead, so it had really stretched out. And actually, it was Marteluzzi who was one of those dropped about halfway through the droppages, if you like, as they went into the Capoberta, the third of the Tre Capi. And this was the work being done behind by both UAE Team Emirates. And there was that crash. Tadej Pogacar, the world champion, going down in the middle, and others around him too. Binyam there involved in the crash too. Good number of the Visma bike riders, including Wout van Aert as well. And a desperate chase then, of course, to get back in. And this was the start of the climbing proper onto the Cipressa, and Tadej Pogacar having to work his way all the way back up again. Brandon McNulty doing a brilliant job getting Tadej Pogacar to the front on the Cipressa, but not in the way he'd have hoped. At this point there was Filippo Ganna sitting there, Mathieu van der Poel just behind him, and it was Isaac Del Toro who opened up the attacking account on the Cipressa. Tom Pidcock sitting on and looking very good. In fact, Tom Pidcock looked good the whole race. This was Mathieu van der Poel trying to go with it, and that was the detached moment. That was the mega moment when the big three went clear. We were looking to see who else could try and go with them. Well, this year there was no Romain Gregoire, there was no fourth man sitting on. It was those three who went. We swapped Pippo Ganna for double Olympic mountain bike champion Tom Pidcock. Mathieu van der Poel was not looking as smooth as he normally did, and he was dropped on the Poggio itself. And these two started the descent together. Understandably, the impetus looked like it would be with Tom Pidcock, who wanted to make the most of the descent, but it was so close come the finish. Wout van Aert attacking to get away from the rest. Tadej Pogacar opening the sprint. We thought Tom Pidcock was just timing this one perfectly, coming up alongside Tadej Pogacar, ready for the dip. Dip they did, but the dip went to Tadej Pogacar. Wout van Aert hanging on ahead of Mads Pedersen for third, and richly deserved as well by him. So close between those two. But Pogacar knowing he'd got it. Well, he's done it. He's done it. Just Paris-Roubaix to win now if he's to chalk off all of these monuments. Thing is, this is Tadej Pogacar. He might want more.
Tadej Pogacar and Tom Pidcock at the finish line as they congratulated each other.
Well, join us just after this break for all the podium presentations and more reaction too, of course. And those of you who are still with us here, we get a chance to soak up a bit more of the Sanremo sunshine and see what else has been going on down at the line. Next rider we're going to hear from is Felix Großschartner. He'll be happy, the Austrian. We saw him doing plenty of work early on for UAE Team Emirates, keeping Tadej Pogacar and others refreshed and refueled. And the 32-year-old Austrian caught up with us at the finish in Sanremo.
Felix Großschartner, Tadej Pogacar finally won Milano Sanremo. He tried 5 times before this. I know you just passed the finish line and saw him. What did he say? What did he chat about?
Yeah, I mean, actually I'm a little bit speechless because he was in the crash and he told me that he hit the knee hard, but he will go full gas for us because we work all day, and yeah, it's crazy. I'm speechless. I'm so happy for him.
Did you think it was over when he was on the ground?
It's never over until the finish line, but in the radio I just hear sometimes like 20 seconds behind the first group. So when suddenly I heard congrats guys, started win, I was like crying actually, super emotional.
With crying?
Almost, yeah. I was super emotional with Florian. And yeah, we really enjoyed the last 5 kilometers then, and super nice.
What were you saying to each other, you and Florian Vermeersch, those last 5Ks after you heard the news?
Yeah, we were both like really speechless because, as I said in the radio, I always understood like 20 seconds behind. But yeah, we just we're out of words. Yeah.
How are you going to celebrate this one? Because we know from Tadej this is a special one for him.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to fly tomorrow morning from Milano, so I have to go there today. But yeah, we will see. It's a lot of other races also up to. Yeah, we see.
Well done, Felix. Congrats.
Ciao, ciao.
Oh, Felix Großschartner there with Anders Mielke, doing a lot of the quieter work early on, but the vital work in supporting the others in his team as well. Really nice to hear. The emotion spreading throughout the team between him and Florian Vermeers as they learned that their team leader Tadej Pogačar had done it, and done it the hard way, it has to be said. We think back to his win at Strade Bianche. Talk amongst fans afterwards about, well, cycling's getting boring, you know, he's leading from so far out. Maggie, looking at that, there was nothing boring about the way that was won at all.
No, I think the final of Milano-San Remo every year is proving to be very exciting in many different ways, and the fact that the climb is hard enough that you can have attacks on it and riders can go away on it, but it's easy enough for some of the sprinters to get over them, and we have a big bunch chasing, so we seem to be having these kind of scenarios where there's not much between them all the time.
Maggie, I've got to ask the question, and I'll ask it as the resident Brit in our commentary team here. Could Tom Pidcock have done anything different and won?
I think the only thing he could have done was potentially in the final here, not wait for Tadej to start a sprint, but to go up and have a drag race with him. Maybe that would have changed it, but obviously it's so difficult to sort of see how you're feeling, how are the legs. It is Tadej Pogačar that you are sprinting against. You've seen these sort of images that we were watching here now before, where he's in these sort of situations. So we can sit here and speculate, but at the end of the day, for me, he could have just maybe jumped just before Tadej and got up alongside him.
Let's hear from Brandon McNulty, shall we?
Tadej made it despite the crash. What an incredible day for UAE team.
Yeah, I mean, we already were a little bit in doubts with the headwind, because you know it's always easier to draft, and then yeah, we had a crash, and I didn't know what was going to happen, and then yeah, we came back just at the bottom of Cipressa, and I went as hard as I could to get to the front, and then as hard as I could, and then I didn't see it in the front, but I could hear on the radio is crazy.
Every single one of you did a great job, especially after Jan Kristen's crash. You lost Jan very early in the race.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I saw him. He was in the cars just behind. I was just behind him, and it looked like a bad crash. So yeah, we already were down one. But yeah, they rode. The guys were crazy through all the capes, and then yeah, we had a bit of trouble, but we got back. Yeah, he finished it off.
I remember when Tadej gave you the win in Canada, so it must be a special connection with him, and a special day for you as well for this win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, it's always an honor to ride for him, but then yeah, after that it was definitely nice to repay him.
Is it the greatest of all times?
I think so. For me, yes.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, he had to say that, didn't he? Magnus, as we watch this was the comeback. This was the chase back on by Tadej Pogačar onto the Cipressa to get back into position. It was, I thought, remarkable the way they did that, the way he rode up the outside there, and then almost as if it hadn't happened, it was like, no, I'm going to make this work now, and a great job done by Brandon McNulty in doing so too.
Yeah, and actually almost a carbon copy of what happened last year, although, okay, he didn't have a crash, but the same sort of point that Tadej got to the front of the bike race last year. It almost looked like no one wanted to take up the pacemaking on the climb earlier on to maybe put him under a little bit more pressure, but at the end of the day, what can you do when you have a team and a rider with that amount of excess power and energy at that point in the bike race to come back and then straight away go on the attack and be able to distance the majority of the peloton? It is difficult. I understand the questions, how to beat him, how are we going to beat him, is it possible? But yeah, you just got to keep on pushing, because today Tom Pidcock got very close.
Just getting back to Tom Pidcock again, we saw him look around there at that point on the Poggio to see that Mathieu van der Poel had gone, At this point, when they started the descent, I immediately assumed that Tom Pidcock would really try and lay it on the descent. And we got a bit of a test of kind of who was the best descender between the two, but I sensed as well, Maggie, that neither of them wanted to make a mistake on the descent. It was quite a safe descent, I thought.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you could see it was already... It was fast. It was full gas on the descent, but with a bit of safety margin in there. And that descent off the Poggio, it is very technical, and that's an understatement. So,
mais je suis allé à droite et après, il y avait un vélo qui venait chez moi et je pouvais plus aller autour et je suis tombé.
He's saying after the crash there was a bike just ahead of me.
Vous avez décroché, suite
and that's how I lost a bit of time.
Je pense que il a aussi chuté, il était vraiment fort.
Being asked about what happened on the Poggio, was it related to your crash? Well, Poggi crashed as well. He was just so strong today. So Mathieu van der Poel there saying, well, it's all fair really, because Tadej Pogacar also crashed. Between the two of them, it looked as if Tadej Pogacar had hit the deck a bit harder. Maggie, I'm going to put this to you, by the way. We saw Mathieu van der Poel's hand. I've questioned in live commentary before why he does all races with no gloves on. I don't know whether the gloves would have saved him that much, but he looked like he couldn't hold the handlebars properly. I'm just saying. What's your take on that?
I'm also a fan of riding with gloves, but I know certain riders, they have better feel without them on. At the end of the day, it comes down to being able to ride the bike as fast as you can when you're on the bike. Yes, you've got to prepare yourself for crashes, but ultimately you don't start with that in your head.
Wout van Aert, already a champion here in Milano-San Remo from back in 2020, and his record is quite remarkable. 6th, 1st, 3rd, 8th, 3rd, and now 3rd again. Not waiting for the sprint though, but attacking the group. Whether that attack was to secure 3rd place or whether it was to try and catch the leaders, we'll have to wait for him to tell us, perhaps. But even so, Wout van Aert is back, and he's looking really good this weekend. Let's hope he kicks on from here with a really solid Classics campaign. It's impressive, Maggie. If we take this as the next point after his broken ankle in the cyclocross over the winter, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think he was relatively fortunate with the injury that he had and how quickly he came back or was able to start training again. But it's impressive, and it's good to see him in that sort of shape to get back from that crash. He was the one that was the furthest behind everyone, and get back into the mix again and have the legs to do what he did in the final. So it bodes well for the upcoming races up here in Belgium.
Indeed. Well, the stage is crossed by the greatest road sprinter of all time, Mark Cavendish, and his fellow countrymen. Very different kind of rider. Very multifaceted rider, Tom Pidcock. Seemingly physiologically destined to win this race one day, but it won't be this year. But it won't be for the want of trying. What a brilliant ride by Tom Pidcock. Bringing it right the way down to the last few millimetres on the line. And in that final 3 that went together onto the Poggio, he was the only one who hadn't crashed. But it still wasn't quite enough to give him that edge over one of the greatest, some say the greatest already, but one of the greatest racing cyclists of all time, Tadej Pogacar, who has just chalked off his first Milano-San Remo. Will it be his only one, or will it be the first of any number? Some would remind us, of course, that the great Eddie Merckx won 7. Different circumstances, different course. It was mentioned in commentary, Tom Pidcock had already confirmed that he felt his greatest achievement in his road cycling career was his 3rd place, his podium finish in last year's Vuelta. I think that would have eclipsed it today, and it was so close. I suspect, Maggie, we might still be waiting for Tadej Pogacar to be cleaned up right there, because the cleaning up process might be quite involved.
Yeah, I think so too. But Tom Pidcock having a good chat with Carlos Sainz.
He's done it. So much talk over the last few weeks about whether this would be the year. Some talk about whether he'd ever do it. Possible wishful thinking for those who are watching the completion of cycling taking place. In the rainbow bands too. He's won 4 of the 5 monuments now. And he joins Roger de Vlaeminck on 11 monument wins. Second most monument wins ever, only behind Eddy Merckx, who is on 19. Who would bet against him? At least matching it, getting close to it, and possibly even eclipsing it. Let us see. Either way, we all know, whether some like it or not, we are witnessing greatness in this era, that is for sure.
La vostra attenzione per l'inno nazionale della Slovenia. Tadej Pogacar, Tom Pidcock, Wout van Aert, il podio della Milano-Sanremo con Vita di Nicola.
Another special moment for Tadej Pogacar.
Officio di Vita di Nicola, Italia, Carlos Sainz, campione di Formula 1, quindi sul palco Francesco Mosere, Marc Cavendish e si festeggia quello che è una grande podio. Questa edizione numero 117 della Milano-Sanremo presente Bayer.
Oh. A fully cammed up bottle there to be sprayed from as well. We'll see that picture at some point, no doubt. And a soaking for Francesco Moser just behind him too. It looks like Francesco Moser is the sparkling wine sponsor as well, by the look of that, unless it's a personalised bottle. And Magnus, while we're watching this, it's very appropriate that I'm on with you. Just Paris-Roubaix to go. Just a small matter of a Paris-Roubaix to go. You are literally the best person for me to ask, so do you know what? I'll put that to you in just a moment, because we're going to quickly jump to Ben Turner first. Sorry, Maggie, I'll come back to you on that. Have a think about what you think about his chances for Paris-Roubaix this year. Ben Turner, I believe, was also involved in that big crash, and we caught some words with him after the finish. I think, unfortunately, we're also going to get to see the moment of the crash again, imminently. And here it is. Yeah. Oh, dearie me. There's Ben Turner going over the top. Really nasty moment. What about you, Maggie? But I kind of wish we hadn't seen it, really. But I understand why we are. I understand why we are. Yeah. I have to confess, by the way, that's the first time I've seen that. Yeah. That was Turner going over the top, taking out 3 Ineos Grenadiers riders as well. Axel Laurence involved in that one too. And actually, judging by where it happened, it could have been more riders involved as well. There it is again. So let's hear from Ben Turner on how that happened.
A tough day as always in Milan-San Ben. I saw you working hard on the cappy to keep Filippo ahead. It wasn't enough to win the race actually.
Yeah, I don't know. Thought we was riding quite well as a team, but then we had a bit of a crash with me and Kwiato and Connor, so it was not a great point. So hopefully Kwiato's okay. Then it was a bit of a fire, it was a bit chaos, but we managed it quite well, you know, after that, and it was quite okay. But yeah, it was a bit of a fire. I don't know what went on after Cipressa, so I can't really tell you about that. But it was a tough day, you know. So yeah.
I see you smiling despite some blood on your left arm. Must not that serious, actually, I guess.
No, I'm okay. I can live the fight on the day. You know, it's bike racing in the end, and not made of sugar, so it's all right. You know, at least I finished the race. So yeah.
Even from a rival perspective, a couple of words on today. Who finally, eventually, made it to win this race?
Who won?
Today.
Today. Well, I mean, he's incredible, you know. I mean, I don't know how he won or what he did, but it's not a surprise. I mean, he's the best rider in the world, so chapeau to him and their team, and yeah, impressive.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, have a nice day.
In case you're wondering, Pete Bogana, the best of the Ineos Grenadiers, in 33rd place there right now as well. So what we're now going to be doing is going to find out, and I'll come back to you, Maggie, if we have time, because I want to talk about Paris-Roubaix and the next monument steps for Tadej Pogačar in his career. Before we do, though, we're going to get some of the kind of the feedback of our experts. And I think we might be handing over to Danny Rowe, possibly, for that one. Let's see who we've got and what their thoughts are on how the race unfolded.
The joy in the entire UAE team was quite impressive, as well as, of course, Tadej, who's been chasing this race, Danny Rowe, for so many years and finally made it. Can you tell us, from an athlete perspective, as you want something great like Olympic golds and whatever, how can he feel right now, and the entire team? The joy, the emotion must be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, don't compare me to Pogačar, because I do not come close, and we are running out of superlatives, aren't we? He's an absolute legend, but he will be absolutely buzzing. Obviously, it's been such a big goal for him, for the team. There was speculation as to how early will they go. He had the crash. There would have been so much adrenaline running through his body when he crashed. He managed to get back, but yeah, it was incredible yet again from Pogačar. But we can't discount Tom Pidcock. I mean, what a race from him. I feel like he did absolutely everything right, so he's going to be buzzing too.
I think we also have to mention Anders, not just because you're Danish, but because it is something great, coming back 6 months after his last race, actually breaking his wrist a few weeks ago, and now he's back and that strong to be fourth on the line.
He's a weapon mess, and the disappointment in his face just shows what a winner he is, because he really wanted to give his teammates a podium today. But yeah, just to add to what Dennis said about the crash of Pogačar, I overheard the Danish champion Søren Kragh, who also crashed with Pogačar. He came in, he didn't know the result, and he said, no way Pogačar won. Impossible. He was on the ground with him, so hard down. And that just says everything from the rivals, the colleagues in the peloton, how impressive it was what Pogačar did today. Unfortunately, we were not allowed to speak with Søren. He had to go and check his wounds, but chapeau, I think we can all say from Via Roma.
A couple of words to finish about Mathieu van der Poel, former winner of Milan-San Remo. He didn't manage to keep Pogačar's wheel on the podium.
No, I mean, it was interesting, wasn't it? Because I think he was the main favourite coming into this race, especially after Tirreno and the form that he showed there. But I could see almost in his face, you know, when he was on the Cipressa and on the Poggio, he was grimacing a little bit, and I started to question, oh, has he got it? And obviously not when he did get dropped on the Poggio. But again, you cannot be at that top form throughout the whole of the season. I'm sure he will be somewhat disappointed, but he'll be back and targeting his next race soon.
Stay with us for more to come from the ground.
Well, thank you for our team out there. Nice to be getting their thoughts. And while we watch the slow-mos looking back at the podium presentation, Magnus, I'm going to come back to you about these next steps, right? We already know now 4 of the 5 monuments won, some of them multiple times, by this man, Tadej Pogačar. He has the small matter of a Paris-Roubaix to chalk off, needing to do that, having been second to Mathieu van der Poel last year, of course, after crashing on that right-hander. Who knows what would have happened if he hadn't crashed? Might have still been the same result. Who knows? We talk about this race as being tricky to pick, Maggie, but maybe is Paris-Roubaix even more difficult to sort out? Which do you reckon?
No, I think you got more opportunities to make mistakes in Roubaix and correct them than what you got in Milano-San Remo. So yes, if he's got his eyes set on winning a Roubaix, I'm pretty sure he's going to take that one off pretty soon as well.
Well done. I know it's easy to say what if you didn't crash. Have you had that question in your head after the finish?
To be honest, not really, because actually the whole final I felt like racing on the back foot, and even only the last 2-3K I realized that we still raced for the podium, so I felt more like an achievement than a close call or something. So now the circumstances are what they are, and we still reached the maximum possible, so I'm happy with that.
We know you as a winner, and given the circumstances, does it feel like a win, this one?
Oh, it never feels like a win if you finish third, but I have to say it was very unfortunate. First of all, the crash, and then also took quite long until I could go on a new bike. And then, how the boys reacted and still, stick around me to bring me back. That was, the only thing I could do was try and at least go for the best result possible. And then, of course, it's more sweet to finish just on the podium than not.
How was it to stand on the podium after this edition of the San Remo? The way Pogacar won it, it's quite a unique one to be standing up there.
Yeah, it's always special to stand next to him, especially with his special jersey. But I have to say, I saw him next to me on the ground when we crashed, and then the next moment I saw him again was after the finish. So I have no clue what he has been doing, but it must have been impressive, because it was quite a hard crash, and that he still managed to get in the front like that is strong.
Finally, Wout, with what you achieved today, what confidence are you going into the big goals in the spring?
I think the confidence was already good coming into this race, and of course, I take a lot of positives of my performance, and it's nice that the next races are coming soon now.
And there we get to see Wout van Aert in the background chasing after these two. Now, what I didn't get a sense of there was whether he was trying to catch them or whether he was trying to stay ahead of the rest. Kind of both, I guess.
I would say so.
Yeah. Really, really good to see, though, from Wout van Aert. Another of the riders, by the way, who said he looked down, saw Tadej Pogacar on the deck, and then couldn't quite believe he heard he'd won. Let's hear from the man who came second, though. At long last, we're going to hear from Tom Pidcock.
Tom, you had fantastic legs today. How much are you proud about your performance, and how much are you disappointed about the result, maybe?
Honestly, I need time to reflect, because right now I'm pretty disappointed, because, it hurts to be so close. If it was Tadej alone and I was alone, it wouldn't have, I'd be very happy, but I was told it's 4 centimeters, and that hurts quite a lot that it was so close. And obviously, I lost to Tadej. He's the best cyclist ever, so I can't be disappointed, but I can't help it.
You kind of knew you could be that competitive today. You were seeing, not just because Milan-Torino, of course, is another race, but the way you were facing him, and also taking the turn in the lead.
Yeah, I felt amazing. Last year I also, I was super disappointed because, I crashed in the Cipressa, but I knew I could have been there in the front, and it's nice to then prove that I could be there this year, that I got the legs for that, and but like I say, I can't help but be disappointed right now. It was so close to a monument win, but I need to look at it from a wider perspective, because I think what I did was quite amazing. I'm quite proud.
Tell us more about the battle on the Cipressa and on the Poggio, the way you felt, and if you believe it, you could do it. Actually, you were so close.
Yeah, I think on the Poggio it got it was getting closer for Tadej to drop me, but the way he was riding, where he would attack for 30 seconds and go easy and then go again, actually suited me quite well. I mean, it allowed me to recover a bit. So, yeah, I think it was just about getting in the wheel, staying there, same like when you go motor pacing, you know.
And okay, you can come. You're just 26, and Tadej has won it, so maybe he changes his goal. You can come back to win this race. Actually, you showed today.
Yeah, but Tadej just said to me that he's not going to come back now. So now that he's won, so what motorbike am I going to have to sit behind?
Okay, but how much are you proud, despite being disappointed? Try to reflect on this. You must be proud.
Yeah, I mean, ask me in a couple of days in Catalonia when I have time to reflect.
In terms of performance, I know you didn't check the numbers are not that important, the emotion are more important, but in terms of performance today, was one of the best for you?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we were riding fast, so it's, you know, when there's only me and Tadej left at the end of a monument like this, it must be a good performance. I mean, if you look at the numbers, I'll see this later, but yeah, it was, for sure. It must have been one of the best days.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Very interesting interview with Tom Pidcock there as well. Saying, if we can believe what he said, well, I'm sure we can, that Tadej has said that's it. He's not coming back. Maggie, do you believe him? No, or who do you believe?
Good question. Good question. I mean, it's one of those races that is, like you said, it's super hard to win. It requires a lot of specific preparation to be here in shape to win it.